Just know I would never do you ladies any harm. I will never do it. All right? Just so you know.
I put on the back of my bike and we went riding down by.
And I'll get on the back of your bike. I'll ride bitch for you. Think you love her, guy? Tell me. This is for Fishy. Fishy, do you think he loves her? Let me see. Let's see. For Fishy. Do you love? Did you guys hear that? I agree, Prince. The first time is the greatest. Just picture 14-year-old Shibby. 14-year-old Shibby and his best friend's older sister's bedroom floor, getting carpet burn on his knees. Just the first time was the greatest. I agree, Prince. I agree. Did you hear that scream, that screech? Oh my God. Tell us, do you think, does the background singer, the guitarist, I forget her name, do you think she, oh my gosh, no more rabbit holes. Yes, Fishy, you came in at the right time. Hello? Fishy's here. What's going to happen is that was dedicated to Nicole. Should I do another Prince one? When Doves Cry? We can't just know. I would.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like.
Just know. So let's do this. So yesterday I read all this 113 pages. I'm going to just kind of scan over it. So no strike. Yes. Is it because I have all the garbage on the screen? I'm kind of made it my own. Not garbage. You know what I'm saying? Like I got this outline. I have my face in the top right. I have this banner saying how much of an idiot I am. And if you listen, it's your own fault. If you listen to my, right here, look it says it at the end. If you listen, I did get a strike. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's done. How do I fix it? So let's, oh my God. Let's do this. One last song. Little Red Corvette. It's going to set the mood for the show for all of you. Oh, Becky B, is that about my story? Maybe I shouldn't have said how I take back the 14-year-old Shibby story. That's probably TMI, right? That must be what you're talking about. That's it. Do it once. Hit it and quit it, right? That's what you do. Once, one and done. That's it. Fishy's favorite song. One and done, Fishy. I have gas and Energizer batteries, so I'm good to go all night long. All night. Do you, Fishy? Do you guys have enough gas? For Nicole? Yes, Nicole. This is for Nicole especially. She wanted Prince. This is for Nicole. Actually, it's for everyone. Mostly Nicole, but all of you lovely, lovely listeners. Especially Fishy. She'd like you guys to know that she came at the right time. Oh my gosh. Okay. We've set the intro for the show. Wow. Oh my God. Let's do this. One last song.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
25 ways to say shibby. Shibby! Shibby. 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 Oh, shibby. I'm so shibby. Yeah, I'm well shibby, ain't bruv? Shibbiest shib in the world. As shibby as shibby can be. Shibby. 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 Shibby? Shibby. 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 Can we just stop on the shibbying? How many have we done? I don't know about... I don't really know. I haven't counted. Me neither.
And away we go. Hello, everyone. Perfect. I sound great. Oh my goodness. A little bit discombobulated. I was putting a lotion on my hands, and I think it ended earlier than I thought it was going to, or maybe I had it set to loop. I don't know. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Hello is gone. Yes, not till the end, but we were celebrating. Although if there's an appeal, does that mean she'll get to start the trial? And then that's probably what they're setting up. They're probably setting up so if there's an appeal, she'll get to start the trial, but since she's announced her retirement, she'll probably leave and it'll look like she doesn't back down, but she gets to not be there. Oh my God, that's a good sign. If stuff like that happens. Like say the Supreme Court, then we're like, okay, we're gonna have to remove you, but what we'll do is we'll let you say you're retiring now. So when we announce that we're doing the appeal, you won't look like you're backing out. I'm only kidding, but that could be a possibility. TJ's here, not just yet. December 11th is a long way away. So it's at the end of the year, but better late than never. Getting everything ready, guys. I'm so ready to go. We're going to just do these closing arguments. We are going to do it. We're going to do it. Do it. Wrong screen, Mr. Google Browser. Over here, young man. Thank you. Share the screen. Add to stage. Oh my goodness. Good is it to share your screen if you keep it backstage? You selfish person. Hello, everyone. Hello. The vicarious one. Oh, we're 15, 20 minutes away from a slurp. So take your gummy, relax, sit back, enjoy. We're about to finish this trial. And then I'm going to go back and catch back. Or this is not the end. This is just the beginning of Young Shibby. Consecutive days in a row reading this trial all by himself. There was one day where I did share this spotlight with Nicole, came and read. It was one day, but every other day I've done this all myself. Major accomplishments. Mom's going to be so proud of Young Shibby. Look at this. Every day reading the trial. Look at the trial. There was a couple of days where we had to do things. Saturday nights we were working at the Bugs. We were going to days and partying. It starts here. Like I started reading, I was like, my goodness. I'm reading all these. What should I do to make sense of this all? What can I do? Oh my God, these people, I forgot how much stuff we'd missed. All these depositions and appeals and motion dismisses and Frank's hearings and contempt hearings and Saturday night parties. And then I was like, Bezo Jones came in and said, can you read day one of the trial? Not day one. Can you read Kelsey from day one? And I'm like, sure. So it was a special request after Dave's light show. It was like, I did start at 3 or 4 or 5 in the morning, 5 a.m. And Bezo comes in and says, can you read Kelsey for me? And I'm like, yeah, since you requested. I believe nobody else was awake. It's you and I, girl. So I read it for this first one to Bezo Jones. And then I got finished up with the contempt stuff, the motion to dismiss. And then I started the trial day one. And I was like, so everything's in order in my live streams and playlists. But just in the live streams, I did do day one, part 3 first, Kelsey German. And then I did the opening statements. Day 1, part 2 was Becky. So day 1, part 1. Day 1, part 2 was Becky Patty. Day 1, part 3 was Kelsey out of order. But everything since day 1.4, part 4 was Derek German. Day 1, part 5. And day 2, part 1. Day 2, part 2. Day 3, part 1. Day 3, part 2. Then we did those direct appeal stuff when that was announced. We stopped. Then we got back to this trial. And it was Saturday night. We had the party. And then on every day, one after another, consecutive days in a row. Then that All Eyes put out the corrected PCA, and we had fun with that. Was this what Tony Liggett should have said? And then we did day 3, part 4, day 4, part 1, day 4, part 2. Then this Ucky Christmas celebrations had to happen. I'm like kidding. We did some Christmas shows, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Christmas night, or whatever. And then I got a copyright strike on Christmas night. And I started a new one. That's when I was playing all those Prince songs and that, and I got struck. And then it was the Boxing Day. It was day 5, part 1. Then it's Saturday again. We had the party. Look at this, the whole trial, consecutive days. Then this New Year's came, and I got a little tipsy, and I shut the stream down early like a big baby, or something like that happened. Or you know what? I think my internet went down. Yes, I had to close. Yes, I didn't get too drunk and shut it down like a big man baby. My internet was not going well, so I had to shut it down. One of those two. Day 7, day 8, then Saturday night party again. Then every day, consecutive. The thumbnails get better. They get better. Party Saturday night again, every day in a row. This is the first time in history, folks. Tonight, we close it out with the closing arguments. Consecutive shows. Every damn day I do it for 100 people, Pegs. You say it, 110. You're so right. 130. You're so right. I do it for the people. I'm going to read. V is always here. Where's Four Pits? Where is he? I keep missing this guy. He sneaks in with this gigantic name. He sneaks in here with this gigantic name, and I miss him. Oh my goodness. Hello, Four Pits. Look at this name, the longest name in history. I'm like, you sneak in here with that name? What is up, everyone? Rebby, look at this. I'm finishing. Look at this. He's live right now. This guy. He's going to read the closing arguments. Consecutive days. Who's done that in history ever? Consecutive days, 10-hour shows. Look at 10:22, 10:11. This was 9:50, 9 hours and 8 minutes, 10 hours and 6 minutes, 9:20, 9:09, 8:33. Oh my goodness, 2:18, 8:52, 8:44, 9:20, 10:33, 33, 10:33, 33. I did not do that. This happened by itself, guys. Amazement. I know it means nothing. Congratulations, Vicarious One. This is for you. This syrup is for you. Bonus. It's not very good because my smoothie is still full, so I had to come to the top. But that was just a tease. I'm like kidding. Look at this. So the 10:33:33, like I ended the show, and then it was funny because I made a post about this just to get everyone warmed up. The show is about to begin. This young man makes a post. His name is Shibby. He makes posts. Check this out. He did one just on this topic. This topic was, look at this, 10:33. The show ended exactly. I did not modify it. I didn't fix it. And if you knew what 10:33 was to me, my whole life is a special, special number. It's a time. It's an address. It's a family home type thing. It's a, ever since I was a little kid, 10:33. If I saw that on a clock in the morning, The rest of the day was to be, I said to myself, it's going to be fantastic. And if I saw it the night before, I'd be like, tomorrow's going to be great. If I saw it at nighttime, the next day. If I saw it during the day, that whole rest of that day. It was just a superstition thingy I had to myself. I shared it with my kids, my family, and everyone knew it. I was nuts. And it meant nothing except it was awesome. I don't know why. And I'm like, oh my God, I just ended my live stream talking about my 33-second chicken outro. The chicken outro, that's 33 seconds. It was dedicated to Nicole. Did you guys know what I'm talking about? And it's just 33 seconds. Shibby's fan club, dedicated to Nicole, 33 seconds in heaven.
All you ladies, like this. Shake your body, don't stop, no. All you ladies, like this. Shake your body, don't stop. Just do it, 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 now, like this, right now. I lick it, so this is just like you should. My neck, my back, my head, my crack, my neck.
Oops. I went to shut it down and it already stopped. It wasn't looping. Perfect. So that was 33 seconds of Shibby's fan club. The moral of the story is I was playing that video as an outro. It was 33 seconds. I thought it was weird. And then courtesy of Rotting Jewels, Dana, who made that masterpiece and let me use it. And it was dedicated to Nicole. She requested it and she wanted me to play it. But read more, I will. The rest of it is StreamYard said my live was 10:33:34, and I was like, bummer. That's so close. And in YouTube, I checked, it said 10:33:32, and I was like, what? How could that be? 2 seconds off. And then when this uploaded to StreamYard finished uploading, YouTube did this. It just met halfway. And it said 10:33:33. And I was like, what? I totally had nothing to do with it. It means nothing. I don't even know why I'm telling you. Let's do this for the people. No more squirrels. The show starts now. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Hello, Ja. The show is about to begin, guys. Any special requests? The chickens are hilarious, dude. They're chasing us. That's my fan club of chicks. They're my chicks. Any special requests? Becky B. Hello, hello. Dana is all about, she's wild. She is a wild one, that one. Oh my God. She's probably getting more tattoos and listening to me. Or, she's, a lot of people just lurk and they listen to their bedtime stories with Shibby and they fall asleep, and I get it. I get it. Oh my God. I don't know. I feel like I should probably start warming up less. You're right. the outros, the intros have been a bit long. I've done intros that were like 2 hours and 30 minutes long. 2 hours and 13 minutes. So I think what I should do is to finish this out properly, to lull the people to sleep, and then try not to wake them. What I will do is I will do the right thing, and I will read the show. What I should do is, while I'm talking, I could be getting the right pages up, because, oh my God, I was charging my keyboard. Perfect. Uncharge. Switch it on. You see, boom, boom. Look at this. Any updates, guys? We're going to start right now. Yes, that's the fishy intro. Yes, she commands me to, she says, do at least an hour. She wants to take my voice in, and she relaxes and listens to me and she draws the bath or whatever. You guys get your comfy PJs on. Get your get your those little bunny slippers or your little teddy bear claw slippers on. Love thinking of you guys wearing those little slippers. You guys are awesome. In your best, most comfy PJs. Oh, it's cold. Even warm places are cold tonight. Guys, get warm. If you're falling asleep, just hello, BC. Paula loves everyone. There's love in the air. There's fishies. There's emojis. I haven't seen Fishy. We were just talking about Fishy, but Just love these. Everyone's in the house. I'm going to start the show. Thank you guys for being here. Dewey, my greeter, make these people feel so welcome. I know you do an amazing job. This guy, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, in between wrestling matches and movie shoots, he comes here to volunteer as a warm greeter to the ladies. If you have any questions, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, he's here to greet. He's here to greet. So come and meet this man right here. And there's vicarious ones. Look at this vicarious one. What's up? Did something happen yesterday? No, I don't know. To who? To who? I have no idea. Wasn't it Tom's big thing was yesterday, wasn't it? Or did something happen with the trial? Gull amounts to retirement? That's what I heard. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know. They're probably sleeping. Maybe there could be other people live. I have no idea. I don't know. They're always here. So you guys, I'm always on. I'm going to finish up. They're always around. There could be other people on. I'm on way too much. So you guys, look at states closing arguments. Boom. We're doing it now, guys. No going back. There's no going back. Today's the day. And then we're going to finish every document on this site until this young man is released from prison. These people, this appeal must happen. It's going to happen. I command them. It's going to happen. So the date is November the 7th, 2024. And we got A and B. So I will download the state first. Come to me in the right file, in the right, not this folder. Not this folder. Not this folder. Where are you? There you are. There you are. No. No. YouTube, where are you? Where are you? My other folder. What's going on? Maybe it's this. Yeah, there it is. And then I go to Delphi, right? Delphi. And I go to new PDFs. Yes, this is the folder. I've been saving them and I've got to name it correctly so it stays in proper order. So it was, what was it again? November 7th, 2024. So 2024, November 11. So it's 1107 _A. Boom. So then what I could do is just copy and paste this like a normal person. Get it ready. I save this there. Then I could shut this down because I will not need the states because I'm going to. And this one, I'm going to save the defense in the same folder. Look at this process, guys. But this gets the letter, the number B. Number B. Boom. Love it. Now I can shut this down. Look at this, guys. Oh my God. It's almost as if I'm a professional. Almost as if I'm a dang professional. So then I go to that right folder. This one. Look where it is, guys. Right in line. It's right in line. Where, how's it? A. So the date, if you use the year, and then the month and day, it keeps everything in perfect order that way. And then if you have things on the same day, you give them A and B. Oh, look at me. I figured the trial's over and I finally figured it out. How to mark things up so I could have my own copy. I do this so then I could, mark things up for the people, by the people, have it ready to mark this and this and this. This is called the TJ. Which way is it, J? Oh my God, I forgot which way. I was going to go this way. The TJ M up. The TJ MUP. TJ markup. Exclamation point on an angle. I'm on my chair, recliner, arms, boom. Perfect. I couldn't even write better than that. TJ, this is a U, guys, in case anyone's concerned. Little things here, look at, boom. Oh, all right, guys, get serious now. Let's do this. Let's check. So close it. Oh my God, this is going to be a lot of Nick, guys. Be ready for the Nick up the end. I got my lip balm. Oh my God, I'm going to need extra. I got lotion on. My glasses are clean. This is awesome. I got my smoothie still. The manliest Nivea lip balm for men. For men? Oh God. Oh my God, the lip balm for men only. Women can't handle this balm. Women can't handle my balm. This balm is the bomb. All right, I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Oh my God, did I forget? How could I finish today? Oh my God, I almost forgot. You guys love it, and I do too. The ambiance, a little bit melancholic. Oh my God, get lost. I'll update you from someday. Look at this. 9 volumes at 9. You can barely hear it after playback. You know what? I'm going to keep this one for a bit, and hopefully I can remember to switch it to change. But this is my favorite. Makes me feel, oh my God. It's intriguing. Listen. You can barely hear it. Boom. Here we go. Last check. So we're ready to go. They're on the record, right? We finished up here yesterday. I have a smoothie and a gigantic, super warm coffee waiting for. I'll be able to drink it in probably an hour because I microwaved the cream while I was waiting for the kettle. I put the cream in a mug and I microwave it for a minute and a half. So it's like piping hot. So when I add it to my Manly, it's like super hot coffee. So it's going to be good in about an hour if and when I remember it. I have no idea why I've been doing that. I've been going, I have no idea why, but it's definitely intentional. I feel it. Just don't know the reason for it. So, everything. I'm going to check chat, make sure I said hi to every lovely person, and the show is going to begin. Let's get back to basics. So let's say hi to everyone. So first, so nice to see you, young lady. Any updates, please, you stick them in your chat and update us with anything pop culture or sports. Debbie, where? Oh, did you write Peggy? Was that a mistype? You mistyping? There's no Debbies here. Or Rebby. Oh, I don't even know if I've missed anyone. Got the Vicarious. So we got 4 pits. What's up, bro? We got this Vicarious one coming in. We got TJ. We got Pop Culture Paula with a side hustle of sports announcing at any time. And maybe throw in some weather too. Yeah, the weather and time zones that you, Dave, and I are in. So the weather and time zones are like another hustle for this one. So pop culture, sports, time zones, and weather. Love it. East Coaster with me, basically. Let it do this. Rabbi is she's in her pajamas now, cuddling with her, I guess, bald hubby. And Jazz in the house. Wait, from across the pond. Hello, young man. Welcome. Good morning. Oh my God, I had a wicked sleep tonight. Yes, the gull of you. F Seagull. That's the way I do it. Ooh, you can remind if I can still. That's perfect. Yeah, I typed it. The very first thing I typed. Here's what I typed. Judge F Seagull is retiring. About time, eh? Oh my goodness. Spot on, young man. Judge F Seagull. That's her name, right? F the Seagull. Look at this. Boston Christian with the, oh my God, the love and the emojis. Love it, feel it. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Just going to say hi. My greeter, Dewey, is spreading love. Spreading the love everywhere. So much of Dewey to spread around, between all of us. In between movie shoots and wrestling matches, Dwayne Rock Johnson graciously comes here to greet the people. Thank you. This, my lurker, one of my main guardian angel lurkers in the sky, who's always around, watching out for me. Mimi's here. Have I missed anyone? TJ's still here. Good question, Tui. Emoji time, Boston, BC. Like BC's shorter form is great. Right now, it's okay. It's okay. You've done more than enough, young lady. If there's any updates, if there's anything that comes across as a tickers, let us know. If you fall asleep, just stay warm and listen. And if you wake up, I'll be here. And if you miss it, catch the replay. And if you put out your own, if I miss it, I will come and watch and comment, like, and share. And you put out some great live streams, young lady. Great live streams. I'm going to get myself a camera and just do things right like you guys are all doing. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. We've come to the end. Look at, here we go. This here means let's do it. Let's do it. This is it. This is it. Perfect. Lurking. Well, here we go. This is dedicated to you, TJ. Did you see it? TJ mark up. Boom, boom, boom. So I've got my own copy. So now when I make changes, we're ready to go. The day starts. So, all right. Good morning. So we said hi to everyone. Got a smoothie. If there's other live streams on, guys, come on back and catch up later. Put me on chipmunk speed. I'm going to be here all night. So if you can't listen to two people like I do, then you must get yourself another device. You must get yourself another device. It is great. Shitty. Perfect. Perfect. Do not fix that. Perfectly spelled. Or use 2 Ds. The D's are funnier. I know you typoed it. That's great, Shitty. I got the best one is the DD. So it's Shiddy, SHIDDY. I love it because my name, it typos, it autocorrects itself all the time, even for myself still. I'm like, no, I choose that one before I hit enter. And some reason it seems to want to make my name capitals all the time. Maybe I did that once and my keyboard learned it and it won't stop. So I have to, before I hit enter, if I type my own name, I have to choose the one with just one capital at the beginning. So I get it. These keyboards, it's like they know us so well. Then all of a sudden, we get so used to just typing and hitting enter. Think it'll fix it. Sometimes you look at it and you think, I'm going to hit anyways. And when I read it, it's going to be fixed. And sometimes it doesn't correct it for you. And you're like, ugh. I do that all the time. Like I type, and I think, I know this typo's there, but I just feel it. I feel it when I'm like, when you hit enter, it's like it fixes it before you send it. Sometimes, most of the time. So, yeah, that happens to us all. 33 minutes in, let's start the show. 100 people listening here. I dedicate this to you. The closing statements by Nick, the boss man, McClellan. Let's do this. So the judge calls up. All right. Well, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the record in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. I'll show the defendants here in person with counsel. The state's here by the prosecutor and his deputies. Ugh. All of the members of the jury have reassembled. Are we ready to do closing arguments, Mr. Boss McClellan? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rotzi? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Anything we need to talk about before we bring in the jury? No, Your Honor. No, ma'am. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience again, I appreciate yesterday. You were very quiet, good little sheep, good little bootlickers, except the people on this side. The ones on this side were great, great sheep. And I would appreciate that continued compliance, or I'm going to toss you out of here. I'm going to grab you by the collar. My bailiffs are going to grab you by the ear and walk you out of the building. There's a lot of officers in the back of the courtroom that will not hesitate to tap you on the shoulder and ask you to leave if you cannot remain silent throughout the course of the proceedings. It's important that the jury pay attention to the attorneys in the well of the courtroom and not be distracted by noise or commotion out in the audience, attorneys. So please maintain your composure, gentlemen. All rise. 9:07 a.m. Thank you. You may be seated. The retiring and unhonorable Judge F. Siegel is presiding. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to ease you back. Is that how you spell it? EA? It's nice to see you back this morning, I think, probably. I hope it's nice to ease you back into your seats. I'm just kidding. I hope you had a pleasant evening. Again, as we parted company last evening, you had access to your phones for purposes of communicating with your family and checking your work email. I would ask you the following, again, set of questions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you read, seen, or heard any media accounts concerning this case? All the jurors are like, nope. Have you discussed the case with anyone? Nope. Have you permitted anyone to discuss this case with you? No. Have you conducted any research into this case? No. And finally, has anybody persisted in attempting to discuss this case with you or touch you anywhere? No. All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your continued compliance with the court's directives. As I told you yesterday when we broke, you've now heard all of the evidence in the case, and we've heard every piece of evidence they have manufactured and modified, and a lot of stuff. You heard a lot about stuff they didn't collect too, or they didn't put dates on, or the timestamps that got changed, or the health app data that got wrote down wrong and had to be fixed. Yes, you've heard a lot about all that. The photos, the selfies that have been uploaded to like Snapchat, where people say that they're sitting here on the bench, they seen a person after they took this Snapchat. So they're not in the photo, they're not in the background, they don't have a photo of them, there's no video proof of it, just that the two girls that saw two completely different guys took a picture on a bench with a green roof in the background. Then therefore they say they both saw two different guys. Neither of them looked like Richard Allen. Therefore Richard Allen is here at this time, and he's not even on their pictures. They say it, so it be. So saith, so be it. Oh my goodness. And what else was there? Oh, then Derek, he got Becky Patty's, he's got his mommy's cell phone bill to say, oh, I received a text message. I remember where I was. I was like right here when I got that text message. Therefore, but I didn't turn left. I didn't pass the Hoosier Hardware store. So I'm not on camera. I went this way, right? And Becky went this way. Every fucking buddy went this way to avoid the one working camera in town. And so I received a text message when I was here. Boom. You know where I was. Don't bother looking any further. Right? Right. That evidence, guys. That evidence. All that evidence in the case. And the next step in the proceeding is argument and instructions, after which you will retire to deliberate. The way that we'll be presenting the balance of the case is to you as follows. You now have in your possession now a copy of the court's final instructions. I'm going to read the first dozen or so pages of those instructions. Those are case-specific instructions that deal directly with Mr. Allen. So let me see this. Good night, Four Pits. Is everyone who's leaving? Good night. If I've missed it, get yourself some sleep, you normal person who chooses to sleep at nighttime. And when you wake up, young man, get your cheery self in here, get a fresh coffee, and put on that music. And when you're dancing around, I feel you dancing, and your pit bulls are they're well fed and everyone's happy. You're a normal morning person. That weird thing is rising in the sky. What do they call that? The sun. The sun rises. You get to come in here and say hello. You're one of my morning greeters. You, Rabbi, and Critter are those morning types. And you come in here with all your well-rested energy. I hope to see you. I'll still be here. All right? And if I've missed anyone else leaving, just know if you do say goodbye at night and I miss you, well, I'm saying goodnight. If you miss it, just trust me. If you come in and I miss you and I don't say hello, just know I'm saying hello. So let's do this. Let's return. Closing arguments. The charges that were filed against him. The statutory elements and definitions that go with that. Once I'm done with that, the attorneys will present their final arguments. Since the state bears the burden of proof, which they've, oh my God, beyond a reasonable doubt, guys, this is what's about to happen here. These jurors are gonna, we all know it, right? Unanimous decision, beyond a reasonable doubt. No reasonable doubt to be found anywhere. Nothing, not all of it was unreasonable to these jurors. Therefore, we can just toss out tons of evidence that didn't like or make sense. And since it wasn't all unreasonable, therefore, instead of accidentally releasing a man who may be guilty, right? We're going to put away a guy who we have no idea did this, just in case we can't, so let's put an innocent guy away just in case, let's just give him 130 years in case he's the guy. Well, we'll never know, but we have to, right? Not everything was unreasonable. Whew. These people are wild, or they were misled, or just in on it, whatever you choose. The state is entitled by law to both open and to close the final argument. And in between, you would hear from the defense. The hope is that as you listen to the attorney's final arguments, you already have a very specific framework of the law at your disposal as you listen to the arguments of the counsel. Once they're done with their arguments, I'll present the balance of the instruction to you. Those are at the back of your packet. Those are the more general instructions on how to deliberate and weigh the evidence that you've seen. Again, you have copies of these instructions, and you may follow along if you wish. And I'll just tell you in advance, the arguments are going to be rather lengthy in time, and obviously, I'm not going to expect you all to sit for 6 hours or 5 hours or however long it takes. So we will be taking breaks, plural. When the state has concluded with its bullshit arguments, we'll take a break. The defendant will present his argument and we'll take a break. And then the state will present the balance of their argument and we may be taking a break. It just kind of depends on where we're at. So just so you know, we will be taking breaks. Don't panic. Think you got to sit there over there all the time. Again, I am required by law to read these instructions to you, and you may follow along with them if you wish. It is the duty of the court to instruct you in writing at this time concerning the matters of law necessary for your information in giving your verdicts. Since this is a criminal case, the Constitution, careful, you're going to get lightning bolts coming striking down. You use that word too many times. The Constitution of the state of Indiana makes you the judges of both the law and the facts. The facts. The timestamps that we've changed. The facts. All those facts. Though this means that you are to determine the law for yourselves. It does not mean that you have the right to make, repeal, disregard, or ignore the law as it exists. Yes, the instructions of the court are the best source as to the law applicable to this case. In deciding this case, you must determine the facts from a consideration of all of the evidence and the law from these instructions and find your verdicts accordingly. All of the law of this case has not been embodied in any instructions. Therefore, in construing any single instruction, you should consider it with all others given. This is a criminal case brought by the state of Indiana against Richard Allen. The case was commenced when information were filed charging the defendant with count 1 felony murder, a felony count 2 felony murder, a felony count 3 murder, a felony, and count 4 murder, a felony. Those informations omitting formal parts read as follows. Count 1. On February 13th, 2017, in Carroll County, Indiana, Richard Allen did kill another human being, to wit, Abigail Williams, while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping. Count 2. On February 13th, 2017, in Carroll County, Indiana, Richard Allen did kill another human being, to wit, Liberty German, while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping. Count 3. On February 13th, 2017, in Carroll County, Indiana, Richard Allen did knowingly or intentionally kill another human being, Abby. Count 4. On February 13th, 2017, in Carroll County, Indiana, Richard Allen knowingly or intentionally kill another human being, Libby. The crime of murder is defined by law as follows. A person who kills another human being while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping commits felony murder, a felony. Before you may convict the defendant, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. Boom. Oh my goodness. Don't you guys forget that. Beyond a reasonable doubt, guys. Check it out. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not just a totality of unreasonable doubt like these jurors thought. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Just 1, the defendant, Richard Allen. 2, the defendant, Richard Allen. 2, killed. 3, Abby. 4, while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping. I'm sure that read differently, but I'm going to move on. Which is defined as a person who knowingly or intentionally removes another person by force or threat of force from one place to another. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If they do, right? If the ballistics is junk and you throw it out, right? Just ignore it. Just ignore it. If they lose a bunch of exculpatory evidence, just throw it out. Ignore it. Ignore it. Don't worry. It's not unreasonable. Oh my God. If the state did prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you may find the defendant guilty of count 1, felony murder, a felony. The crime of murder is defined by law as follows. A person who kills another human being while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping commits a felony murder, a felony. Before you may convict the defendant of count 2, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh my goodness. Hi, Judy. What is up? Welcome. Trying to finish my smoothie here. Oh my God. It was extra cold. So it's like ice cream. I almost needed a spoon. And I put gigantic scoops of really Greek yogurt. I should have brought a spoon. Welcome, Judy. Hello. If I've missed anyone, look at the people piling in. If anyone else is live, catch me later. Catch the replay. Catch me on chipmunk speed. I'm going to be here all night. So, 1, the defendant, Richard Allen. 2, killed. 3, I'm sure I should be reading that differently. 4, while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping. This is for Libby. I'm sure they're reading that. I'll figure it out another time. So hopefully not to be disrespectful, I'm not sure how I'll figure it out. Sorry. So this is about Libby attempting to commit kidnapping. which is defined as a person who knowingly or intentionally removes another person by force or threat of force from one place to another. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. My goodness. If the state did prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you may find the defendant guilty of count 2, felony murder, a felony. The crime of murder is defined by law as follows. A person who knowingly or intentionally kills another human being commits murder, a felony. Before you may convict the defendant of count 3, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the defendant Richard Allen. 2, knowingly or intentionally. 3, killed. 4, Abigail Williams. Okay, so that's what it is. Like I should have read it properly. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state did not prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you may find the defendant guilty of count 3, murder, a felony. The crime of murder is defined by law as follows. A person who knowingly or intentionally kills another human being commits murder, a felony. Before you may convict the defendant of count 4, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the defendant, Richard Allen. 2, knowingly or intentionally. 3, killed. 4, Liberty German. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state did prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you may find the defendant guilty of count 4, murder, a felony. Intentionally or knowingly is defined by state as follows. A person engages in conduct intentionally if, when he engages in this conduct, it is his conscious objective to do so. A person engages in conducting knowingly if, when he engages in this conduct, he is aware of a high probability that he is doing so. Direct evidence means evidence that directly proves a fact without an interference. No interferences, guys. No interferences like shoddy ballistics that the jury tossed out and 10 other things that I can't list here. No, perfectly. The state beyond a reasonable doubt. No, perfectly. And which in itself, if true, conclusively establishes a fact. Circumstantial evidence means evidence that proves a fact from which an inference of the existence of another fact may be drawn. An inference is a deduction of fact that may logically and reasonably be drawn from another fact or a group of facts, or altered timestamps, or altered, corrected Apple Health data, or witnesses who saw two different people say that they saw this guy when they took this photo and uploaded it to this. Therefore, this timestamp means this guy. Yeah, all that evidence. Yes, facts. It is not necessary that facts be proved by direct evidence. Both direct and circumstantial evidence are acceptable as a mean of proof, where proof of guilt is by circumstantial evidence only. It must be so conclusive in character and point so surely and erringly to the guilt of the accused as to exclude every reasonable theory of innocence. Oh my God. So that you could not, like every other thing could be so excluded with this evidence that we just tossed out, didn't collect, modified, lied about, fixed, changed, created, transformed, edited, fucking lost, found, didn't bother collecting. Fucking, oh my God. Dare they read this statement? How dare this be in her mouth? After that, fucking, this is amazing. I gotta highlight that. What a well-written, this is Indiana Constitution says this. Says this. Oh my God. That's, wow. Let me read that again. So, Where proof of guilt is by circumstantial evidence only, it must be so conclusive in character and point so surely and erringly to the guilt of the accused as to exclude every reasonable theory of innocence, every one of them. Elvis Fields, Brad Holder, you choose. Every one of them excluded. The credibility of a witness may be attacked by introducing evidence that where I'm not going to get on some former occasion, the witness made a statement, written statement, in former testimony testified, or acted in a manner inconsistent with his or her testimony in this case. Evidence of this case may be considered by you in deciding the value of the testimony of the witness. Under the law of the state of Indiana, a person charged with the commission of a crime is a competent witness to testify in his own behalf. However, a person charged with the commission of a crime cannot be compelled to testify and is under no duty or obligation to testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify raises no presumption of any kind of against him. It shall not be comment upon, referred to, or in any manner considered by the jury in determining the guilt or innocence of the defendant. For purposes then of the initial final argument, Mr. Boss McClelland is up to bat. Here we go. Hey, David, what's up? What's up, bro? Just starting consecutive days, breaking records here. Shibby, the first person in history to read every day of this trial, consecutive days in his live streams, one after another. Look at this. One day, never taking a break. 2 months, except for Saturday nights we did partying, but I did stuff before and after. And then there was those, what were those things called? Oh, those ucky holidays. I'm not kidding. We had to take days off for Christmas. I got a copyright strike. Saturday nights. Other than that, every damn day for the people. Then there was New Year's we had to celebrate. I got drunk and shut down early like a baby. No problem. Nobody even noticed. There was Saturday night parties every day. Boom, 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 boom. Saturday night. Boom, boom, boom. Look at this. Here he is. He's live again. He has, oh my God, 170 people are watching now. Man, thank you guys for being here. Welcome. Michelle, hello. Closing statements. Yes. You're always done. You're always done, Shibby. I am. But this is just the beginning. Because, oh my God, we did skip over a lot of things. We did skip over so many things. So I'm going to go back to the beginning and catch everything that I did miss. Because in the beginning, I kind of got off. I just was reading. I didn't really know what I was doing. I kind of just started, I called in with DD, made a Halloween. It started Halloween. Isn't that awesome how this all started on Halloween? Oh my God. That's something Gull would do. When you think about it. So I got a couple weird shows that I babbled on with Dee. Then this one is I did a whole show, my first alone live stream. I did not put myself up on the stage. So my mic was working. Everything was perfect, but I didn't add myself to the stage, meaning put myself up here. So, because like backstage and then on stage is when it's on screen, then they hear it. So I played sound effects this whole time, and I joked, I talked this whole time. It's my first, such an ass I made of myself, but I left it up. Just then I finally, redemption time. TJ came on as my first guest, redemption time, and then Peggy called in. They both saved me. I was about to throw in the towel and quit forever. Then I just went on and started doing wonderful shows. Then I thought, I'll read depositions. And I just started reading depositions of people. Winters, Trooper X, Kathy Allen's interview, Tony Liggett and Roland Purdy depositions, right? Leesenby depositions, Holman. Oh my God, that Holman. He had, look at him, his first deposition. This is all one it was 3 hours and 30 minutes plus 5 hours and 21 minutes continued plus 313 just to finish Jerry Holman. Then I did the safekeeping June 4th. So I was heading in order. Then there was a Shane Meehan announcement that he was getting, they were trying to put him, they were changing their mind. They want to charge him for capital murder instead of, like, they wanted to change their decision, and the state wanted to actually give him the death penalty. So they had a new case. Then I did Tony Leggett's lies and the Odom report, you know. Then when I finally got a request from Bezo to do the trial, I was like, I read Kelsey German first, which was part 3, third person of day 1. Then finally I got into it and started to realize day 1 of trial, part 1, opening statements. Then I did Becky Patty, Derek German. This is the only one out of order. Kelsey, and everything else after that in order. The trial, boom, 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 all the way, every day to, what is it? Today's the closing statements. Thank you for being here. Boom. You guys are awesome. Dedicate. Dom, what's up, bro? Where you been? Dee Dee's here. Look at this. Oh my God. Hello, young lady. Oh, you guys are perfect. Thank you. Just in time. Yes, you did. Yes, I'll admit it. I was riding off people's coattails for sure. Look at this. She brought, now look at me. Like, why do you think people are tuning in here? For the blonde or for this dope? Or the blonde? That's why when I made these, I chose the hottest thumbnail. I went through. I was like, it's hard for me to choose. I chose these thumbnails to bring the people in. This one especially. This was Halloween. We were just having fun with this. So this, the number, you guys were answering the door, trick-or-treaters. Oh my God, this is why people watched. They were answering the door to trick-or-treaters, and I was just sitting there joining and complaining about her background noises. right. You know it. I was complaining about, Dee Dee, can you mute the mic when you're not talking? Thank you. So let's finish up. Have I missed anyone? Look at this. So nobody hates you. You're a great dude. Come on now. You're a great dude, Dom. You just keep coming and saying hello. Use that charm, bro. Use that charm. Drop the emojis. Everyone loves you, bro. You're awesome. Let's do this. Look at this. 170 people. Nick McClellan's about to start. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. So thank you, Your Honor. Judge, this is Boss McClellan, his opening statements. I don't know how many pages it is. It's going to be long. Buckle up. Do powder your nose. Grab your Polaroid. Make sure your truck nuts are swinging on your license plate. Let's do this. Mr. Boss McClellan. Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, February 13th, 2017 is a day that this community will never forget. It's the day that Abby and Libby went to the trails for a walk and never returned. The day that both of them were murdered by Richard Allen. 3 weeks or so ago, we told you that we would give you the evidence to convict Richard Allen. And the state has done just that. It's been a long trial, and so I want to go over a few of those pieces of evidence with you today. And perfect. This all started on February 13th of 2017. Becky Patty was at home with Libby and Abby. Libby and Abby had spent the night, so if there was a comma, sorry. Becky Patty was at home with Libby, and Abby had spent the night before. Both Abby and Libby were home off of school that day and playing around the house, playing with the new puppy that Libby had gotten not long ago. Abby and Libby had the idea to go to the trails. They asked their grandma, Becky, if they could go. And they asked their grandma, Becky, if they could go. And their and Kelsey offered to give them a ride. Last thing that Libby said to Becky was, "Grandma, I'll be okay." And they headed to the trail. On the way to the trail, there on Snapchat, Libby was posting pictures. The plan was then for them to go to the trail and then for Libby's dad, Derek, to pick them up later that day. Kelsey dropped them off about 1:48 p.m. We can tell that from the phone data that Libby's phone is unplugged at about 1:48. Shortly after, she's dropped off at the trail around 3 p.m. that afternoon. Derek arrives at the trail to pick up the girls, but he can't find them. He walks the trails. He goes to the Monon High Bridge. He calls Libby's phone several times. He can't find the girls. At 3:30, Derek calls Becky and tells her that he can't find the girls. Wait a second. It's almost like he's saying he did all this walking before 3:30. No. That's weird. This is weird. This doesn't make sense. He's acting like he walked the trails to look for the girls and then calls Becky at 3:30. When he says he's 3:11, Derek says he's crossing the Wilson Bridge. So 3:15, 3:20, he's there at Mears entrance. He's calling, doing that. He then calls first and then does the walking. He's acting like he goes to the Monon High Bridge. No, he walks the trails. Right around 3 p.m. Derek arrives at the no, it was 3:20. Derek arrives, not around 3 p.m. 3:11. Derek says he's crossing the Wilson Bridge, so he's there by what, 3:15, and then he's sitting there at the entrance and realizing Libby's not answering. He says he calls Becky Patty first, and then by what, 3:30, 3:25, 3:30, he's going to walk the trails. But this one, he says he walks the trails, and he goes to the first. He walks in at the Mirrors. Derek bumps into McCain. So that's what Derek does. Derek parks his car at the 300. He parks his car at the Mirrors entrance. Derek, he crosses Wilson's Bridge at 3:11. He drives there, past Ron Logan's, past the cemetery, and parks at the Mirrors entrance can't be there by 3:20, right? He's calling Libby. He's calling Becky. He's getting out of his car. And by 3:30, he walks in and he bumps in to McCain here at the trail. The bench is here. The trail meets here. This goes to the Freedom Bridge. This goes to the Monon High Bridge. And this is the 501 that goes down to the creek. Derek comes in here, and at 3:30, he bumps into McCain. He then asks McCain, who McCain says he sees a guy shouting, or have you seen anybody? He says he talks to McCain, and McCain says, "No, I haven't seen these two." And then Derek decides to walk down to here. So to get down there, a 400-pound guy, 501 steps, that's 10 minutes. To get back up, that's 15 minutes. So Derek is back up here by, let's say, 3:50 to be generous. Okay? Then he walks to the Freedom Bridge. There's 10 minutes, 4 o'clock. He's making phone calls at the Freedom Bridge, the blue one. Then he goes back to his car. So that's 4:15, Derek. He's back at his car at the Mears entrance. And then he goes to the Monon High Bridge. So that's 4:30-ish, where he says he sees two people sitting there who were supposed to be gone by this time. He sees two people sitting on the bridge, right? Daniel and Shelby Hicks. But Cheyenne Mills says that she sees Daniel and them, and they're gone by 3:55 when Shelby, Duncan, and Cheyenne sit back on that spot after going across the bridge. So Derek is doing a lot of walking. 3:30, 4. He's back there by he's not back there by 4:30. Yet he's seeing none of it. Sorry, guys. Let's go on. Anyways, let's do this. So he can't find the girls at 3:30 after all that walking, which is baloney. It's not till 4:30 because he's done a whole lot of walking. Impossible. He could be running, this 400-pound man, to do all that. He's not. So at 3:30, Derek calls Becky. Well, he did. So it's not a lie, but it's out of order. And tells her that he can't find the girls and the families get involved in the search. But he does that, and then he does all this walking. He doesn't do this walking first and then call her at 3:30. If that's the case, then he's there at 2:30, 2:15, 2:30, so whatever. And tells her that he can't find the girls and the families get involved in the search. Hey, what is up? What is up? Where do I see? Who, what? Critical True Crime. Hello. Perfect. Love the emojis. Mr. David Moonman Rogers is here. Look at this guy. The Moonman himself. TJ's. Okay. Hello, Kay. What's up? Just reading the closing arguments. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Mimi's still here. Dom is gone. So good night, Dom. Cool, bro. Everyone. And if I missed anyone, Michelle, did I say hello? Did I say hello? If I didn't, I probably did. I'd rather say it twice than never, not once. Perfect, guys. Let's do this. Thank you for being here. So at 3:30, Derek calls Becky and tells her that he can't find the girls and the families get involved. Oops, where was that? In the search. Anna Williams is contacted. No one can find the girls. Sometime after 5, the family calls law enforcement to report the girls are missing. We heard from Mitch Catrone, the first one to respond. He took the call. He was at the station when the call came in. He goes to 625 and proceeds down the private drive to look for the girls around the Monon High Bridge. He continues down the drive and goes to Brad Weber's house, and he speaks to Brad Weber. Brad Weber answers the door in his bathrobe. He says, yeah, look around my property. Look all you want. No problem. I got nothing to hide. You'll never find them. Excuse me. He gives a quick search around the property, but finds nothing. Other law enforcement join in. The fire department joins in. Family members, community members join in for the search until a search goes to around 2 a.m. where 60, 70, 100 people walk around this area and miss these 2 girls laying there. Then they go home early. Yep, let's go home. It's cold. It's dark. There's a hill. There's trip hazards. There's branches everywhere. There's trip hazards. Screw it. Let's just go home, get some sleep, and these girls will be fine. Don't worry about it. And you heard from several call the dogs off too. Yes, several of these searchers who called the dogs off and went home early. These grown men went home early. Yeah, and the law enforcement officers that at this point were cold. It was dark. There was a hill. There were branches to trip over. So safe. It wasn't very safe. For our safety, we needed to go home. No one is looking for 2 dead bodies. Yeah, no one's looking for nothing. You're home sleeping. They're looking for 2 girls. No one thought anything bad had happened to Abby and Libby. That doesn't happen around here. It's a small community. These kind of things don't happen. We leave our doors unlocked. The search resumes on the 14th around 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Oh my God. And it continues around noon until Pat Brown calls Steve Mullen and notifies him that he found the girls, that he found Abby and Libby. Deputy Giancola was the first one on the scene. When he arrived with Yoder. Him and Yoder walked past the girls. When he arrived at the cemetery, he made his way down to the creek. When he met with Pat Brown and what's her name? The aunt, the sister, runs right by him and Yoder. They don't stop. Say, hey, are you okay, young lady? Why are you crying? What are you doing? Who are you? Did you just kill someone? Are you here exercising? The sister, Melissa, I think, who with Pat Brown she just bolts right past Yoder and Giancola. He met with Pat Brown and other searchers, and they pointed to clothes in the creek, clothes that they had found, a shoe, a tie-dyed shirt, when he was speaking to the members at the creek. They pointed back towards the cemetery, and they said, hey, you two idiots just walked past the two girls. You took the curvature of space and time and went around for some reason, because when Pat Brown and Melissa came down to these clothes, they bumped right into them. Yet when two cops going there knowing there's two dead bodies, Yoder and Giancola do the same thing. Melissa bolts past them. They say nothing to her, to know nothing. And they take the curvature of space-time, takes them around the bodies to the creek, to then stand there for a second or two to realize they walked past two dead bodies. They come back. When he was speaking to the members at the creek, they pointed back towards the cemetery to where they just walked past two dead bodies of Abby and Libby, and where they were located. Deputy Giancola testified that he walked right past them. He walked right past them, and he wasn't able to see them from his vantage point, knowing he's going there looking for two dead bodies with Yoder. And he's walking through the exact same thing Pat Brown and Melissa just did, was walk down. He missed them. They missed them. That they were hidden. He walked to where the bodies were, and he secured the scene. He didn't get too close, but he observed that both Abby and Libby were dead, that their necks were cut, and remembered this point for later, that he testified that the Carroll County Sheriff's Department carried 9mm firearms, not .40 caliber. This is so ridiculous. So goddamn ridiculous. First of all, the cops didn't have their guns out, so they wouldn't be racking their guns, right? They weren't looking, they weren't clearing the area. Secondly, they're allowed to carry their personal firearms, right? So how can he even make this statement? Because he doesn't know who had what. It's nonsense either way. Once Giancola found the bodies or located the bodies, he called other law enforcement. What is up, guys? I'm going to try and read this without jumping in, except I'm going to have to say that these CSI guys, they show up, 60 years combined experience between the three of them. And they tossed there's 20 branches or so on these girls, and 15 or 20, whatever it is. We know the only 15, 20 things we know that this murderer touched from this crime scene, they just toss them off to the side in a pile and leave them there until March 3rd, which is 18 days. And then 2 days on the 15th or 16th, after the body, Doolin checks the crime scene out and sees these sticks and says, oh my God, there's blood on them. Go back and get them, you guys. And Doolin says that. And then they wait another 2 weeks to be told to go out there and begrudgingly collect these sticks. After Doolin says to go get them, because he sees blood on them. And these guys are like, no. And then Baldwin asks the crime scene guys, if you had a chance to do this over and again, maybe would you have thought to collect the sticks? He's like, no, it was a dumb idea. Whoever sent us back out there is an idiot. He said, no, I still wouldn't have done it because I couldn't get fingerprints from them. They weren't smooth enough. Yet there's all this other stuff all over them. And they leave them laying it there in a pile till March the 3rd. They go back and get them. March 3rd, 18 days. Crime scene technicians arrived and they started to process the scene. They started to document the scene. They started to take pictures. They started to collect evidence. Now, these next pictures are hard to see, but this is what they saw as they processed the scene. They did so carefully, addressing one girl and then the next, carefully documenting everything they found. They collected a phone that was underneath a shoe, underneath the body of Abby, a phone that was covered in leaves and water and dirt. They also collected a bullet that was found between the bodies of Abby and Libby. The phone was immediately taken, then processed. The information from the phone was extracted. From the phone, they found a video, the last video on the camera roll. States Exhibit 200, published by... We were able to determine from the download of the phone that the video was taken at 2:13 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, on 2/13/17. The video shows the moment Abby and Libby were kidnapped, the moment they were forced down the hill. Does it show that? Somebody said down the hill, but I mean, what if it's just a guy walking by and they cut it? He goes, "Oh, be careful, guys! Don't fall down the hill." You know, like, and he keeps walking. We'll never know. But they're saying everything afterwards they know happened. The moment they were forced down the hill by the guy in the video, bridge guy. You can hear the fear in their voice, see the fear in Abby's face, or the elation that she just crossed a bridge that scared her. He forced them down the hill with a gun he used to intimidate them, the gun we never see, the gun we never hear, the gun nobody says anything about, to scare them into doing what he wanted them to do. He used them to let them know that if they didn't comply, he was going to use that gun. You hear in the video, guys, and you hear the racking of a gun or possibly branches being stepped on and cracking down the hill. You know there's a gun involved from the girl's own words. That be a gun. Like right here, how's he allowed to say this? You telling me we can't get audio experts in to say this did not happen? And I don't care. If you want to hire audio experts that can turn around and say that that's what this was said, then this system's broken. This system is broken. If you could hire an audio experts to listen to that and say that they hear that be a gun, because the only person that says it are untrained cops, Liggett and other guy, and we all heard it. You have headphones in and play it, it's not being said. Like the hill, like that, we go down. So we also know there's a .40 caliber bullet found at the crime scene between the bodies of the girls. And so law enforcement takes that video and they enhance that video. They extrapolate it. They add things to it. They add scenes. They edit it. They create stuff. But before they do that, they take screenshots in an attempt to get a better look at Bridge Guy. And that was always weird too, because that guy was taking screenshots from the VLC player. It's almost like they pieced that together from like a trail cam. I didn't even know. So weird. I just don't see any situation in the daytime where I have an iPhone 6. You could screenshot the shit out of a video and it never gets that blurry. You can double tap it, you can zoom it as far as you can pinch and zoom, and like triple tap it and everything. It never would get that blurry during the day. So it takes like 720 or 1180 HD 30 frames per second video iPhone 6s. I have an iPhone 6. I took videos across the street 150, 200 feet away of a tree, and then I zoomed in and tapped and zoomed. I swear I could never got blurry. So these screenshots are in sequential order. The first one, you don't see Bridge Guy. The very next frame, you do. He continues to follow Abby, and Libby sensed something in Libby told her that she needed to film this, that she needed to get out her camera and record this. And once the video was sent off and enhanced, this is what we found. Like, it looked to me like Libby was filming like, oh my God, she made it to the other side, and I'm going to tease her with this. And, she's so afraid, but having fun. She made it to the other side, and it's good, it's way, she's about to step on the ground. Here, let's video this. And it's like, Abby's like, nervously elated that she made it across this rickety old bridge that Doug Carter had to crawl across. Doug Carter crawled on this bridge. And once the video was sent off and enhanced, this is what we found. Anything happening, guys? Candy, hello. What's up? Mm-hmm. Welcome. What is up? Have I missed anybody? I hope you're right. I hope so too. Oh God! Oh my God! I never even thought of that. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, she's retiring. Did I miss you guys? Sorry. Hello. Did I miss anyone? Perfect. If I missed you, I'm saying hello. Belated hellos. Perfect. It's freezing. Yeah, I'm cold too. It's like fucking -6 or 7 here. I got my heater cranked. I should turn it up a bit. Next time I go upstairs, I'm going to bump up the thermostat. I feel chilly. And let's do this. I haven't fit. Oh, this is for the vicarious slurp action. Sorry, guys. I've been commissioned to do that. I would usually mute. I hate doing it on, but here's the straw for everyone. It's called the vicarious slurp. I'm commissioned. I'm contracted to do that. I hate it. I'm sorry, guys. Let's do this. Thank you all for being here. Let's do this. So, the enhanced video gives you a better image of what Libby recorded. The fact that Abby was being followed by Bridge Guy. The fact that he told them to go down the hill. The fear in Abby and Libby's voice. The fear in Abby's face. And so law enforcement began to interview people that were on the trail that day. A guy came to them and said he was on the bridge the same day. Then they talked to Riley Voorhees and Bree Wilbur, who both saw completely different guys. They heard from Bree Wilbur that when she came on to the trail, she began at the Freedom High Bridge, or the Freedom Bridge, and she took a picture there, 12:25. That's when they got on the trail. Then they walked on the trail towards the Monon High Bridge, and when they got to the Monon High Bridge, it was about 12:43 p.m. And she took a picture when she got there, and then they turned around and walked back towards the Freedom Bridge. Like, therefore, if this, then that means since they did that and didn't see Richard Allen, they're trying to say he could never have been there at the time he says, right? Because these two reliable witnesses didn't see a guy. Come on. Look, it's an empty bridge. Nobody's here. He lied. Look, we got a timestamp of and we have a photo looking right in front of us, not to the side, not to this side, not to this side, not to this side, not to this side, not any direction except right here. Therefore, this guy is not here. Yet, we have another couple hours later. We took a photo at a bench, and we see a green roof in the background. Therefore, we're here, and we say we see a guy here who we don't see. We don't see him. He's not in the background. There's no other photos of him. Nothing. These two describe two different guys. Then that makes Richard Allen is there at that other timestamp because they say they both saw different guys. Neither of them look like this guy. Whew. It's fucking wild. Excuse me. And she took a picture when she got there. And then they turned around and walked back to the Freedom Bridge. Yeah. They turned back and perfect. So that the guy, the time he says he was there, couldn't have been because these two didn't see him. Right? They took a picture at a bench at 1:26 p.m. After that picture, Bree Wilbur testifies that she sees a man on the trail. After that one, yeah, you heard from Riley Voorhees and Bree Wilbur. They both see the same man. How is he allowed to say this? Riley Voorhees clearly described a completely different guy. Riley Voorhees, 2 days after, on February 15th, Steve Moonman Mullins, the chief of police, comes to her high school. The chief of police comes to your high school to question you about two friends that were murdered the day before, and you saw a guy that they're looking for supposedly 2 days before. As a teen girl, you walk past him in the middle of the day on a trail, and then your friends are murdered the next day, and then the next day the chief of police comes to your school and high school and question you, and you tell him that he's wearing black boots, black jeans, black hoodie, long hair, black mask with square jaw, kind of longer curly hair sticking out, tall, big, or muscular. Riley says it, not Bree, Riley. And they're both seeing the same guy when she does not. This is wild. How did they get away with this? It's like, they describe him as a creepy guy, and he looked angry. Yeah, that's how they got to change Riley's black clothing to, oh, maybe it was colorful blue clothing, but his aura, his anger, his vibe, his it was dark. It was really dark. So maybe Riley, that's how Riley described it as black clothing, because he was dark, his spirit, his aura, his energy. He didn't respond or make eye contact, like he was walking with a purpose. We then heard from Betsy Blair. What is up, guys? Hello, JR. What is up? Followed. They should have better. Yes, they should, Paula. You should. But also, these young girls are on the trail, right? Bree and Riley. They both have smartphones, and Riley has a camera around her neck, and that's what they're doing. They got their phones out. They're taking photos, right? If they bump into a creepy guy or have anything like this, maybe not when he's walking towards them, but when Bree is there, Riley would pretend to take a photo of Bree to catch this guy in the background so they can have a description of him. You know it. Or when he walked past him, they would turn around and take a picture and catch his description better, you know. Or he'd be caught in the background of one of their photos accidentally, purposely, so they could then have a description, you know, of a creepy guy. Are you telling me these two, they got smartphones, they're out there doing this, taking photo after photo. She's got a camera, and then there's a creepy guy. They don't even catch him walking away, the backside of him, to at least get the description. Come on. They should have tons of pictures. Tons of pictures. And we then heard from Betsy Blair. She was walking the trail that day, and she had a Fitbit on. Sorry. Did I say hi to everybody? JR, I said hi, right? Anyone else come in? Mm-mm. I hate the feeling of missing people coming to say hi. Like number 14. Thank you, young lady. Thank you. Everything's appreciated. I don't deserve any one of you. And look, 190 people live right now. Perfect. And she told you that she went to the trial once. She went to the trail once, left to use the restroom, and came back. Walk to the Monon High Bridge, and we can prove it because we've got these timestamps that we've altered, that we said the FBI has declared our 54 minutes off. Therefore, so say if we declared it. Yet, a month later, when the FBI writes Ron Logan's search warrant, PCA, they seem to forget that the time is shifted to 1:49, and they say the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. Why is that? They knew about it for a month, that they declared a month earlier the timestamps were off. Or did they just not think of it by then, and they're lying and backdating this other lie? You be the judge. And when she got there, she noticed a man on the first platform on the bridge. She arrived at the trail around 1:45 p.m. and was there until around 2:15. She arrived at the Monon High Bridge around 2 o'clock. She testified she entered through the Mears entrance and went right to the Monon High Bridge. No, she testified she went to the Niche's entrance. She didn't use Mears entrance. She said otherwise. But you could assume that's what she's meaning. But she had different names for everything, this Betsy Blair. And went to the Monon High Bridge. And again, as she gets there, she sees a man on the bridge on the first platform, and she testified that he seemed to be watching for someone. Oh, did she? She could tell he's watching for someone. Oh my God. These little things they throw in are just so... As she turns around to walk back toward the Mears entrance, she passes Abby and Libby. Then you heard from Sarah Carbaugh. She was driving on 300 North at around 4 p.m. She sees a guy walking down the side of the road who was muddy and bloody, looked like he just slaughtered a pig, Right, Nick. But don't forget, the Sarah Carbaugh says when she drives by at 4 p.m., she drives by the Hoosier Hardware Store. She drives by the Mears entrance. And at the Mears entrance, Sarah Carbaugh sees a whole bunch of people worried, looking worried, standing here, hanging around. Bunch of people. And then she sees BG, who is walking right towards these people. And it's got to be there within 3 to 5 minutes because he's right there. He's like right there, 5 minutes away. 3 minutes away. He walks there. So all these people there, a man walks by, muddy and bloody. They're looking for two girls. A guy walks by, slaughtered a pig, so much blood on him. Nobody sees him. Nobody. The cameras don't pick him up neither when he walks by. I wonder why. He avoids eye contact. His head is down. Yeah, he avoids our eye contact as she's driving by in a car. He avoids eye contact. She shouldn't be giving out. She should be looking at the road where she's driving. His hands are in his pockets. Oh my goodness. His tan coat pockets. All the people interviewed that you heard from give a little bit different description of who they saw on the trail that day. But they are adamant that they're adamant the person they saw was Bridge Guy. You sure about that? Betsy Blair saw Bridge Guy? Betsy Blair saw a poofy-haired young Bridge Guy. Bridge Guy was fuzzy and nobody's seen Bridge Guy in that video. And then Sarah Carbaugh sees a guy in a tan coat who had mud on him, who looked disheveled, and Liggett added he was bloody in a blue coat. That guy, those three different guys. And then Riley Voorhees sees a guy in all black, tall, muscular, square jaw, longer hair sticking out his hoodie, black hoodie, black mask, black shoes, black pants, black everything black. Bree Wilbur's description sounds like there's 4 or 5 different guys. There's no doubt in their mind, Bridge Guy, who kidnapped Abby and Libby. Then we heard from Steve Moonman Mullins, who viewed the Hoosier Hardware Store video. He was able to observe Kelsey's car, Betsy Blair's car, Sarah Carbaugh's car, which confirmed the time that they were at the trail, which confirmed the time that we changed 54 minutes. Yeah, so if you go back to, if they confirm, the FBI was right and they didn't. Maybe the cameras weren't off. Because if you go back 54 minutes, that'd be around 4 minutes to 1. And the FBI says they were dropped off around 1 p.m. Maybe the FBI was right. And then they did Ron Logan's PCA, and then a couple of years later, they did the 54-minute change time, but they lied and put down February 19th, 2017. Because if the FBI did it on February 19th, 2017, then when they wrote Logan's PCA a month later, they wouldn't be saying 1 p.m. They would be saying this time. Remember, we fixed the time. But they don't. Why? Betsy Blair is heading back to the trails for her second trip at 1:46. So every one of these you should be able to take off 54 minutes and get probably the real time. And then she's leaving at 2:18, take off 54 minutes. And then Sarah Carbaugh's vehicle seen at 3:56, take off 54 minutes. So 3 o'clock. Yeah, she sees fucking all those people at the entrance, which is probably McCain, Derek, the guy who walked his dog, that Maya Abbott and Carl Abbott arguing in front of a muscle car and a moped, or Daniel Pearson's car, and the other Shelby. No. Daniel and, yeah, it is Shelby Hicks, right? Sitting on the platform. And then Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan show up to go for pee on the other side. Fucking traffic jam at this place. This video, and then Kelsey shows up. Derek's car is already there. And oh my God. This video confirmed the times that those witnesses testified about when they were on, and McCain's car was there too. Dave McCain was there, right? And when they were on the trail and when they saw a Bridge Guy. And 1 second. Please hold. And we're back. Sorry. I had to get a Ricola treat. What's up, guys? BG with a pat. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Sounds like there's at least 5 or 6 different guys running around this day. 5 or 6 different guys. And the phone found at the scene was then further examined by First Sergeant Christopher Cecil. He did an extraction of the phone, so he did one, right? What are we kidding here? He did an extraction of the phone. They have a mirror image of this phone. Why are they going on saying Bunner didn't do it until October? It's like immediately, that's the first thing they would do is make a mirror, correct, complete image, 100% duplicate of this phone. He didn't extract it, but they're trying to bullshit us about, level 1, level 2, level 3, whatever. The Celebrate program had the ability to do a complete full mirror extraction that a Bunner even admits it to Auger in his testimony. And maybe the program at that time couldn't have deciphered every type of encryption in that backup, but they could get it all. He admits it. Then the program, if Celebrate were to get better, then from that original extraction, they may be able to learn more, encode more, decipher more, extract more, whatever from that original one. But when they do an extraction, they're getting a mere copy, 100% of that phone. So I don't think that phone would even matter after that point. They should have done that a couple times, back those up, and then you could give the phone back. You wouldn't need the phone ever again. So this whole baloney of them giving the phone and taking it back and giving the phone, extraction level 1, extraction level 2, this or that, it's all baloney. Once the DNA, once the CSI people checked it for DNA and fingerprints, and the phone guy got it on the morning of February 15th, they would just make a complete mirror image copy backup extraction level 100%. Forget these guys. And they could have done it a couple times, and they wouldn't need the phone. They would back those up, and then they'd forever, if the programs got better, to decipher more from it. But these programs weren't getting better to be able to then extract more from the phone. They got the mirror image of the phone. It had the ability to do that. They admitted it. Bunner admits it to Auger. But later on, maybe Celebrate gets better to then that small part in the system files that he says he didn't even know was there. It's there. They see it. It's like 200 megabytes, and maybe they couldn't encrypt it. Maybe they couldn't understand it. Maybe they couldn't figure out how to read it, whatever. It was there. It's always been there, 100%. They admitted it years before 2017. Celebrate was able to get a complete mirror image copy of the phone, and maybe the program got better to be able to learn more, better, faster, extract more from all the app data and stuff. But at that time, they have it all. Why? All this baloney. Especially about it not until October they finally get a good extraction in October after they've been farting around with this phone for on and off 100 times, playing with it, giving it to the family, Jerry home and farting around with it, whoever knows what. It's so weird. So the phone found at the scene was then further examined by First Sergeant Christopher Cecil. He did an extraction of the phone and a full analysis of what he found. He was able to locate health app data, Snapchat information, location data, more information about the video. And from this information, we know that Abby and Libby got to the trail around 1:48 p.m. And we know from each time that Libby logs on to Snapchat that it gives us GPS location of where she's at. And First Sergeant Cecil testifies that they will track that as they go down the trail towards the Monon High Bridge. It's like you have the phone, the Snapchat photo of them in the car at 1:48, 1:43, and then at 2:07, she does the exact same thing on Snapchat. Takes a picture of Abby. We can't find that. Does that mean that this was way before those other and is gone? It makes no sense. Hey, Becky B, you're back. Perfect. Staging. Misdirection, yes. Not the posing as in fantasy, but staging. That's what you're saying about the crime scene? Mm-hmm. Is that what you mean, the staging? Like a misdirection? Or is that what you're even talking about? Anyways, if you that's what I would think of the crime scene. Like, picture the enemy of these Odin guys doing this and then staging it to think, oh, we're going to get these guys in so much trouble, you know? And they could have just staged that crime scene. That's always a possibility. And the health app data confirms after we wrote it down wrong and changed it from 231.55 to 231.13.50. Oops. Then we had to change it again 4 seconds to 231.51. So we'll distract you with that last change so you hopefully forget the first change. Thank you, everyone. You see that? Bait and switch. We changed it, but we wrote it down. It was 231.55, but we changed it to 213.55. But oops, don't forget that change. The real change was we changed it from 231.55 to 231.51 to 213.51, excuse me. We changed it from 231.55 to 213.55. Then, oops, we meant to also change 213.51 by 4 seconds. Then they threw another change in to distract from the first change. Anyways, moving on. Sorry, guys. Hebby, where you been? What the hell? Oh my goodness. You don't have to stay. That's it. You've earned a month. You go, you roll around with those Scrabble pieces in your blankets, cuddle up with the Scrabble board, fall asleep, and you get back here whenever you find time. I've been on a lot. Young lady, it's great to see you. You must come and say hello. And that buys you a whole month, young lady. Don't you feel you have to stay and chat? Look at what time it is. It's almost 1 a.m. here. It's past midnight. It's at near midnight for you guys. I understand I'm on a lot. If you wake up early, I'll still be on for another 7 hours. So don't you worry. So good to see you. You're awesome. You just comment and drop an emoji once a month and I'll know you love me. You send me messages on Discord. Let me know you're okay. I'll tell the people how great you're doing, that your Scrabble board has taken over your life. That's it. Hope you're feeling better. You said you weren't feeling well. Everyone kind of had a little bugs. You just come and say hello once a month, and that's perfect. And you got to Discord me at least once a week. I'll message you, okay? And we'll say hello. That's it. Perfect. Boom. You're alive. The world is good. And the health app data confirms that. Look at proof of life for anybody watching the replay. Look at this. Proof of life. Scrabble board did not consume her. She's battling. She's eloping. She's having fun. Oh, you know what I said the other night, Hebs? I said, people were asking where we were. I said, she had a date. I said, your Scrabble board took you out on a date and you went mini putting and you went and had dinner and you were back at home dancing. And I think you guys were rolling around under the covers with your, I told everyone that as a joke. So good to see you. Proof of life. This young lady's awesome. Becky B's here. Oh my God, the emojis. If you fall asleep, guys, I understand. I'm on a lot. There's other people. Catch the replays. Anything is perfect. I don't deserve any of you. I love all of you. And I appreciate every one of you. So, and the health app data confirms that there's movement, that they are moving as they get to the trails. He then analyzes the video. We know from the video, I know you're hooked. You're hooked on phonics. I love it. It's good. As long as you're having fun, enjoying life. You come here once a month and drop an emoji. You never have to explain anything to me. As long as I know you're okay. I've been on a lot. The YouTube streets are busy, guys. So if you catch replays, if you catch within a month, I'm happy. I've been on a lot. I'm just reading. I'm not a creator. I'm a dope. I'm just reading. And I hope you guys, we're going to get ready for this appeal when it's granted. It must be granted. So I know we've done this a million times, but I swear to you, I'm going to go back over all this stuff, guys, every night, because I'm learning so much that I forgot, that I've missed, that I put together now, that makes more sense now, that it's amazing. It's amazing how this went as it did. So we know from the video again that it was taken at 2:13:51 p.m. because of the health app. Yeah, see, 51, because they first had it written down as 2:31:55 in the Apple Health data. They say that's when they went down the hill, but Cecil wrote it wrong. So this is down the hill. They changed it to 2:13:55. Then they also changed it to 51 to distract you from the first change on February 13th. And he talks about the GPS location of that video. And it shows that it's at the Monon High Bridge. And so we're able to map Libby's location and where she goes until the end of the Monon High Bridge. And we show movement. Look at you. Look at you. We love you. If there's other people, don't you feel obligated? All right. Just come and say hello. It's perfect. You guys, I understand I'm on a lot and you got sleep. You're normal people. You have lives. If you come in and say hello, it's all I deserve. It's more than enough. It's more than I deserve. Thank you. Look at that. 230 people here because of this one. Her energy, her vibe draws the people in. 230 people listening live right now. Look at you guys. Amazing people. And so I read this part. And we showed movement until 2:32 p.m. The phone stops moving. Doesn't move after that. It registers no movement on the health app data. So where are we at that point? Can you bring up the map, please? So I want to go over the timeline that we have up to this point. 12:25. Oh my goodness. How dare I? How dare I not? How do I dare? Oh, dare I not? Oh, do I dare? Oh, do I not? This is what he's talking about. Boy. Look at this professional sharing his screen. What I will do is I will also, since it's the same screen I'm reading on, I will temporarily discombobulate myself and bring this to another screen. I should make this before I do anything. This is where I was. Professional Shibby is actually writing. So when he doesn't accidentally, that doesn't disappear, because I used to do this. And then if I just touch my mouse, it goes away. So now I downloaded my own copies and I'm doing the professional markup, the TJ markup it's called. So what I'll do is I'll take this to another screen just temporarily so I can read to you, and professional Shibby will, boom. I can also now, so I'm on a whole other screen. I'm doing StreamYard on a whole other screen. This is my third screen. Look at this. Oh my God, I'm a professional. Yes, Dewey. Dewey has been here. Abby, ask Dewey about his van. Or I'll just tell you. Dewey we were talking about waterbeds. Dewey had a van that had a waterbed in it. And when I joked to him about it, turns out Dave had a waterbed with a van with a waterbed in it. Hey, did you see I streamed Dave's show too when we were watching it? I sniped it live. He gave me permission. So instead of shutting mine down, I kept watching his and I chatted there, and we both got more numbers than just me shutting down and going there, And Dave's numbers were amazing. He had an amazing show. I streamed it live and we talked in my chat, but I went to his chat. There was a synergy happening, Habs. I emailed Dave and I'm going to work something out, because when I do the warm-up show, those 2 hours, I'm going to get the people warm, and I send all the people to Dave's. And then I'm going to stream his show live while I'm there. I'm going to Dave's. And if I see anybody come to my chat, I'm going to say, come over to Dave's, and we're going to double up and share. And then afterwards, I'll continue. And when Dave's done, and he got amazing numbers, and it was so much fun. And if it's a problem, I don't want to stream snipe, but I was there at Dave's. I just thought I'll leave mine running because I got the people warm, and all these other people went to Dave's Criminal Network. All these and subscriptions were happening, and it's amazing. So if Dave liked it, I'm going to email him. I might do it again on Saturday. It was wild. So wild. I'll explain it to you. I'll message you in Discord tomorrow. I'll explain it to you. It was so wild. Look at this. Nicole almost cut her finger off, Habs. Tell her about it. Nicole almost cut her finger off. Are you okay? I'll leave you guys alone. So here, I'm going to read on another screen. This is what they're trying to describe here, okay? I'll take this off the screen just for a second. Where are you? Chat. Okay, there. So I'm looking. This is the screen I'm sharing. Below it is my StreamYard I'm controlling. To the right is a 52-inch TV. They're all 52-inch TVs. The one to the right is where I'm going to read. And it's like 10 feet to the right. So I want to go over the timeline that we have up to this point. So 12:25, Brienne arrives at the Freedom Bridge. Yeah, she takes the photo right before the Freedom Bridge, right? Where is it? It's over here. Oh, here it is. Sorry. I was putting, this is the Freedom Bridge. Yeah, for sure. So Bree Wilbur arrives at 12:25 and takes a photo facing that bridge. Uploads it. She and the other girls are walking towards the Monon High Bridge. At 12:43, Bree Wilbur and them arrive at the Monon High Bridge, which is right here. Then they take that next photo facing the bridge here. At 12:43, Bree Wilbur arrives at the Monon High Bridge and takes a picture, and that picture's time-stamped. They turn around and head back towards the Freedom Bridge. At 1:26, Bree Wilbur takes a picture at the bench on the trail, somewhere in this area. I believe it's up here. Is it? Or is it down here? Might be this one. Who has the green roof? Might be this one. Anyways, one of these benches. But the other bench is at the Mears entrance, right? I don't believe that's the one because you can't stand it. I believe it's the other bench that's up here, right? And catches like the green roof in the background. So whoever's got the green roof, it's probably this place. It's probably back up here, right? And that's at 1:26. Bree Wilbur takes a picture at the bench on the trail somewhere in this area. After they run into Bridge Guy and, Betsy Blair passes the Hoosier Hardware Store on the way to the Mears entrance. So Betsy Blair is passing Hoosier Hardware Store on her way to the Mears entrance. 1:46, and she begins her walk towards the Monon High Bridge. So she comes in at the Mears, and Betsy Blair is walking towards the High Bridge. She gets to the Monon High Bridge, turns around, and back to the Mears entrance. We know that Kelsey's car is headed this way at 1:48, right after she drops off Libby and Abby. So Kelsey's leaving at 1:48 this way after having dropped them off. So we know. At the beginning, I always thought that they had a video of them because, this camera would have been facing this way. You know it. But this one faces out. This one here would have been looking like this, catching everything, right? Come on. If this one here was catching this, if I did those cameras, you would catch this camera here, would catch right down the edge of the building and as much as it could, right? Almost 90 degrees, pretty much, those cameras. Then they had 4 cameras. So then you'd put one up on this side of the building facing this way, and it would catch everything out here to this way. And look at that, perfectly, it would catch everything. And they probably could even see the people here. You know, I guarantee it. And then this one would look this way, would look down this edge of the building, and it would catch everything going out this way. And then one back here would look this way and catch everything this way. So you'd have, that's what you do in these cameras. You have at least 4 on a rectangle, square, whatever building, 1 on each side. One here looks down the building and catches everything this way. And on this front part of the building, you have one that looks down this side of the building because you have doors and windows. You're looking at your building. You want to catch your building from the edge, the rooftop, like up high, down low. You catch your doors, your windows, the side of your own building, but everything else is extra, you know, and then it catches everything straight out this way. And then on this side of the building, you look down this side of your building, right? And you catch however wide your camera is, you catch everything out this way on this camera. And then on the back of the building, you face down this back side of your building because you have doors, loading docks and everything. You catch everything. And then it's up high, but bonus is you catch everything else it can see out this way and this way. So you got complete coverage with 4 cameras. Yet we only have the one. Yet they always made it sound like they saw them being dropped off, right? As if they don't have this, man. As if fucking FBI downloaded the whole goddamn hard drive. So, excuse me, guys. Let's do this. So we know that Kelsey's car is headed this way at 1:48, right after she drops off Libby and Abby at the Mears entrance. So Libby and Abby start their walk toward the Monon High Bridge. So Libby and Abby are then walking here. And she sees the man. Betsy Blair reaches the Monon High Bridge. She sees the man in the first... Sorry. So Betsy Blair supposedly gets here and sees Richard Howell. This is his timeline. And then when she walks back, she passes Libby and Abby. And Libby and Abby are then headed toward the Monon High Bridge. And we know this from the phone information and the Snapchat GPS location. And then at 2:13, the video that Libby took with her phone, the video that shows them being kidnapped by Bridge Guy is across here, way over here. So here's the video. 2:32, the phone stops moving. So they go down the hill and the phone stops moving. And then he's going to say that Weber drives by and scares them across to there. So this is wild. And at 2:32, the phone stops moving. We then know Sarah Carbaugh is traveling to the west of 300 North. So then they skip over a whole lot of time. So it's now 3:56. So the phone stops moving, and he doesn't say, but obviously they're going to imply that the van comes by, scares him over. He's so scared that he spends another hour and 15 minutes over here to then walk out of here, which would take at least 5 minutes to come here to be seen by Sarah Carbaugh over here. And Sarah Carbaugh is driving by, and we see her car, and when she says in her testimony, she sees tons of people, so many people here that look worried. And as she's going by, Bridge Guy's here, and he's walking this way, covered in blood like he slaughtered a pig. And he walks by all these people. Nobody sees him. This camera doesn't pick him up. Man, that's wild. She passes the Hoosier Harvest store at 3:56 and then sees Bridge Guy, the guy in the video that Libby took, and that he's the one who kidnapped Abby and Libby, and that after that, they're dead. So if we can determine the Bridge Guy we can determine who killed Abby and Libby. Bridge Guy's guilty of felony murder. In the act of kidnapping Abby and Libby, they died. He's guilty of felony murder. So fast forward to 2022. Yes, fast forward to 2022, September 21st, Kathy Shank's dead husband's birthday. Yeah, fast forward to 2022, Kathy Shank finds the tip. Yet in 2019, let's skip over the fact that the lab ran out of numbers in the case number of Abby and Libby's 17KC00066. They only had 99,933 more choices, but for whatever reason, they ran out of numbers. The laboratory had to start with a new case number. And in 2019, who knows what happened then, there was a case number that was merged and now is their new case number. And the case numbers are indicative of the year, right? So they have to go with 17 for the girl's murder and 19 for whatever reason, is because when they found this mistake, they're saying that they ran out of numbers, which never really happened. So now Richard Allen's was now 19K. And then in 2019, a day before Devil's Night and Halloween, Kathy Shanks prints out this tip that was never lost. And then 3 years later, on this date, 2022, September 21st, Kathy Shanks finds this tip again. Yet a month earlier, in October of 2022, October 23rd, Oberg receives a bunch of guns. 3 of them are rusted to heck. She puts them in penetrating oil. The 4th one, she was able to get the serial number from, but the important parts of it, they couldn't get the rust off of them, so she used a stronger solution. She doesn't even know what it is. And the gun, she puts it in the solution. Oberg, on the 23rd, 1 month before they find Richard Allen's tip, Oberg comes back at the end of the day to realize that the gun parts disintegrated, disappeared. Turns out, oh, no problem. I got the serial number. Oh, Ron Logan died in January 2022. Boom. Everything's looking up. The guy we're going to railroad in 2019 after printing out a tip that was never lost. We sat on that because we had to button up a few other things. We changed some numbers from 17 to 19 at the laboratory. The numbers we never ran out of needed a new case number. Instead of resetting 17, they went to a whole new case number, merged a bunch of shit, I'm sure. It's all sus. Ron Logan dies. A bunch of guns come in. One disappears. A month later, Shank finds Richard Allen. Boom. Perfect timing. Coincidence, I'm sure. So Nick left that stuff out. All right. So let me continue. Where did I stop at? Right here. Kathy Shank came across a leads form. She's a volunteer who is assisting with organizing the numerous tips and files that were involved in the investigation. She comes across this lead sheet from Dan Doolin, and it sticks out to her. It immediately strikes her as... It strikes her as... What does it strike her as? What does it strike her as? Oh boy. I've done this a few times now. I should know that it's what? 3 something? I've done this a bunch of times, and I keep saying to myself, I'm going to write it down. It's the brown envelope. It's not 211. It's 3 something, right? Man, what an idiot. I've done this a few times, and I should know the exact number. Each time I do it, I'm saying I'm going to remember it. It's the Dan Doolin manila envelope. Kathy Shanks baloney. Give me 1 second. I know it's right here. Let me see. I should have had this ready. I wasn't expecting this. Should have known better. It's not here. It's got to be soon. Here it is here. Thank gosh. 228. Please remember that. 228. So they want us to believe that, oh, the manila envelope had the wrong name, therefore she fixed it, right? But she finds this tip, which was given to Jerry Holman on the 16th, 2 days after the bodies are found. Richard Allen calls in and talks to him, Jerry Holman. And then 4 hours later, Jerry Holman's assistant puts it into the Orion system and creates this tip number 74. And then all this information, if the name was wrong, the system would have more reasons to be going alerting, because it would be saying, hey, this guy's not last name white man. The guy with this phone number, who drives that car, he's Richard Allen, who lives on White Man Drive. So that's another reason we're going ding, 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 ding. So what happens is it gets triggered, cleared, blah, blah, blah. It gets triggered. Look at it. It's triggered this system. Triggered a -01 follow-up. The system. So what does this paper printout mean? It means nothing. The one that Kathy Shanks has lost and found and lost twice. Baloney. It's in the state-of-the-art Orion system. And the Orion system sees all these keywords and triggers this follow-up. This follow-up happens, and then all these words are typed in. A man, trail, 1:30 to 3:30. A white man, they're looking for a guy that abducted girls at 2:13 p.m. Well, where does that fall? It falls smack dab in the middle here. Or Jerry's time of 1 to 3. Jerry's time of, he writes 1 to 3. Well, where's 2:13? A white guy, a white man on the bridge between 1, and they're looking for somebody at 2:13 also. The system's going nuts, triggering everyone. He's obviously been cleared because they don't think it's him. So there's like 6 or 7 people involved here. This Ashley Boone, this Teresa Gaida, on behalf of Doolin, on these, everyone's clearing this guy and writing all these numbers in. High Bridge, Freedom Bridge. This system goes nuts. Dan Doolin sits there at the Save-A-Lot holding this phone in his hand, takes the battery off and writes these numbers down himself. Richard Allen's car is parked beside them. He could say, oh my God, can you come to the station or let me hook this thing to your infotainment to get your vehicle history and all that? Richard Allen would have been, yeah, no problem. I got to drop this groceries off. I'll meet you back at the station. And the guy would come out and hook up to his OBD2 port of his car, and they could have had everything. 2 days after, Doolin's holding the phone that everyone's pissed off that Richard Allen doesn't have 5 years later. Doolin's holding it in his hand. The system's gone nuts. And then gets printed out on the 29th of 2019. The tip that was lost gets printed out on 2 days before Halloween, which would have been a great time to announce a new person. And then it disappears again for another 3 years until her husband's birthday, her dead husband's belated or whatever birthday, which is just a month after a bunch of guns are found and one's disappeared, and 6 months or 7 months after Ron Logan's finally dead. Then boom, we got him. Fucking people. Such gobbledygook hogwash. This tip was never lost. The system is state-of-the-art, NSA-inspired, NSA servers, being cooled by water jets, computer systems, a whole goddamn factory-sized computer system this NSA has, and servers and powerful operating systems. This Orion system doesn't get distracted by a Rick Allen white man. This is a whole other reason as to alert. This is another reason. It's like, oh my God, the guy with this phone number in my system has, his name's Rick Allen on White Man Drive. Ding, 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 ding. A whole other reason to go nuts. These fucking people act like this tip was lost because of it was written like this on a manila envelope. Damn you all. This means nothing. The system, within 2 days, Jerry Holmes' assistant Alexis Lucas has typed it in and created a work package of tip number 74 is created in the Orion system. This guy emailed or called or came in to Jerry Holman, and then fucking Dan Doolin, the trigger happens, and Dan Doolin gets triggered to go out and, search, and then he comes back and they enter this again, and the system's triggered to all hell. Triggered, I've been triggered. Alarm bells. Fuck these people and their lies. Sorry. And let's go on. I will never get distracted again, guys. Promise. Let's do this. Sorry, guys. I'm trying something different here. I'm going to read while. Let me just double check chat. 240 people here. Thank you, guys. What are you writing? 228. Let's do this. Perfect. I'll put this back on I like my chat up. Thanks, guys. So I will not stop again like that. So So Kathy Shank comes across a leads form. She's a volunteer who's assisting with organizing the numerous tips and files that were involved in the investigation. She comes across this lead sheet from Dan Doolin, and it sticks out to her. I'm going to put this down a bit so I can get back to it. She comes across this lead sheet. Where is it? This one. Oh my God. It sticks out to her like something's wrong. Oh my God. This is the lead sheet that she printed out, that she finds again in 2019. She printed, for whatever reason, the lost tip this was lost in the beginning. So in 2019, for whatever reason, she seems to want to print this out 2 days before Halloween, one night before Devil's Night. They probably would have been getting ready to drop some info on October 31st, right? Maybe not. Whatever reason, the tip that's never been lost has been found and printed out to then be lost again. And now she's finding it in 2022. She finds this again. So she's lost it 3 times or 2, and it's never been lost once. It's in the system. The system's been triggered. Crazy triggers. Every other word here triggers this system. The times trigger, the date triggers, the man triggers, the trail, the Freedom Bridge, the High Bridge. This is a state-of-the-art Orion tip system. If you didn't have this guy's name, this would be triggered. Are we to imply that with all this info, this system isn't meant to connect things and come up with keywords? You don't need a person's name. Could you imagine saying we have all this info, but we don't have the guy's name, therefore we can't put 2 and 2 together, or we got the wrong name? It's so unbelievable that these guys, this is his closing statement at trial. How wild is this? So she's a volunteer who's assisting with organizing the numerous tips and files that were involved in this investigation. She comes across this lead sheet from Dan Doolin. Uh-oh. Might need a new tube. Sounds fun. She comes across this lead sheet from Dan Doolin, and it sticks out to her. It immediately strikes her as something she's not seen before. No, she's not seen this before. Yet she prints this out. Investigator Shanks. Look at Kathy Investigator Shanks. Investigator Kathy Shanks. The investigator. She prints this out on this day for some reason, and then loses it again that she's never seen, that was never lost, and she's never seen it before. Oops. She's never seen it before. Yet she's Investigator Shanks. I'll do that again because I don't know if you could see it well. And it's Investigator Shanks. She prints this out. Something that's been triggered by the system. Triggered to high hell. Send this guy back. Clear him. This woman. There's like 6 or 7 people involved at this time. And then 2 of these guys, Doolin and Holman, know all about this. They stand there every morning. Unified Command has their meeting. They say they have a powwow before every time they get together in Unified Command. And they nom the donuts and drink coffee and talk about what we're going to do this day. And all these people seem to forget to tell Liggett and everyone else who are looking for a white man that was on the bridge at 213. Holman forgets to tell a guy, a white man from White Man Drive with the surname White Man, comes to him and says he was on the bridge between 1 and 3. And everyone's looking for a guy at 213 who abducted the girls on this damn bridge. A white man. On this damn day. The dates, everything lines up. And Doolin comes and says 1:30 to 5:30. He knows about a white man from White Man Drive, surname White Man. But he also fixes it. He fixes the name. Mr. Allen, he's got it right now. And then he attaches, oh, that's it. Oh, we'll show it, the one that Dan Doolin fixes. Look at, this is Dan Doolin. Check this out. Dan Doolin then does this. Oh, no, it's the next one. You got to see this one. This is Dan Doolin. Right, this is Dan Doolin. So first, the written narrative, Dan Doolin. This is Dan Doolin's written narrative. But next, check this out. Oh my God. 231. Richard Allen's BMV photo and info attached to the report. So Doolin's done this and then attached it all to this report. Here's the guy right here. This fucking guy. This guy did it. This is BG. I see him. This is the guy in the video right here. Dan Doolin attaches this, Richard Allen's driver's license photo, to his report. And he fixes the name. He fixes the name, gets it all right, attaches this photo to and then does this report and writes it all down. And Kathy Shanks is somehow, this thing has never been lost. It's triggered 50 times. A bunch of people. And then in 2019, when a bunch of numbers are merging, case numbers, this one prints this out. It's amazing. It's so amazing. So I shall carry on. Never again will I be distracted, guys. I'm just fixing my other screens. Okay. So it immediately strikes her as a something. Ooh. So which one do I want? I'm still on Kathy Shanks, so I'll stay here. Sorry. This is the Kathy Shanks. This immediately strikes her. Kathy Shanks immediately strikes her as something she's not even seen before. Something that has not been followed up on. It has not been cleared. It has been triggered. It's been cleared. It's been followed up. It's been triggered again. It's been printed out. It's been cleared. A bunch of people. But this has never been seen before. It's never been followed up on. She found a lead sheet about a man who run into girls on the trail. Bree Wilbur and Riley Voorhees. Kathy immediately took this tip to Tony Liggett. She took this tip to Tony Liggett after years and years of these guys who knew all about this. Fixed the name, wrote it down, cleared. Their assistants cleared. Jerry's assistant types it in. Everyone knows about it. They've had meetings for 5 years every morning in Unified Command, these two guys, with all these people looking for people at this time. And their guys talk to them at this time and this time. They're looking for somebody who's smack dab in the middle on the same bridge. Nobody can. Liggett, Doolin, and Holman never turned to Liggett and said, hey, we talked to a guy. We're standing there eating. Their faces, they're so full of donuts, they don't want to talk to the other guys they're meeting with every morning to tell them that white man from White Man Drive with the surname White Man talked to them. They forget every morning. They only had 5 years of Unified Command meetings to remember to tell these guys. For some reason, they can't tell the rest of Unified Command. Jerry and Doolin. So Kathy immediately took this tip to Tony Liggett. This tip's and Liggett's like, what? I've stood beside Dan Doolin and Holman every morning. And these idiots, their names are all over these tips sheets. But this tip stuck out to Tony Liggett. 5 years later, ding, 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 it stuck out to Tony Liggett because he knew who the girls had run into was Bridge Guy. They figured it out. They figured the guy that came and talked to them, the guy that Dan Doolin held his phone in his hand. Doolin held this damn phone in his hand 2 days after, sitting at the Save-A-Lot, took the battery off and wrote these numbers down. They got it 5 years later, Liggett. Let me read that again. This tip stuck out in 2022 to Tony Liggett because he knew that who the girls had run into was Bridge Guy. And if we could find this guy, we could find the killer. Oh my God, they've almost got him. 5 years later, they've almost got him. His full name was too much. His photo was too much. Doolin printed this out and attached it to the tip. Doolin printed this out. This was literally at the time. At the day, 2 days, he's attached this to the tip. He fixed the name. He's now got it right. White Man Drive. He fucking attached this. Doolin. At the time, attached it to this. And then they entered it back into the system. Oh my God. Wait, his phone did not list an IMEI, but he did have, same thing with those phones. Stop it. Oh my God. He attaches it 2 days after. Look at this. And then Liggett. Here's what Liggett says. Oh my God. followed up. Look at this on February 18th. This is on the 18th. So it's literally the next day. So the 16th, Richard contacts Jerry Holman. Jerry Holman, assistant, puts it in the system. They send Dan Doolin out. 2 days later, Doolin's holding the phone, attaching this, fixed the name, did all this, puts it back in the system. This person clears, Dan Doolin's assistant clears Richard Allen because there's nothing to see here. The only question they have is who were the 3 girls in the bridge, right? After all this, potential follow-up. Not this guy. They fucking followed up to see who these 3 girls were, and she writes cleared. Then this Ashley Boone, another investigator like Kathy Shanks, has also fully covered, which they've said means basically cleared, like fully covered. Move on. Nope. Brad Holder was fully covered. Let's move on. Richard Allen, everything. Boom. Look at this. And then fucking they want to pretend that the tip stuck out to Tony Liggett because he knows that who the girls had run into was Bridge Guy. If we could only find Bridge Guy, we could find the killer. And all indications pointed to this being Bridge Guy. So Tony Liggett got with Steve Moonman Mullen and began to follow up on this tip. So if you're not sure, I'm reading Nick the Bossman McClelland's closing statements at trial on another screen. And Liggett and Mullen began to follow up on this tip. Right. This is the point where, I'll show you, I can't. But Steve Mullen and Tony Liggett are in the CVS parking lot in like September, just before Richard Allen's arrested in 2022. They're taking photos of this car, and they're like doing a stakeout. The car that came to them 2 days after. They're in 2022, 5 years later, doing a stakeout in the parking lot of CVS, taking photos of Richard Allen's car again. It's amazing. Oh my God. Don't dare show me these. Deposition for Richard Allen. Screenshots. Oh, screenshots of the Hoosier Hardware Store. Show me the ones at the CVS. Oh, here it is. I found it. It's 244. So 5 years later, they found the car. Check it out. So Holman, so Mullen and Liggett are now staking this car out at the CVS in 2022, about to arrest Richard Allen. They've almost got him. Then this also, 245. Mullins again, a few days after the September 21st tip, was found for the first time after never being lost, and lost 3 times. They found it again. They're doing a stakeout in a van. You can see light going through the tires. You can see light through the rims. They're in a van. They're all in there. They got those telephoto lenses. They got the car. Whew. This is fucking wild. This tip identified the man who was on the trail February 13th. This tip. So they've got him now. Oh wait, this one that printed out. And so Tony Liggett and Steve Bond began another follow-up on this tip. This tip identified the man who was on the trail February 13th between 1:30 and 3:30 as Richard Allen. They got it. The white man that they've been looking for on this bridge at 2:13 p.m. that abducted these 2 girls on the bridge. The guy who came and talked to them 2 days later was filed. And then 2 days after that was filed again. They got him 5 years later. In 2022, they've got him. So they tried to verify the information. They call in Dan Doolin. They look at his reports. They're looking at this report. They got Dan Doolin's report, guys. Here's the report. Dan Doolin's report. Right here. Look at it. He attached this to the report. So they're looking at this and this. And they're like, oh my God. They're like, what? You talked to this guy on the 18th of 2017? This guy, you fixed the name? You printed this picture out? And then 5 years later, this is happening. 5 years later. Holy fuck. How amazing is this, guys? So they got the guy who's between on February 13th between 1:30 and 3:30 as Richard Allen. So they try. Oh, this is Nick McLean. I forgot. I got so excited. So Nick McLean is saying all this. So they tried to verify the information. They called in Dan Doolin. They look at his reports. He typed up a narrative from what he had found that day. He downloaded the BMV picture. Oh my, he did it. He did it. Dan Doolin, the day on the 18th of 2017, Doolin's fixing the name and downloading his photo, attaching it to his report. And he downloaded a BMV photo of Richard Allen. Steve Moonman Mullins went to the Hoosier hardware store in 2022, 5 years later, to stake this car out. And the information he found in the BMV that Richard Allen owned a 2016 black Ford Focus that Dan Doolin sat right beside, writing his first report out 5 years earlier. From your questions, we were able to determine that is the only 2016 black Ford Focus registered in Carroll County in 2016 and 2017. So Steve Moonman Mullins goes to the Hoosier hardware store video and he finds the car that he matches. So then he goes and finds this car on the Hoosier hardware store. He does it. He found it. Boom. Boom. We modified the timestamps. We found the car. We can't tell whose car this is. We don't know who the fuck is driving. We changed the timestamps to this, to this. It's him. We got him. We got him. We got him. So this is in 2022. They're putting all this together. And this is back the day, 2 days after, 3 days after. Doing, oh my God. It's all coming together now. 2022. So Steve Mullen goes to the Hoosier hardware store and he finds a car that matches the description of the car owned by Richard Allen. Boom. And Tony Liggett then goes to the CVS with Richard Allen works and he takes pictures of the same car. Look at this. Boom. And then they were able to, and him in the Hoosier hardware store video, Steve Mullen testified that one clue that he was able to recognize is those wheels on the car. The fact that light is emitted through the wheels of the car. Light is emitted through these wheels. He testified that this car matches the description of Richard Allen's 2016 black Ford Focus. The timestamp on this, the Hoosier hardware store. The timestamp on the Hoosier hardware store. They're saying 1:27 p.m. Ooh, which one is it? So I don't have the right one. Oh, it is. So yeah, this isn't the timestamp. Remember, it's off 54 minutes, guys. So it's not really this time. You know, it's this time. Remember that. We've declared so. Oh boy, this is amazing, eh? So awesome. These fucking guys, they put it together finally. So it's this timestamp. Don't forget. It's this time, not the one you see. All right? We want you to know that. Oh boy, this is too much. I'm having overload. Chat back on. Let's finish. The timestamp on this, on the Hoosier hardware store, 1:27, falls in line with what Richard Allen told Dan Doolin in 2017, that he got to the trails around 1:30. So October 13th, 2022, Steve Moonman Mullins and Tony Liggett call Richard Allen in for an interview. You got to see the entire interview. You got to see it for yourself. Oh my goodness. You must, people. You must see it. Look it, folks. I can prove it here. The trial video exhibits are here. Look it. You must. They've got the guy 5 years later. They have him. Here he comes. This is him. They got him. Boom. Done. October 13th, 2022.
See you later, Richard. I don't know if I gave you one of my cards. There it is. I think you did. I probably set it down. No, it's right there. You are.
We got him. So Richard Allen confirms on that day that he was wearing the same clothes that bridge guy was wearing on February 13th of 2017, confirms that he's wearing a blue or black Carhartt jacket, jeans, and boots. He confirms that he was on the trails that day, and he actually says, I went not only on the trails, but onto the Monon High Bridge. Look at this. He does, in this interview, he confirms, look at this, he confirms on October 13, 2022, what he told them on February 16th of 2017. He confirms, and what Doolin was told on, February, what was it, 18th, where was this one? Doolin, he confirms what he told Doolin also on the follow-up. The tip was triggered by the system, triggered from all this info. This was triggered. So he confirms to Holman and him February 16th of 2017 and Doolin February 18th of 2017. They need confirmation here. October 13th of 2022, they finally get the confirmation they needed. Oh my goodness. That he was on the High End Bridge out to the first platform. Exactly what Betsy Blair told you. Exactly what she said about I wish I had that sketch. I'm not going to look for it. Yeah. Exactly what Betsy Blair told you about the poofy-haired young guy that she saw. Exactly. It's coming together now. He also states that he didn't see anybody else on the trail except for 3 girls that he ran into. He didn't see any other males, therefore none are there. It's only him. It had to be him. He didn't see any other males. Nobody else saw anyone, right? Betsy Blair didn't see a different guy. Riley Voorhees didn't see a completely different guy. Bree Wilbur didn't see a completely different guy. Sarah Carbaugh didn't see a completely different guy. The video, BG video, doesn't look like any of those other guys. That they all saw different guys. None of them. Richard Allen didn't see any other males. Boom. He didn't see any group of girls, just those 3. Now, in this interview, he did change his time. Oh, the nerve of these guys. They say he changed his time. When Dan Doolin, Jerry Holman and Dan Doolin talked to him 2 days after, sit down with him, record the conversations that we can't hear. They're saying Richard Allen's now changing times 5 years later in this interview. The nerve of these fucking guys, eh? Yeah. He changed the time and got rid of the phone that Dan Doolin was holding 3 days after in his hands, that he could have any information he wanted from. The audio recording of exactly what was said that day is gone, and these guys are all questioning this guy 5 years later. What did you do with the phone? What? Fucking guys were holding it in their hands. Instead of 1:30 to 3:30, he changed it now from 12:30 to 1:30. And we can prove that because Dan Doolin's narrative of what he remembers was said on this recording that he's lost, and what he didn't write down accurately or whatever. His narrative, Dan Doolin, is the one we have to go to. Then it doesn't match, so he's lying now. And he's cooperating. And as the interview goes on, he becomes more aggressive. He becomes more hostile. As the investigators start to confront him with evidence, he becomes angry. They confront him 5 years later with the evidence. And now he's getting angry. He refuses to let them search their phone. His phone. He refuses to let them search his phone. The one that Dan Doolin held in his hand on February the 18th, 2017, out front of the Save-A-Lot, and removed the battery of, and checked the IMEI number, and would have been able to do anything he wanted with at that time. And he would have been able to go and download his car's info, everything. But now he's refusing 5 years later, and that's suspicious. And then I asked if Bridge Guy's him And he states, well, if that picture's taken with the girl's phone, it's not me. Based on the information law enforcement had at that point, they got a search warrant and searched his home. Oh boy. In the home, we found a 2016 black Ford Focus. Boom. They got it. 5 years later, they found the car that came and talked to them 2 days after. 1 day after on the 16th, 2 days after on the 16th, and 4 days after on the 18th. The car that came and talked to them, they found it in 2022, guys. It's right here. They found this car after it came to them in 2022. They've got it for sure. No mistaking. You can see the light emitting through the rims. Steve Moonman Mullins said that was important in identifying the car in the Who's Your High Restored video. Also find several knives and box cutters. Find a blue Carhartt jacket 5 years later. Come on. If this guy really used this jacket to murder these girls, that jacket would have been burnt within a week. The first chance his wife left the house and he had a chance to go in the backyard. The jeans, the jacket, anything. The gun would be gone. The knife, everything would be gone. The fucking car would be sold. He would change, he would move, he would leave. Come on. You saying 5 years later after this bullshit, you come back and he's sitting there with the same jacket, all this stuff, and come on. The jacket, the jeans, the clothing, anything would have been burnt in a fire the first moment his wife left, if he's this guy, right? Come on. Yes, of course they did. So also find several. So finding a blue Carhartt jacket. Surprise, surprise. The same jacket Bridge guy's wearing. Find various cell phones. Find a Hope box with a .40 caliber Winchester bullet in it. Again, same brand and caliber found at the crime scene between the two girls. In a Hope box filled with mementos, pictures, keepsakes. Also find a .40 caliber 6-hour firearm, same caliber as the bullet found at this crime scene between the two girls. The same caliber as the bullet Ober thought probably went through Brad Weber's gun way back in the end of February of 2017. Yeah, those three guns. The one that couldn't be ruled out, the one that she attributed the bullet as to having, the other one. And if 5 years earlier she had Richard Allen's gun, she would have been able to get it correct. And it wasn't the other two because she ruled them out. But this one couldn't be ruled out, Brad Weber's, because she ruled it in. She says, I thought it went through the first gun, the other one, 5 years before she received Richard Allen's gun. The Bridge guy, starter kit, the blue Carhartt jacket, fucking starter kit. Oh my God. .40 caliber Winchester round in that Hope box. .40 caliber 6-hour like Brad Weber's. Now, Richard Allen didn't have the .40 caliber ammunition in his house. But that brand was Blazer. Only Winchester, Smith & Wesson Winchester round he had in his house was in his Hope box with other mementos and other keepsakes. And Ober could not match that. So what does it have to do with anything? Well, it's in a Hope box and keepsakes. Yeah. Therefore, it's special to him, right? Again, the same brand and caliber of the round found at the crime scene. Also found pictures where he often visited the Mononai Bridge. He's familiar with the area. He visited oftentimes with his family. Through the search, we found a lot of electronic devices. Oh my God. They found a lot of electronic devices. We searched those devices. First Sergeant Christopher Cecil told you he searched several or extracted several of Richard Allen's devices. But one that was missing was the phone that he had in 2017. The phone that Dan Doolin held in his hand and took the battery off of to February 18th, 4 days after the girls' bodies were found. 4 days after the girls' bodies were found in 2017 at 4:03 p.m., Dan Doolin is holding this phone that Richard Allen so suspiciously got rid of. Dan Doolin took the battery off to see these numbers, to write these down. Dan Doolin's fingerprints are all over this fucking phone. Find it. Dan Doolin's fingerprints are all over it. Oh my God. So then 5 years later, they extract, but the one phone that was missing was the phone that he had in 2017. This one. Doolin's fingerprints are all over. It's gone suspiciously. We know that because Dan Doolin took down the identification number for that phone. The suspicious missing phone is gone. The one that we held. And all the phones we searched in the house when we searched in 2022. Every one was missing except, so everyone's accounted for except the one that Dan Doolin was holding 4 days after. It's gone. None of them matched that phone. But in some of those phones, we found a Google search from Richard Allen from April 17th of 2022. He searches Delphi, Indiana news. Oh my goodness. A man from Delphi searched Delphi, Indiana news. Oh my God. So suspicious. And at 10:47 p.m., immediately after that, he searched for, should I die now? Die now. Should I die now? And again, should I die now? Oh my God. The gun is sent to the lab to be tested. It's tested by Melissa Oberg. She's got 16 years of bullshit experience with the ISP lab on testing firearms. She's able to conclude that the bullet found at the scene between the two girls was cycled through Richard Allen's .40 caliber 6-hour. That the ejector marks, the extractor marks, and the chamber face all matched Richard Allen's gun. The chamber face matched Richard Allen's gun. The ejector marks, but she's only looking, no, the extract, like the pin hit and everything. She's got a complete match because she fired the gun. So the chamber face too. Because what happens is Oberg says she has the, where is it? Oberg, let me just do this here. Oberg, she finds, so in the beginning, she's got 4 guns to choose from. A Glock, she's received a half an hour before the bullet on the 17th of February, 2017. At 1:30, she receives the bullet. 1 p.m., she receives a Glock. February 27th, 2017, she receives a Smith & Wesson. February 28th of 2017, she receives a 6-hour, which has to be Weber's. So she's got 3 guns within 2 weeks before February's over in 2017. And she's talking about the same time she receives the unspent cartridge, which is item number 16, right? So she's got the bullet half an hour before she received this one. A couple weeks later, a week or two later, she receives this gun on the 27th. On the 28th, so she has 3 guns, right? She says, if I had received a 4th gun, the defendant's gun, I wouldn't have attributed the bullet as to having passed through the other gun. Well, the other one is one of these 3. This is a hypothetical because 5 years earlier, she didn't have Richard Allen's gun. But she's saying if I did, I wouldn't have been able to attribute the unspent round 16 as in having passed through the other gun. Well, which one's the other one? Well, she ruled this one out because the striations didn't match on the extractor arm, the Glock. She ruled out the Smith & Wesson because those striations didn't match. Well, which is the other one? Well, this one doesn't exist yet for 5 years. The other one is this one, Brad Weber's. So she's saying that I attributed the bullet 16 at the time as having passed through this one on page 48 of her testimony. And on page 181, she then says that if she had all of these guns at the time, she would have been able to make a better judgment. But since it's 5 years earlier, she doesn't have this gun. She went with this one. She says it in her fucking testimony. How does everyone blow over that? She's attributed the bullet as to having gone through the other one. Well, this one doesn't even exist for 5 years. and these two are ruled out. This is the only other one, Brad Weber's. They were going to rail Brad Weber. They were going to nail Brad Weber back in 2017. And then in 2019, the case number 17KC 00066, runs out of numbers, miraculously. It runs out of numbers. So what do? Well, we give it a new one of 19K because we've run out of numbers. And instead of resetting this one to 0 and doing it properly, she has no reason, she doesn't know why, and she can't confirm if they're telling the truth or not, the laboratory. Oberg then says, we got a new case number of 19 because this is the year we realized it in 2019. Yet, for some reason, I believe they're merging guns together, stuff together. 2019, they find the tip of Richard Allen again that was never lost, but they have some stuff to take care of. They got this stuff merged. Item numbers have changed. Exhibit numbers have changed. 1 month before they find the tip in 2022, September 21st, Kathy Shanks before she finds it, 1 month earlier, Oberg is sent 4 other guns. They're so badly rusted. 3 of them get the penetrating oil works, the other 3. And she bangs them with hammers. She does everything. None of them can be matched because they're so rusted and covered in conch shells and zebra mussels and green gunk. But the 4th one is so badly rusted, she puts it in some kind of solution. She has no idea. The 4th gun has another, the oil's not working, so she puts it in a solution. She doesn't know what it is. She comes back at the end of the day and the parts of it have disintegrated. Oberg 1 month before Richard Allen's arrested. Oberg disintegrates, but she has a serial number. Thank God the gun that disappeared, she got the serial number for. That's just after Ron Logan died in January 2022. This is August 2022. Then Richard Allen's tip is found. The tip that was never lost was printed out in 2019. The same time they're merging numbers. The year at the beginning, Oberg is attributed the bullet as to having passed through the other one, which the only other one is Brad Weber's, because either Logan and Holder's Glock or Smith & Wesson's were both ruled out in the next paragraph because the striations didn't match. She attributed the bullet as to having passed through the other one, and Richard Allen's doesn't exist for 5 years. It's a hypothetical question, therefore leaving Brad Weber's Smith & Wesson. In 2017, Oberg is saying that I said the bullet went through this one, and now she's saying it went through Richard Allen's. How is that allowed to happen? Do with that what you want. Sorry, guys. I should probably read chat. And Dee Dee's back. Oh, boy. Hebby's here. Yes. Dee Dee and Hebby. Oh, she was here. I don't know if Heb's still here. Hebby was here she's been chatting up a storm at 1:52. What time is it? 220 people here at 1:54. So Hebby is still here. She's still here. She must be. Yes. Yes. Look, it's good to see you, my love. Hebby and Scrabble and my love Dee Dee. All of us are back together again. Look at this. Oh my God. Talk amongst yourselves. So two girls cycled through Richard Allen's 40 caliber Sig Sauer. If you're not aware, I'm reading the closing statements. Nick, the boss man McClelland's closing statements from the trial. That the injector marks, the extractor marks, and the chamber face will all match Richard Allen's gun. That the bullet from the scene came from Richard Allen's gun. Now, through the investigation, she examined all types of guns. She testified about that. Yeah, she gobbledygooked us and distracted us and fooled everyone. Got away with it because she said it went through Weber's gun back in 2017. She said it went through the other gun. And hypothetically, if she had this gun 5 years earlier, Richard Allen's, the defendant's, the 4th gun, she didn't. She said it went through the other one. While these two were ruled out, The only other one was Weber's. 2017. Then these case numbers change. Bullshit. 4 guns are found. 3 are hammered with hit with hammers and penetrating oil. They come free, but I can't tell because there's so many conch shells and rust on them. The 4th one, it fucking put it in a solution, but it was so strong, the solution, when I came back at the end of the day, the parts that we were looking for all disintegrated. But I was able to get the serial number. Phew. Thank you, Melissa. So, Logan's dead. 2022, they fucking got a serial number, fresh one. Oh my God, things are looking up. What happens next? A month later, Kathy Shanks finds the tip from 2019 that was printed out, never lost. That was from 2017 that was triggered in the system a couple times and cleared and never lost in the Orion tip system. She finds it again, prints it out, loses it, and sits on it and finds it again. And then boom, Logan's dead. Case is merged. Everything's perfect. Nobody fell for the Brad Weber bullshit. We tried to nail Brad Weber, but Logan's dead. Let's go. We got the guy. 2019. Richard Allen is found. Boom. These people. So fucking transparent to me what's happened here. Oh, and she was not able to conclude that the bullet found at the scene was cycled through any of those guns, except Richard Allen's gun, which is bullshit, because you read her testimony, she says it. She says it 5 years earlier on page 181 that the bullet passed through the other gun. And it's a hypothetical question because it's 5 years earlier. She doesn't even have Richard Allen's gun. She says it passed through the other 6 hour. The only 6 hour she had was Brad Weber's. The other 2 were a Smith and a Glock, Smith & Wesson and a Glock, that were cleared because their striations of their unspent cartridges didn't match the unspent round. So she cleared those other 2. She couldn't rule out the other one because she ruled it in. Because it's 5 years earlier, she doesn't even have Richard Allen's gun. So if she had Richard Allen's gun, she would have been able to make a better, more decisive conclusion, saying that I got it wrong. I said it went through Weber's gun. She's saying it. Oh, and her results were verified 3 times by her boss. Yeah, 3 times. What? Why 3? Well, all 3 times, yeah. So meaning her boss had to verify it. So what that means is 3 times her fellow employees thought she was wrong. Because for her boss to come in and verify, he's the tying vote, remember that? So if he's saying that her boss verified 3 times, that means those first 3 times she got it wrong. And from her what do they call it? They overlook. There's a dumb name for it. The checkers or something. They checked Oberg's work, and if everything's okay, they just move on. If any of them have a dispute, the boss gets the tying vote. So it sounds like the boss had to get a tie. So it sounds like those 3 times her fellow employees, the checker or whatever, checking her work, thought she was wrong. They disagreed with her. So for her boss to have to come in and make a tying vote, that's what happened. Oh, and her results were verified 3 times by her boss, who was the former president of the AFTE. We've heard a lot about AFTE. One more thing, she testified in her career that she'd never been wrong. Boom. Her subjective opinion is never wrong. Like, how can it be? It's her goddamn opinion. It's her opinion. She thinks. She looks at the scientific, she looks through a microscope, a powerful microscope, scientifically, goes into her eyes, a goddamn little hamster runs around on a wheel in her brain. She spits out her opinion. How can she be wrong? Every page says, trigger warning, ballistics and tool mark identification is a subjective opinion. Subjective opinions. Yeah, she can't be wrong. It's her opinion. Of course. So ridiculous. So you see how the pieces are starting to fall into place. See how the evidence is starting to confirm and reaffirm that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Not only do we have him on the trails at the time, we now have a bullet. I don't like doing this on the other page. Sorry. Let me see. I was trying. If I were a better person, I'd be able to, but I'm working, jumping around all these different screens. Ugh. I'm just going to read it without all the visuals. I tried. Not only do we have him on the trails at the time, we now have a bullet that ties him to the crime scene. So Richard Allen comes back for an interview on October 26, 2022, a mere 5 years after he sat and talked to Dan Doolin. He confirms, I've never loaned my gun out to anybody. I've never loaned any of my ammunitions to anybody. I never loaned my car or my clothes out to anybody. Did you let anybody use your phone? Yeah, Dan Doolin hold on my phone. Imagine this. That day Dan Doolin's holding Richard Allen's phone. He's got his fingerprints all over it. Imagine Richard dropped that phone and lost it. And then they do find it. It's got fucking Dan Doolin's fingerprints all over it. States he'd never been a mushroom hunting in the area where the girls were found. He has no explanation of how his bullet from his gun ended up between the bodies of Abby and Libby, 6 inches from Libby's foot. There's no explanation except that the bullet came from his gun when he racked the gun to intimidate the girls right before he killed them. That's the explanation. Much like he racked it at the top of the Monon High Bridge when he forced them down the hill. He was using the gun as a way to force the girls to comply with what he wanted them to do. He was using that power over the girls. And you saw, as he was confronted with these things, he became angrier and angrier. And when his wife was brought in, and you saw that interaction with him and his wife, you saw how he tried to manipulate her. You know, I didn't do this. Tried to convince her. And at the end of the interview, he's arrested. And so at this point in the investigation, we are able to place Richard Allen at the bridge at the time the girls were kidnapped and able to confirm that he is Bridge Guy and that he ordered the girls down the hill. Further able to confirm that he racked his gun and lost a bullet at the location where the girls were murdered. Yeah, they're able to confirm this happened. Yep. Because we heard a stick being cracked on the video. Somebody stepped on a twig and cracked the stick, just went crack. It didn't go crack, crack. It went crack. And Libby so clearly says, that'd be a gun. They confirmed it. Fucking confirmed it. Further able to confirm that he racked his gun, this person too, racked his gun and lost a bullet at the location where the girls were murdered. Now, when he's arrested, he's moved to the Department of Correction for his safety. You heard Dr. Martin testify, the guy, oh my God. To keep him safe, that was our goal. Safe from himself and safe from other inmates. He was moved there and eventually he was sent to Westville Correctional Facility at that. And that could have been the case. That could have been all that we have here present to you today. But if not, because once he gets to Westville and we torture him and shit out of him, he starts to confess. But before he does that, on April the 2nd, he has a phone call to his mom where he confesses he's given himself to Jesus. He's found the Lord. And it's important for him to tell his mom this. Not only tell his mom, but make sure that his mom tells Kathy, his wife. The very next day, a phone call to Kathy. I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. So on the 3rd, and then on the 4th, he's put in suicide watch. And on the 5th, he's confessing up a storm to these suicide companion guards who I don't think are there. I think it's the inmate companions, and they lied about that to say that the guards heard it, in my humbly honest opinion. April 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, every one of those damn guards shows up in ever more weird circumstance. Suspicious. They showed up. They started working as companions, not as guards, as suicide companions as guards. So they started their role as the suicide companions, the guards, and other inmates are supposed to be long gone, yet they were taken off because it's when he received his discovery. Yet that's when he receives his discovery. So when were they even there? I think those guards were there the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, right before that dust up in his room, his cell, where he's throwing papers all over the place. That's probably when they removed those guards, the inmate companions, and put guards on. And all those guards, in my opinion, are lying about them being the ones that heard the confessions. Because if it was true that the inmates, suicide companions, heard those confessions, and they were running around talking to him, breaking policy, telling other people, trying to get their hands on stuff, and telling their families and all that, and telling general population, they admitted it was wrong. So if it was those guys that heard the confessions, they would have never been allowed in court because they're convicts. But then we say that these officers of the law heard these confessions on the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Then boom, it's them. It's believable because they're officers. They're sworn. They do things right. They don't go blab. They don't go do anything wrong. They're perfect officers of the law, right? Yet each one of them shows up in a really weird circumstance. His paperwork is weirdly filled out. Dates need to be changed. Dates are missing. Dates start. One person starts a form. He writes the rest of the form. The other person finishes the form. There's some penny money worth guy. Every one of those guards. The first guy gets fired. He doesn't even want to lie for them. The next 5 are liars. The one in Wabash is a distraction guard. All bullshit. So, hey Miranda, what is up? Hello. No, you didn't distract us. Stop it. You are never a distraction. You're an attraction. Look at the numbers. When you guys show up and start talking and having fun, my God, I could probably stop talking and the numbers will go up. You guys are not. Don't you dare think that, young lady. You are not a distraction at all. You're a goddamn main attraction here. Get your butt here. More, I command you. Dewey, tell her. This distraction is an attraction. Get here. You guys attract the people. You guys are like honey. You guys are like honey, and the people swarm in to get a taste of the sweet honey, otherwise known as Abby. Look at the emojis. Don't you dare. You're not a distraction ever. Ever. Oh my God. You're fucking one of the goddamn main attractions here. Gosh. And so the state exhibit 313 was published in part by playing. So they played that. Oh, it looks like they played that interview probably. Was that 313? No. What was 313? I won't even fall for it. They played 313. Was it Bridge Guy? No. They played 313, whatever the heck it was. The phone calls. Look at me. The phone call that he made to his wife, unprovoked, unpressured, of his own free will. Kathy, I did it. I killed Abby. I killed Abby and Libby. Is that good enough for you? I'm done now. Don't leave out that part, Nick. They're standing over me now. I don't know where I am. My eyes are puffing out of my head. I think I'm dead. They're torturing me. Help. Where's those parts, Nick? Don't forget them. After that, he continues to confess. He writes a letter to the warden. Oh, yeah, did you see that letter? I'm ready to confess to killing Abby and Libby. Just please stop torturing me. I hope I get to an opportunity to tell families I'm sorry. But he didn't date it. It was all written out of form, and he wrote 3 lines worth to write 1 letter. He then meets with Fangirl Walla on April the 5th of 2023. Fangirl Walla writes down that Richard Allen states, I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry. And proceeded to cry. And he cried off and on throughout the session. He reported committing the murders on his own. He stated he made sure that they were dead because he didn't want them to suffer. He reported not knowing why he did it, but stated he knew his intentions were sexual in nature. I don't think I had sex with them, he stated, but also said if he did, he didn't remember. And cleaned up all his DNA pretty well, right? He mentioned not knowing the ages of the victims, but reported they were at least 18 or 19 years of age, but could have been as young as 11. He reported being selfish all his life. And oh my God, I forgot my coffee. That was 3 hours ago. Let me see if it's even drinkable. Feels warm. Oh my God. I'm so glad I did that extra heating of the, let me see. That's amazing how it's still warm. Holy shit. I made this coffee 3 hours ago in my Manly Stanley, but the cream I put in a mug and I put in the microwave so the cream wasn't cold when I poured it in. And it's like perfect now. That was fucking 3 hours ago. Holy shit. I totally forgot about it. I usually try to forget like for an hour and then it's perfect. Like it's still warm. It's doable. Whew. He reported being selfish all his life and being a coward, and that he got scared and took their lives in order to preserve his own. He stated he hoped he could apologize to the families of the victims and wished he could go back and change his actions. And we heard from, I also forgot to do this, guys. I forgot to make this go to the next one. So I've been listening to the same one over and over again. So let's get some fresh sounds. Sorry, guys. You don't even know it's playing. It subliminally tricks you into melancholy. Those are melancholy tunes. Copyright free that I got from a copyright free website. So I cannot get in trouble playing them. I have all the licenses for every one of those sounds in that folder. And we heard from F.G. Walla that on that day, no odd behavior until after his attorney visits, and the sudden shift in presentation was purposeful, and that he was not suffering from psychosis when he made his admission, except for that Dr. Martin seemed to say, after watching that video, I shouldn't have said that he knew the time, place, and circumstances that he was okay and not psychotic or something. That Dr. Martin said, after seeing that video of the same time of when I declared him like fine, he would change his mind because he was like obviously caught wrong by saying that. That's when he was giving him the forced Haldol. So he goes on, several confessions. You're going to be able to read these, but April the 7th, 2023, a door sheet. To who? To a guard? Or was it to a suicide inmate companion that you lied about was a guard? I guess we'll never know because all the sheets, the dates are off, the circumstances are off. Who wrote the sheets? I see my initials. Must have been me. They don't even know. God, I'm so glad nobody gave up on me after I killed Abby and Libby. I, Richard Matthew Allen, killed Abby and Libby all by myself. Nobody helped me. I'm not crazy. I'm only acting like I'm crazy. Yes, I eaten my feces to control and manipulate the circumstances. April the 8th, from the door sheet. I'm ready to confess. I swear to God I killed Abby and Libby. April the 9th. All of these is to decorated, sworn officers of the law, right? Not to suicide companions, right? I'm sure. I killed Abby and Libby. Funniest joke is how I killed them. I got what I deserved for what I did, and I hope I burn in hell for what I did. April the 22nd, I killed those girls, so I have to kill myself. April the 23rd, I killed Abby and Libby. My wife wasn't involved. I would like to confess. April the 26th, I killed Abby and Libby. And April the 29th, said he killed the girls in Delphi with a box cutter that he stole and left at the trash. He left in the trash at CVS. That he wants to write a confession, and that was only planning to rape them. But he got scared and panicked and killed them instead. Yeah. He got scared and spent an hour and 15 minutes with them. He wanted to rape them so bad. He then didn't rape them. He didn't leave DNA anywhere. And he spent an hour and 15 minutes doing completely unnecessary stuff that meant nothing, and then walked down the middle of the street covered in blood. You're right. He then meets with F.G. Walla again on May the 3rd of 23, and he gives her an even more detailed confession. Oh my God. Alan reported wanting to confess to his crime, and he wanted to tell his story. He reported seeing his parents the morning of the crime. He was supposed to go and eat lunch with them, but opted out and bought himself a six-pack. He drank 3 of those beers and finished the rest later. He said, I bundled up. Once I got to the trail, I laid in wait. He reported seeing the girls and following them on the bridge. He reported doing something with his gun and stated, I think that's where the bullet fell out. I ordered them down the hill. His intention was to rape the girls, and mentioned he thought they were older than their biological ages. He also said he cheated on a cigarette and something about some pizza, and something about that he shot them in the back and essayed them both, and he essayed his grandkid that doesn't exist. And yeah, he said lots of stuff under duress. You got tortured the shit out of him for fucking 395 days. Alan said he saw a van, and that scared him and caused him not to follow through with raping the girls. Here's the thing. Walla, she got rid of her notes, right? She wasn't supposed to. She was supposed to. In the APA, the psychologist, their recommended best practices are, if it's going to have anything to do with court, when you enter the notes into the computer, you keep the copies. You don't throw them out. You don't shred them and get rid of them, the paper copies. If it's going to court, if it has anything to do with court, you must keep the copies. And she doesn't. How is any of this legit? She fucked up how many times? But instead, forcing them to cross the creek and then cutting their necks. He indicated again, I wanted to make sure that they were dead. He reported covering the bodies with tree branches, and he exited the area by keeping off the trail as not to be seen. He said he returned to his vehicle, which did I say hello to you, Nicole? I think I did. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. You guys are awesome. Miranda. I watched Shibby again. I watched Shibby daily on Wheel of Fortune again last night for fun. Cubed honeydew, everybody. Shibby daily, the Irish disco dancer from Wheel of Fortune with Ryan Seacrest. Truly happened. We look like twins. We have the exact same hair. She's a beautiful disco dancing Irish dancer. Looks just like me. It's weird. So he said he returned to his vehicle, which was parked at a nearby building, and he continued to live in his life after time passed because he hadn't been caught. We get to May 10th. You have a phone call to Kathy. You know, I need you to know that I did this. It's okay, honey. I did it. I killed Abby. Then May 17th, the phone call you heard to his mom. I'm just worried that you guys aren't going to love me because of the fact that I said I did it, Mom. I wouldn't sit here and tell you I didn't if I didn't. 313's published. Mr. Boss. Again, a phone call that's unprovoked. He does it on his own free will. He says that. He fucking does it of his own free will. Makes a phone call that he's begging to get to the phone, that he's in solitary confinement, fucking shackled and chained and walked on a leash, camcorder in his face with Odin guards. Even when he's showering, they're holding that camcorder watching him. They're watching him with a camcorder when he's in the shower. Oh my God. On his own free will, he makes a phone call. Not suffering from psychosis, neither. Perfect. Yeah. He knew the date, time, and place. And he was so there. Yep. The phone call shows that he also trusts FG Walla. Yeah, he does trust her. The only person that's being nice to him there. She befriended him. Of course he trusts her. He's fucking being tortured. He wants help. His therapist. And he's meeting with her every day. After this, he continues to confess, to admit that he killed Abby and Libby. Another phone call on June the 5th to his wife. June 18th, you know why I'm here? I killed Abby and Libby. June 21st. And then finally on February 4th, when he's moved to Wabash Correctional Facility, he's sorry for killing the girls. Like, how is this able to happen in this time, in this country, in the United States of America? How? This guy's an innocent until proven guilty citizen, being tortured, forcefully drugged. Then they send in this succubus Walla in to befriend him and fucking extract all this info from him, and then she's able to use it against him. And oh my, this guy's innocent. She's just feeding him info, doing things inappropriately, talking to him about movies and Google searches and about his case. She's in Facebook groups and on Grey Pube's web's channel talking about fucking shit and talking about and going to the scene. Oh my God. Searching up stuff she shouldn't have been. And then this woman's confession, and she gets rid of her notes, and she wasn't supposed to because it's leading to trial. She was supposed to keep them all. They're gone. Whew. Now, during these times, the time that he's making these confessions, we heard testimony from Brian Harshman, a guy who's not an audio expert on the, he's like, he makes audio stuff. Like, he does work with audio, but he's not he doesn't listen to audio to say that's his voice, because he's listened to the phone calls. He can then say that he thinks he's the guy on the BG video, that he's listening to all these phone calls. He's watching the videos from Westville and from Wabash and from Cass County, and he's listening to Richard Allen making these confessions to his mom. Once yes, we need Charles's channel. Is he live? I think he did a live the other day. Yeah. He did a live the other day, and I read some of the chat. Oh my God. Looked like a shit show in his chat. Did you read his last live, guys? Dee Dee was there. Oh, Dee Dee, I saw you guys talking about me in that chat. That was funny. Dee Dee's like, oh, I'm going to go to Shibby's, and some idiot's like, oh, Shibby said, but what I was just talking about now, Dr. Walla. Some idiot that I definitely blocked that guy a while ago. Ain't shit. Anyways, he also reads over the reports from Dr. Walla. 2 reports that I showed you earlier. 2 reports that include confessions and details of those confessions. And he said he listened to over 700 phone calls. He reviews all the reports, reviewed those phone calls, and he's going through FG Walla's report. He notices something, a detail that he didn't know before. A detail that wasn't in the police reports, that wasn't put out, and a detail about Richard Allen being scared after he saw a van. A detail only the killer would know. This is their confirmation. That was ridiculous. Did you see that? What was going on there? Oh my God. How did that happen? That was wild. I just saw Dee Dee say something about, oh, I'm going to Shibby's. And then some guy jumps in and says, yeah, Shibby's creepier than ever. I'm creepy. Yeah. This guy's being befriended by a female. I mean, nobody's being nice to him. She comes in, he smells like shit, she stands up next to him and she's got fucking perfume, I bet. And her, he's going nuts. What is this guy saying? That I'm a creep? Well, I tell that guy Horty Tootie or something his name was, I forget. Holden Tootie or something. Well, he's an idiot. You're an idiot, Holden Tootie Fruity. Man, this guy was tortured. And they send a female in to befriend him and be his friend and lie and do everything wrong. Man, you're a horrible person, Holden. F you. Glad I blocked you. You'll never be here. Well, you lay yourself down, young lady. Lay yourself down, and we'll see you next time. Oh my God, Charles, go read Charles's last live stream in the chat. It was wild. A bunch of people were fighting it up. It was weird. It was crazy. Those people were talking to each other. Why would they even do that? They spent an hour yelling back and forth at each other in his chat. So he followed up on it. He thought Richard Allen may have seen that ban on 625 and specifically the private drive where 625 turns on to the private drive. Well, sweet dreams to you. All right? As long as you get back here and say hello and drop me an emoji once a month. I'll send you the message on Discord. I was going to promise to send you something. I forget what it was. I was going to explain something to you. And when I remember, I'll message you tomorrow. All right? You get your butt back here to say hello once a blue moon and just let us know you're okay and the world is good. You're never a distraction. You're like one of the main attractions. All right? Just know that. Night, night, Habs. Nighty, night. You'll feel better. You've got that Shibby bump. Okay, Shibs. That Shibby inside you. While we all cured you of your cancer, we're going to make you feel better tonight. Let us in. Sleep. Fall asleep. Sweet dreams. You'll feel better. Don't you worry. Look at that. Just this chat alone is going to make you feel better. Night, night. As we said, that private drive leads to the home of Brad Weber. That's the only home it leads to. So he started to do some research and he looked up Brad Weber's BMV information from 2017 and he found that he owned a van from 2017. And they didn't say who, right? They just jumped into that. He started talking about 625 and said, so here he is. And he found that he owned a van from 2017, February of 2017. And so Stephen Moonman Mullen and Brian Harshman, they called Brad Weber in for an interview. They want to follow up on his information. And before that, they noticed, what is it they noticed? So they called Brad Weber in 2022. But before that, they noticed that Brad Weber had given an interview back on February 17th. Oh my God. Where he said he was at work that day on February 13th, 2017 till 2:02, even though his shift finished at 2:30 usually. And he had a trailer with him also to go and drop off. That somehow disappeared. And then he clocked out and he got home sometime around 2:30, which places him at the scene of the crime, closer to Richard Allen. This guy says he's there under the bridge at 2:30. Oh my God, the girls were down the hill at 2:32. Wow. So he's there at 2:30, climbs up on the bridge, gets these girls down for 2:32. Oh my God. Maybe BG walks by and says, maybe is a nice guy, says, hey, guys, don't fall down the hill, and keeps walking or walks back to the other side. And then those girls stay there. And Brad Weber arrives at 2:30, climbs up the hill and says, hey, he's the one that takes him down. Oh my, he's there, 2:30. Closer than you can prove Richard Allen said he was there. Oh my God. When they re-interviewed Brad Weber, he said the same thing. He clocked out at 2:02, got home around 2:03, 2:30. You even had Brad even heard Brad Weber testify twice that he left work at 2:02 and went straight home. Got home sometime around 2:30. You also heard from Brad Weber that on that day, February 13th of 2017, he was driving his van, that the route he took to his house was down that private drive, and that when he would have been on that private drive is the exact time Richard Allen would have been there with the two girls. Oh, so he's involved, right? He's fucking, maybe it's he's partnered with this guy. Wow. You're so welcome. She's in remission. She beat it. But I'm saying she was also not feeling well. Like she was sick kind of the other day. No, I know. She said she wasn't feeling well. I think there's been stuff going around which I haven't caught. I guess this bubble I live in is helpful when it happens. That is the van. Oh, there's an ant just crawl across my screen. Oh, you lost a little. Yeah, it's too cold to be outside. I don't mind. If it's just one ant, I don't mind you come inside. That TV's probably warm, young ant. An ant just crawled across the screen of my TV. Oh my God, it's probably nice and warm. If I only see, as long as I don't see, the ants go marching 3 by 3, as long as I don't see 100 ants, then I never bother with them. And if it was warm out, I would help them get outside. But now, I'm not even going to bother. One ant is not a problem. He took it. It's freezing out. Dude, I recommend you come in if you can get in. So, you also heard from Brad Weber that on that day, February 13th, 2017, he was driving his van, that he took his house was down that private drive, and that when he would have been on the private drive in the exact same time, Richard Allen would have been there with the two girls. That is the van that he saw that spooked him. Something only the killer would know, and Richard Allen confessed it to F.G. Walla. Finally, let's not forget that Brian Harshman. Oh my God, the same ant is just, he's walking around. He's like on the screen, he's walking around. This is the same guy, I can see him. Dude, what are you doing? Probably warm. It's so awesome. That'd be great if it showed up for you guys, because he's walking around on the screen that I'm sharing. In listening to these over 700 calls, you got a feel for Richard Allen's voice. He told you that when Richard Allen was talking on the phone with his mom and his wife, his rate, his demeanor, his tone was all the same when he made the confessions as when he's talking about mundane everything, things. And finally, he told you as part of his investigation, he watched the video from Libby's phone, and he watched it dozens of times. And he told you on the stand, there's no doubt in his mind that voice on the video is Richard Allen's. That Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. And now all the pieces are clear. All the pieces are put together. So what does the state have to prove? Count 1 is murder. The defendant, Richard Allen, killed Abby while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping, which is defined as the person who knowingly or intentionally removes another person by force or threat of force from one place or another. Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Richard Allen used his gun to force the girls down the hill. He kidnapped them and later murdered them. We call this felony murder. The murder is committed during the commission of a felony. That's what Richard Allen did. Count 2 is the same. But with Libby, he not only forced Abby down the hill, he forces Libby down the hill. Count 3, the defendant knowingly or intentionally killed Abby. He slit their throat. He waited to make sure they were dead, and he left behind his calling card. He said that. He left behind his calling card. Like a calling card would be, if you leave it behind, you would like scratch their names on it. Like here's to the family, like a little, or that guy would scratch initials and stuff on his car. You know, they would use a fresh bullet, an unspent round that wasn't passed through your gun. You would wear gloves and you would scratch their name or something on it and then leave it. That's a calling card. This is just bullshit evidence that you want to try to say is his. Not a calling card. It's accidental. If the guy did that purposely, you think, oh my goodness. Don't you worry. You just come on here and say hello and just be, you know, we all have different opinions. Just be thoughtful of others and you know, we can't police everyone else. Just kind of come and do your thing and say hi, and everyone's welcome here. Okay. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. All right. And, you know, you got over some good, serious health stuff. You're still here. It's a new year. Everyone's here. It's just 126 is the new year, right? That's good. That's good. That's good. The spring is coming. Everyone's going to get back out and get ready. You know what you should do? I use this time of year to just not get too out of shape. If I get to shovel my driveway and do stuff, I don't worry, but every day I'll try to walk on my treadmill a little bit or pedal some stuff. Spring is coming. It's a whole new year. So you just get yourself ready to get back out there in another month or two, and everything's perfect. I'm here anytime. I'll be on a lot. I'm going to read every freaking document until this appeal is granted or this guy is let out, because this is wildly crazy. So you're welcome. Come anytime you want. We're glad you're here. Did I just pick the wrong page? Where did I go? Oh my God, right here. So he slit their throat. He waited to make sure they were dead, and he left behind his calling card. Yeah, this is where I got distracted. Like as if it's a calling card. Come on. Count 4, murder. Again, knowingly or intentionally, killed Libby, February 13th, a day that started out like any other day. I have been doing that a lot. I don't know why, Miranda. I know you've been pointing that out. I listen to my replays. I do that I've done it like 30 times a show. I have no idea why. I never did it before. I've been doing it so much. I don't, or You're so right. It is kind of cute, isn't it? I have no idea why. I guess it can mean anything, whatever it means for you. That's exactly what I mean it to mean. I know. I just can't tell you guys. That's it. A day where Libby decided to go to the trail with her best friend Abby and enjoy being outside. But a day that bridge guy stole their youth and the life away from both Abby and Libby. The state has showed you that Richard Allen is bridge guy. Richard Allen went on the trail that day with his .40 caliber 6-hour, that he arrived around 1:30, that he ran into Bree Wilbur and Riley Voorhees, and that he was grumpy, creepy, and walking with a purpose, and that as he continued down the trail, he went out on the Monon High Bridge to the first platform, and that's where Betsy Blair sees him. She sees him on the Monon High Bridge on the first platform, and she testifies he's there waiting for someone. Oh my God, how are they able to throw that in? What? She doesn't even see this guy. She sees a completely different guy. And how could somebody look at somebody and say that they're waiting for someone? How the fuck can they this is absurd, right? And as she returns to the Mears entrance where she came in, she passes Abby and Libby on their way to the Monon High Bridge. Richard Allen lies in wait. He waits for Abby and Libby, and then he follows them across the Monon High Bridge. And as Libby reaches the end of the bridge, she looks back and sees Abby is being followed by Richard Allen. Something in Libby caused her to turn her phone on and record the men following Abby. Some feeling she sensed this wasn't right. Richard Allen approaches the girls. He racks his gun and orders them down the hill. Boy. Hey, what's up, Luna Noxumbra? Welcome, welcome. Love that name. Luna Noxumbra. Am I saying that right? Luna Noxumbra. Or Noxumbra. Hello. Welcome. It is so cute. Definitely. I agree. Coffee's still warm. Yes. Great. Perfect. Oh my gosh. Welcome, welcome. So there, what does it mean again? Latin sun, Latin moon or something? I forget. I gotta remember. Type it. What does it mean again? And I'll read in a second because you're a bit behind. It means something Latin, something. Latin shadows. Moon, night shadow. Perfect. But Luna Noxumbra sounds better. I got to screenshot that so I can remember because I think I ask you every time. And there's another person that keeps coming here and I'm like, oh, is this your first time? And it's like your 10th time. It's so weird. I do that. So moon, night shadow. I'm going to remember that. Moon, night shadow. Luna Noxumbra. There was nobody else on the trail that day during that time that matches the description of Bridge Guy except Richard Allen. We also know from Brian Harshman that Richard Allen is the voice on the video. We know from the hard data from the phone that the video that Libby took was 2:13 p.m. at the end of the Monon High Bridge. Latin is beautiful. You're very welcome. Thank you. I do like Latin and French, but when they, or even like Sweden, when they try to speak with an English, they're English, but they have their accent, it is fun. The Sweden one, the Swedish one, and the Finnish, whatever the Finlands, when they try to speak English, Latin and French, French female, I guess, when they try to speak English, I love it. I mean, it's cool. Sorry, nothing creepy. Moving on. Richard Allen used his gun and his power, and he forces those girls down the hill. As they go down the hill, his intention is to rape them. I'm not trying to make light of this. Sorry, guys. We know that when he gets to the bottom of the hill, there is a pause. He begins to have his way with them. I'm doing Nick's voice like this because usually we're going back and forth, answer question. So it's like, instead of me reading, this is the question, I try to make the voices distinguished, and this is Nick's voice. So I'm not like, hopefully you don't think I'm trying to like make light of all this, all right? If you take a look at the health app data, there's a pause in the movement for 7 minutes. He has 7 minutes with them, but before he can finish his deed or his deeds, he sees a van. Brad Weber's coming home from work down his private drive to his home, and he scares Richard Allen. Then Richard Allen forces the girls across a creek to a spot in the woods, a secluded spot, and he kills them. He cuts their neck. Libby is completely naked. Abby's naked at one time, but when she's found, she's dressed partially in Libby's clothes. Once he got them to the woods, he used his gun again, and he racks his gun and he drops a bullet, and then it happens. He cuts Libby's throat first, and as she clings to life, she's grabbing for her throat, struggling to stay alive. We heard from Pat Cicero, and you saw in the picture, she begins to cry, and there's a blood outlined in a tear. Then he focuses his attention on Abby, and he cuts her throat. And he watches her die slowly. He then crawls out of the woods and walks back to his vehicle, down 300 North, like nothing happened. Sarah Carbaugh saw him, said he was muddy and bloody, like he just slaughtered a pig. And then he walked by all those people that Sarah Carbaugh said was at the entrance, Mir's entrance, and not one of them seen him. And the camera didn't pick him up too, right? Where is it? This picture. So they're saying this guy walks right by here in a blue jacket and thing. I mean, do we think that you wouldn't see a guy walking down the street? Imagine there was a guy there in jeans and, he wouldn't be tall, he'd be this big. We wouldn't see him walk by here, eh? Where is that video? Fucking liars. And for 5 years, he lives in this community. 5 years, he lives amongst us. But what he didn't realize is that he left behind a cartridge from his gun. You think he doesn't realize that if the guy does it? In the middle of the day, a shiny, unspent round pops out of his gun and just... I thought it was his cartridge. I thought it was his calling card. So he doesn't... What is it, Nick? Did he not realize or what? Or did he realize it was his calling card and it was like intentional, He wanted to tease you guys and he was like, toying with you guys. Then he inserts himself and he's getting off on it, right? A cartridge that was cycled through his gun, but he also left behind Libby's cell phone. Those two key pieces of evidence led investigators to him. And then finally, if that wasn't enough to convince you, we have his confessions, where he states over and over and over again, I killed Abby and Libby. And then he goes into detail how he does it, what his mindset is when he's doing it, and walks you through what he does to those girls. There's not one detail that's specific. Come on. When you have these types of crime scenes, they've got so many things they could ask him to verify if it's really him or not, that they didn't do once. Did they ever ask him afterwards, okay, what was this? What was this? What was this? What was, what was on top, like before he sees all those photos and that, and before Walla gets to him and talks to him, before these people, that's why you keep that information close to the vest, like Doug Carter said 1,000 times. Not to just say white van goes by and spooks him. That's not specifics enough. There needs to be much more. There could have been, but they don't want to rule them out, right? And because if somebody does that and they can't answer a bunch of questions, they would have had to rule them out. So they don't even ask. There's things they could have asked that we don't even know still, probably. That could have been proof, could have been proof. There's got to be some stuff in there that we don't know still. And in at least one of those admissions, he gives you detail that only the killer could have. And so I believe the evidence firmly convinces you that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy and that he killed Abby and Libby. I'm going to ask you to consider all the evidence and enter a conviction of guilty against Richard Allen on all 4 counts. Counts 1 and 2 for felony murder, counts 3 and 4 for murder. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated, we will go ahead and take a break, give you an opportunity to get up and move around a little. You may discuss the evidence, but please don't deliberate and only have those discussions if all 15 of you are present in the jury room. Gentlemen, all rise. Jury's out at 10:21. Let's take 15 minutes, Jody. They're going to take 15 minutes off the record at 10:20. They're back on the record. Mr. Rotzi is up. So I'll keep this open. And here it is. It's ready to go. Did I draw on here? This means something. I'll explain later. If you watch the replay, I've cracked the case. This is the equation. Truly, this is the equation. It's basically like E equals MC squared. This equals Richard Allen is not the guy. That's what. So maybe I should take a quick break for a quick pee break, right, guys? Look at this, 230 people here. On my other screen, I'm going to find, you know what? Let's find that. I want to find that fishy video. I know she'd love me playing it. Where is it? It is about the, there was confessions. It was such a perfect one. I want to watch some like YouTube bad actors, but that Gray Hughes one, he's too infuriating. I won't do that to you guys tonight. I will not. That's for another. That's plenty of, but not this. this time is this perfect video of confessions. This one. I'll share it with you. This will be the fishy intermission, and I know she won't mind. It's the one about confessions. Oh my God. So first of all, if you guys aren't aware, get over to here, share, copy, boom, boom. This is called Don't Hate Create's channel. She allows me to occasionally take a pee break, which I've coined the fishy intermission. It's Don't Hate Create, but this is Big Fish Small Ponds other creation channel. She has some great videos, and I will pick one to watch that's just perfect, so I can quickly run to the washroom and make a you know what, maybe I'll warm this coffee up because it's still half full. So which one was it? Not the fog. I do like that fog one. So what were we talking about here just now? I want the confession stuff. No, it's the confession stuff. This one. Which one was it? It was the one where they talk. 1 second, I'm just going to check. I'll click it on another, open a link in a new tab just in case, so I can make sure it's this one.
Hey guys, I just wanted you guys to see this.
Like there's one where they talk. Yeah, this is it. Where they tricked this guy.
So what they did is.
So what they did with this guy, it's confessions. They took this guy and they took a truck just like his. I'll find it. I'll play it for you. This is like the crime scene, right? They took a truck. I don't know if you can see it well at the bottom there.
She disappeared, and it's got a white truck on 43 Canal Road. And King, it's your truck.
So you can see it. They took a truck exactly like his and parked it at the crime scene where this, but it's not his truck. And then they told him it was, and it's like his got the exact, like, probably black line on this, you know, and they told him it was his.
So what they did is.
Wow. So I'll be right back. We're going to watch this. It's about interrogations. This is from Fishy's channel. Let me see the quality sometimes. Make sure it's up. It's definitely up. Speed is good. And the volume, it's not too well. The volume's only at half, so I'll be back. It's 11 minutes. I won't be gone long. I always put loop just in case, but we won't need to. This is about interrogation techniques and false confessions, okay? So, talk amongst yourselves. I will take us off the screen. Wait, this one? Yeah. Just enjoy. I'll be right back, okay? Go into the washroom. This is the fishy intermission pee break. I'll be right back. Go get yourselves a coffee. I'm going to read the defense closing statements until 8 a.m. East time, 7 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Mountain, 5 a.m. Pacific. So stick around. I'll be right back, okay? Thank you. I'm here.
Hey guys, I just wanted you guys to see this video on how questioning people in the interrogation room can influence their confessions and the information they have to put in them, and also even their own memories of what happened. So let's get into it.
But the bottom line is the same. You're trying to go more towards fact and away from opinion and made up stuff. I want you to look at this footage. The man in the video is Kenneth Osborne, who in 2008 was arrested and convicted of kidnapping and murder, and he was sent to jail for the rest of his life. And I want you to see what happened in his interrogation.
They have satellites that are over our head right now that keep constant 24-hour surveillance of everything that goes on. And I've got these photographs at the time of the 28th, the day that she disappeared. And it's got a white truck on 43 Canal Road. And King, it's your truck.
So what they did is they took a vehicle that was similar to Kenny's, parked it out there, and somehow were able to get an overview shot of that crime scene, suggesting that his vehicle was able to be pictured during the purported crime. that was untrue.
They used a phony picture of a truck that looked like his near the site of the crime to convince him that he was there. I don't even think they realize how messed up and unacceptable that is. There are countless studies that show that if you give someone evidence of something that didn't happen and it looks realistic enough, it will actually cause them to fabricate a memory. One of my favorite studies in this field is by Kimberly Wade, and it's called A Picture is Worth 1,000 Lies, using false photographs to create false childhood memories. In this study, they showed a bunch of people who had never been on a hot air balloon in their lives a picture of them as a child on a hot air balloon. It was completely photoshopped. And in 50% of cases, people recalled the day and they gave their experience and they talked about how it was, even if it wasn't even a real thing. The reason for this is because our memory is a highly flawed system. It's built for practicality, not for accuracy. So very often, especially if there's a lot of emotions involved, or if it was a little while ago, we take in those emotions, we take our creativity, our imagination, we take memories from other events, and we could fabricate things and we could swear to remember things that never actually happened. So when you're in an interrogation and you're showing a guy a picture that is not real, you could be causing something in his head that never happened. So here are two ways to avoid this at all costs. First, be excessively critical. If something feels even a little bit wrong, stop and think about it. Ask for more evidence. Ask them those questions we talked about earlier. How do you know? Why do you say that? Get all the facts. And if it feels wrong, don't accept someone else's opinion. Form your own, especially in sensitive conversations like an interrogation. Second counter is that people who are exaggerating or fabricating, especially on this level, are also lying, and we can see indicators of deception all over their behavior.
So for this, an indication that Jerry Holman is lying is when he says it's realistic. Like, that's not what you would say if he was actually telling the truth. You'd be like, this is real life, dude. This is the truth. This is what really happened. Saying this is realistic implies that it's fabricated. Like, that's what realistic means, is like something that is not true, but it looks true or something like that, you know? And so that's an indication that Jerry Holman is lying, in my opinion.
Let's keep going.
So this next one is the main reason why originally I felt that Richard Allen was innocent. And furthermore, when Jerry Holman was investigating him and he was saying that this bullet is yours, like, I'm not the one that has a bullet there. And Richard Allen's like, neither am I. And he's like, I'm not the one that said this, this, and that. And Richard Allen's like, neither am I. And so, in my opinion, that is a sign of him being innocent. Just like with what time he told him that he was there or whatever. Like, somebody who already knew what had happened would have made up some story or would have made sure that they put themselves in a completely different place during that time frame because they are aware of when it happened and everything. Like, I don't know, Ron Logan, not saying he's guilty, but that's definitely a sign if they preemptively know to lie about what time something happened, whereas Richard Allen did not do that. And then with the bullet, it's not like after they went to his house and they searched and they took his gun. Like, why would he not try to make up some story that about like, oh, I go out there all the time and shoot guns, or like, you know, give himself an out or a reason to have his bullet there. But he's just like, no, that's not mine. That is a sign that he is innocent, in my opinion.
Is there any physical evidence that you know of that he was in possession of that would tie you to where he was found? No. None at all. Okay. Is there any reason, Wesley, that you can think of that I won't be able to clear you? No. Okay. Did you kill her and not mean to? I did not kill her.
One of them was the presumptive question. This is a question that doesn't accuse someone, but sort of hints at them that you might have some information, and if the person is guilty, they have to re-question their entire position and their entire story. So in this case, right in the beginning, he asked him, is there any physical evidence that she might be in possession of that would tie you to what happened. Now think about what that would do in your head if you were guilty of this crime. You would think to yourself, wait, what is he talking about? Do they have some sort of physical evidence? And you might want to come up with a story to cover your butt. So you might say something like, well, you know, she borrowed my truck earlier that day, so she may have had some of my things, or she came by before she went to the bar. Just something, or you would hesitate, or we think they would see that. In his case, we got a direct no. If you're lying, this is a very difficult position to be in, because if they do have evidence, now you really have to climb uphill. There are people right now in jail serving life sentences for a crime they did not commit because they were manipulated by someone that they trusted.
So now I want to take you to how someone could possibly make false confessions, even though they're not like currently being interrogated or whatever. But think about somebody who is in solitary confinement for 3 months and they have people antagonizing them the entire time, like former or cellmates or whatever, and then also the prison guards just constantly like berating them and calling them a child murderer and stuff. And then think about, like, we already know that they use the read and investigative technique or interrogation technique in that's what they're trained to do in Carroll County, and I'm sure Holman as well, which is like a very aggressive technique. And so this next clip is going to show how they talk to a person. And so after being in solitary confinement and having like your mind broken, basically, I think it's totally plausible that he could start questioning reality and questioning, like, what if I did do this? Like, maybe I did do this and I just don't remember it. Or even like actually think in his head that he must have done it, you know? And so we can't possibly understand what it's like to be in that situation. Like, everybody thinks that they would be so strong or they'd want to be in solitary. You wouldn't. It's literally torture. Like, it is beyond what we could really imagine. And so this is going to show how they could put it in his head. Like, even if he does have statements that are accurate to the crime, that doesn't mean that he is actually the one that committed it. And so just watch this and just watch it with an open mind.
I want you to see in this interrogation how often the interrogators were telling him what mindset he's in, and they did it so much that they just broke down his mental state.
So it's possible that you're blocking that out, putting yourself down the road where you wanted to be. You got to do that. Earlier, you said it wasn't possible you're on Blaine Road. You remember? You said it wasn't. I wasn't on Blaine Road. Then your mind opened up a little bit, didn't it? And when it opened up, you realized not only is it possible, but I was there on Blaine Road. You're taking yourself so much where you didn't want to be to where you wanted to be in your mind. And you see something evil in your mind, and you try to block it out, but you have to, it's so evil that you can't block it out completely. So you have to replace it with something else. No, you're not. You ain't losing your mind, you get your mind right. Your mind is coming around, okay? Open it up. Open it up. Your mind's coming around.
I absolutely hate everything about that. In fact, remember this. Anytime someone presents their personal opinion as fact, they're attempting to manipulate you whether they know it or not. This is in legal situations where you ask for a lawyer. Make this a rule in your head. Never deviate. Really drill it in there. If ever somebody who works in law enforcement asks you if you can go in to answer some questions, always answer, I would absolutely love to, the moment my lawyer gets here. Always, regardless of what's happening, it doesn't matter, because you might be in there to cooperate and help them, and they might seem like they're doing the same, but that is not what's happening. And as we saw, there are people spending their lives in jail because that didn't work out for them. So the moment that happens, lawyer up.
Thank you guys for watching. Tell me what you guys think in the comments down below, and see you next time.
Bye. Bye.
Hey guys, I just wanted you guys to see
hey guys.
this video.
Hey guys, Fishy just wanted to show you again, but I think once is enough, Fishy. Come on. You don't need to show them again. Sorry. I'll keep that. Look, 230 people watching right now. Boom. All right, guys. Maybe I did show it, I guess, right, Mimi? I probably did show the picture. We have them all. Oh, I'll put the comments back up. So what do you guys think of that, eh? That's a wild video. They really gaslit that guy into, man. Yeah. If you tell somebody enough times and they show you like a distinct looking truck like that is at the crime scene, like, what? Maybe I would? Oh my God. So we read this, took the break. Let's do this. Any special requests or questions? Look at you guys. Yeah, well, I mean, it's weird for them to just assume that it's there because it's something related to this crime. Like, wow, they want to insinuate that, right? I mean, I don't know. So, a new day starts. The defense, let's see what they have to say. This is the closing statements from, I believe it's going to be Rosie. Yeah. Rosie is up. So Nick is done. Let's see what they say here. Let's take it. They took 15 minutes. Rosie's ready. Let's bring the jury. The jury's back in. All rise. 10:43 a.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Rotzi, you may proceed. So, Brad, Rosie, dancing, TikTok dancing sensation. I think it was posted on Facebook. Dancing in his sexy socks down the hallway with a moonlighting with a sheet of paper. We've all seen it. Oh, I have a mini. What's that? A dog? Oh, a mini. Okay. From high school graduation. Oh, for sure. Of course. I mean, yeah, I think everyone has stuff like that. But yeah, it would probably have a bunch more stuff in it. Did this just have that one bullet in it? I don't even remember. Yeah, I hear you. I have a bunch of letters, love letters from when I was a kid too. Literally from grade 5, 6, 7, and 8. So funny. All my old high school yearbooks, all the stuff we used to write, I got all that stuff. So much more. Maybe I'll share one day. Probably not. Actually, I put them on. I won't even say it. So Rosie's up. Let me get a fresh Ricola treat. My coffee is warmed up again. So this time, as long as I don't forget about it for too long, it's definitely too hot now. Again, same one because it's still half full. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's another thing. Like I have things like in Canada, we stopped using $1 and $2 bills. We switched to the loony and toonie coins. The dollar for $1 and $2, we have coins called a loony and a toonie. They're big coins, and we don't use the bills anymore because the $1 and $2 were so highly used that they wear out so fast. So I kept a bunch of old ones like that. Our money. Yeah, it's neat to keep some of the older money. And away we go. Brad, Rosie, the defense closing arguments. May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We've been here for almost a month now, and let me just double check. Gentlemen of perfect. And by my count, 17 days of testimony, evidence over close to 60 witnesses. I think by my count, 200 to 300 pieces of evidence, exhibits, videos, and you've had a chance to consume all of those things. And today is an opportunity for the lawyers, as the judge said, to try and summarize our theories of the case. The defense trusts that you heard what you heard over the last several weeks. Sorry, I just wolfed down a granola bar. I got the tiny little pieces, but I put a candy in my mouth. There we go. I got it. Those 2 little pieces of granola. I should have. 1 second. Just gonna take a bigger drink of my cold drink. 1 sec. And we're back. Perfect. It was a coconut, a dark chocolate and coconut granola bar, and the pieces were still there. And I put in a lemon mint Ricola, and they weren't going well together. So I took the candy out and swished my cold drink around like a mouthwash and got all the granola down and the coconut. And it seems to have fixed the problem. Now I'm just strictly lemon and mint Ricola. And away we go. Let's do this for the people, 200 people listening. I love you all. The defense trusts that what you heard over the last several weeks in terms of the words that came out of the witnesses' mouths, the form or the way they said those things, and their consistency in their testimony is really more important than what you are going to hear today. But it is nice to have an opportunity to try and summarize these things. And I would suggest to you that there's been 4 main themes that we've heard over the course of the last 17 days of testimony. The first one is a broken timeline. The second one is a bungled ballistics. Yes. The third one is false confessions. And the fourth one is digital forensics. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Fishy. That was a perfect video to go into for this, because it's big focus. Raw data that speaks the truth. Now, one of the other themes that has reared its head over the last 3 weeks is one that you really can't plan for. On the defense side, at least, before you walk into these courtrooms, because you really don't know what you're going to get from the opposing party, in this case, the state of Indiana. But what we've gotten undisputed over 17 days is a theme about what they don't want you to hear. That may be the most important theme in this entire case, is what they didn't tell you. It's what we had to tell you time and time again, witness after witness, exhibit after exhibit. We had to do their job. And let's just think about a few of those things as we get off and running. First one that comes to mind is their refusal to have that height analysis done on that 43-second video. We heard early in this case, that they found an expert. They could have spent some money, and they chose not to, because they were concerned about the variation in the height, maybe being anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. I don't recall exactly what testimony was. Yeah, 2 inches either way. Again, I trust the 12 or 15 of you will look at your notes and remember that. They could have had some ranges. They could have maybe ruled out some individuals, but they chose not to do that. And they also chose not to tell you that. The second thing that comes to mind, hours and hours of video interviews lost during a critical time period shortly after these crimes in 2017. We brought that to your attention through the testimony of Officer Moonman Mullins. The third thing we did, this Ford Focus, this 2016 Ford Focus. Somebody asked us a question, an astute juror. They ran down and did a BMV search in the middle of the trial. Not 6 months ago, not a year ago, not 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, while here in trial. And then they offer you up part of the story again. And in order to tell the whole story, we had to offer up the rest of the exhibit, what they don't want you to know. Brad Heath's story may not be the biggest piece of evidence in this case, but I think it's good that you, the jurors, would know that a man who drives in that area of the Hoosier Hardware Store on a routine basis noticed something unusual that day. A car that had been parked just next to the CPS building from the morning until late in the afternoon. So unusual that he noted it. We told you that, Betsy Blair's story. The state put her on the witness chair. They asked her only the questions they wanted to ask to elicit, and the only response they wanted to elicit. But they didn't tell you the rest of the story. We did that through cross-examination. A youthful man, I think she said, was boyish looking, brown, poofy hair, not short. They also didn't tell you about the vehicle she saw at the Hoosier Hardware store when she left that was entirely inconsistent with a 2016 Ford Focus. And then we've got Sarah Carbaugh. I've got to take a breath before I talk about her. He just took a breath. So she too did not tell the whole story until cross-examination. And what you found out is entirely inconsistent with counsel's references earlier today that she saw a muddy, bloody man on 300 North on February 13th. In fact, what we know is, at first, she saw a muddy man, I think 11 times in that first statement, which was shortly after the deaths of those two girls. And then she was interviewed again several weeks or maybe even a month or two later. Excuse me for not having all the dates memorized. And then she reported in that interview, she saw a bloody man, a man who had a tan jacket, until they showed her the photo of Bridge Guy, and then she changed her story. Oh, maybe it was blue. They conflate these two words, muddy and bloody, and they're off running. Now, there's an instruction that you are gonna get, and I actually think the judge may have read it earlier, that basically says that you are the judge of the credibility of the witnesses, and I'm just going to plant this in your brains for the rest of the morning. You may discount the testimony of a witness altogether, and in our business, we actually have a phrase for this. It's not one that gets used often, but it's called the concept of incredible dubiosity. That, like, he's going to go on probably to say that, like Betsy Blair, if she's credible, then everything she says should be credible, right? She has no, so they can't just leave out that she thinks that the sketch they drew of the guy she saw is really good, and that she saw a guy with poofy hair, and that she saw a car that resembled her dad's 1965 Ford Comet. They leave all of that stuff out, right? I mean, either for witnesses, you don't get to do that. You shouldn't. That's probably what they're going to allude to. So those are kind of big words, but basically what it means to lawyers is that when you hear testimony of, or you receive evidence that's so preposterous and so hard to believe that you should just discount it entirely. Sarah Carbaugh and her testimony we put in the incredible dubiosity box. It means nothing but for purposes of our discussion today, and now it's what they didn't tell you about it. David McCain. Didn't even bother to bring David McCain in on their case in chief. We called him. David said he was on the trail sometime between 2 and 3, depending on whose version or what part of this testimony you want to believe. But a very believable man. He's out taking photos that day on the trail between 2 and 3 o'clock. He said he'd spent no less than half an hour on that bridge. They didn't tell you about him because it doesn't fit their narrative. Right. Shelby Hicks and Cheyenne Holgun. So Shelby Hicks was with Daniel Pearson on the bridge. Cheyenne was with Shelby Duncan, who walked past them. But she calls Cheyenne Holgun Mills, who's with Shelby Duncan. They're the ones who walk past them. They arrive. They take a phone call around the junction. They get to the bridge by 3:30ish. They walk across. They walk past Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson on the first platform. Cheyenne Mills, whatever it is, and Shelby Duncan go to the other side, and they take a pee right over where on the Weber side, right where down the hill is. Then they come back and they take a bunch of photos here, they work their way back. And by 3:55, Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson have left the first platform, and Cheyenne Mills and Shelby Duncan take a photo at 3:55 of Shelby Duncan's feet dangling off the first platform and upload it to wherever. So 3:55, they're back to that. So all these things, I mean, There's a reason why I started telling you that. I forget why. Let me read this. He's taking photos between the trail. Right. That's why the reason why I almost got lost, but I remember now. So the Cheyenne Mills calls the next morning before the bodies are found. She says she calls the next morning to say, I was there with Shelby Duncan the day before. So it's before the bodies are found. And then they say later on or whatever, they don't even tell. She says, I was there, this stuff, I was out on the trail taking photos, all this stuff. And they go and talk to her 2 weeks later. They wait 2 weeks to go talk to her. And she's got, like she says, I was there. I went across to the other side. Took a bunch of photos, like 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4, whatever it was. We're there. And they say, oh, okay, we'll come talk to you. And they end up meeting her out in the parking lot. And she goes with her mom in a car because it's like Taco Tuesday. She literally says it. So like 2 weeks later. And then McCain calls in and says and like the day or two after, and they tell him, oh, we'll go talk to you in like 2 weeks or so. So McCain calls in and says, I got a camera. I was on this bridge for half an hour at this time, right around 3:30 or 4, whatever. He's there on the bridge for half an hour. I took a bazillion photos, all this. And they wait 2 weeks to go talk to him. They don't want to find answers out. They didn't want these answers. These people were nuisances. Think how many people tried to call in and do stuff that they told and blew off that didn't actually push. Because even with Betsy Blair was trying to call in and say, hey, and they waited so long to talk to her. And then when they get her stuff, they'd kind of blowing her off and not listening to her about her sketch. They didn't want this info. Then all of a sudden, Sarah Carball leaps Betsy Blair, and she's found in that fog reveal stuff, phone stuff, months and months later by the FBI. And the FBI comes and talks to her and Betsy Blair. And oh my God, the FBI goes to talk to Cheyenne Mills. And they're kind of surprised. She says, oh yeah, I've talked to the cops a couple times already. And the FBI sounds like they didn't even know about that 6 months later. So they tried to bury all these witnesses, man. Not bury 6 feet under, but bury all this extra info. They didn't want it. All these people with cameras around their necks. You know what's weird? Picture it. Cheyenne is there with a gigantic camera on her neck, and Dave McCain has a big camera on his neck too. And then they tell him 2 weeks later, we'll go talk to you 2 weeks later, begrudgingly almost. They're both saying they were on this bridge for like a half an hour, both of them. Time within a half an hour when these girls have gone missing on this bridge. So wild. Like someone called you, what? You got your cameras? Get your butt in here immediately. That day. Then say she calls in on the Tuesday morning, Cheyenne. Let's say they find the bodies and like, oh my God, this Cheyenne called in this morning. By that night, they're like, get in here. Gives that, bring your stuff in. What? And they wait 2 weeks to go talk to her in a parking lot somewhere. So they didn't want this extra info. Your ammo. You wouldn't believe where I found rounds. They're organized and in the safe now. Oh, and which one do you have in your keepsake, Nicole? I'm only kidding. You have that much? You have that much ammo you have to organize? Oh my God, you guys. You Americans are awesome. I guess if everyone's running around with guns, you're going to need a gun. I get it. Yeah. You don't want to bump into somebody and they're going to the bar. You bump into somebody and your gun falls out. Or there's that one where that FBI guy was dancing at a party and he does a backflip and his gun falls out and shoots someone. That's not funny, but it was weird. No, I'm only kidding. Oh my God, in your keepsake drawer, your underwear drawer. Yeah. How could you see it in there with all that leopard skin print and zebra and cheetah underwears? Did it blend in? I'm only kidding. Did you use one of those purple lights to see? I'm only kidding. The CSI guys spotted the shiny bullet with their lights because one guy wasn't wearing the orange goggles. Oh my God. Anyways, so where was I? So David McCain didn't even bother to bring David McCain in on their case in chief. We called him David said he was on the trail sometime roughly between 2 and 3, depending on whose version of what part of the testimony you want to believe. But a very believable man. He's out taking photos that day on the trail between 2 and 3 o'clock. He said he spent no less than half an hour on that bridge. They didn't tell you about him because it doesn't fit their narrative. And the Shelby Hicks and Cheyenne Holgan, 2 more witnesses that were out on the trail that day. Shelby Hicks, by way of her testimony, sometime probably between 2:30 and 3:30, maybe even a little later. Cheyenne Holgan, by way of her testimony, probably got there, I think she said around 2:50 again. So it's like 3:30 to 3:55 she's on that bridge. At least 3:30s. And you can check your notes, and left sometime around 4 o'clock. I think there was a timestamped photograph of 3:49, 3:55 it was. Miss Duncan dangling her feet off of the side where the other 2 were on that first platform after they'd come back. So they took this photo and then they left the bridge pretty much. After 5 or 10 minutes, they smoked a couple cigarettes, probably joints, obviously, right? Who cares? So Duncan on the north side of the bridge on their way back. The state didn't offer either one of those witnesses up. Rick's version of the route that he said he traveled to the trail that day. Officer Moonman Mullins got up here, and head investigator Moon Mullins, and tried to put Rick on on the route that fit best for them. But in fact, we learned on cross-examination that that route is not consistent with Rick's story. That Rick actually told them he didn't know actually which way he went. They didn't tell you that. They didn't tell you that. Well, I guess they have some cute guns, right? Every guy should get their girl a cool Glock, pink little one, carry in your purse. Hopefully you don't get it taken from you and get it used against you, but I guess I'd rather have one there if you need one, I guess. I don't even know. You guys are all carrying around in your purse, right? Dee Dee's strapped. Dee Dee's got one in her purse and one on her ankle, one on her thigh, one on her back. Yeah, keep it in the back between your shoulder blades in case you have to put your hands like in what's that movie? Oh, what's that movie with Bruce Willis? Fucking Bruce Willis movie where he jumps off the building. You know the movie. What's that movie, guys? Bruce Willis has one. No, not Tomb Raider. The Bruce Willis one where he's in the building and he's got the gun taped to his back, and Klaus, the Swedish terrorist, he reaches his hand back and he's got a gun taped, duct tape in between his shoulder blades. Oh my God, what movie is that? Fuck, how do I not remember that? You guys, somebody's got to print that up, put that up. I know you're a little bit behind. I should wait. I have to. Let's see if you guys are that far behind. Let me see. No. He's in a building. Yeah, I'll find out. Bruce Willis movies. The hell? It's just one of his best movies. Oh my God, he's got a lot of movies. It's gonna be old, right? The one he's in the building and the Swedish terrorists. Oh my God, this guy's been in too many goddamn movies. Damn you, Bruce Willis. Damn you. What the hell? How is this happening? It's such a popular movie. Fuck. This one? Die Hard. Duh. It's Die Hard. Oh my goodness. It's Die Hard. Die Hard. He's got the guy, he puts a gun and he tapes it behind his back, and they catch him. He's got his hands up and he puts his hand behind his, and then he has the gun there. And it's like taped behind him. Let me see if Die Hard, Bruce Willis, gun taped to his back. He's got it here, probably. They don't show it. Oh my God, he's got it taped. and he gives himself up, and they don't know the gun is there, and then he reaches back and grabs it. How did they not show it? Oh, no, he's got it duct taped to his back. See what you guys have done? I blame you, Bruce Willis. It's your fault. Too many movies, young man. Way too many movies. You've got this confused. AI is confused. They cannot find me a photo of you with this gun taped on your back. Such a major scene. Oh my God, I quit. I quit. Let's do this. Die Hard. And he's got the gun taped to his back. Oh my God, I'm going to find that. Let's read first. So the two statements, the two interrogations. One, the first interrogation on October the 13th, and the second on October 26th. Sorry. It was until Mr. Baldwin tried to introduce those statements that you saw them. And I suggest to you that when you go back and deliberate, if there's one piece or two pieces of evidence in this case that you might use to exercise your common sense and your judgment, it might be those two pieces. You shouldn't talk to them like that. You don't want to piss them off. To use your common sense, to say something flattering, like to use your amazing judgment or your spidey senses, something nice. Sit down and watch those two statements. Digest what's being said, how it's being said, the tone of what's being said, and ask yourselves, like something complimentary, your better judgment, your experience, your wisdom, your street smart, your intuition, something, not what he said didn't sound right. You don't want them to kind of not like you. How did Rick Allen handle the situation? One of the most stressful situations a human could ever be in front of, being interrogated for the murder of two girls. But you weren't going to see that until we put it in. Brad Weber's lab results. So they did catch it. Item 101, a 6-hour, collected from his home, not only could it not be excluded, she basically says she included it so much so that she said, so they even I think they missed it. I could have it wrong. It just doesn't feel like it. If you go to Oberg's statement and page 181, she fucking alludes to having 4 guns. The first one is the Glock. The second one is the Smith & Wesson. And the third one is the 6-hour. At the same time as the bullet item 16 is given to her, within a week or two of the murders. She's got 3 guns. Before February is over in 2017, Oberg has 3 guns and that item 16, which is Exhibit 148, which is the unspent round found by Libby's foot. She then, in the next sentence, says, if, it's a hypothetical, if I had the defendant's gun too, which would be a 4th gun, she would be able to have attributed, she wouldn't have attributed it to the other gun. So she says at this time she attributed it to a gun. It's 5 years earlier. She doesn't have Richard Allen's gun. It's a hypothetical. If she had it, she would have been able to get it more, better, conclusively correct. So what she's saying is I attributed item 16 as to having been cycled through the other one. Well, what's the other one? In her next breath, she eliminates the Glock and the Smith & Wesson because she says those striations don't match. Their unspent round striations, or whatever they call them, marks, don't match the unspent round marks. So she's eliminated those two, the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. Therefore, she said Brad Weber's gun was the one she's attributing it to. She's saying she attributed it to the other one. It's a hypothetical. 5 years earlier, she doesn't have Richard Allen's gun. She's saying, if I did have it, I would have been able to get it more conclusive, more correct. So not only does she say she can't eliminate Brad Weber's gun, they tricked you. They could eliminate the other 2. Therefore, the bullet she says it went through the first time was, she not only could they not eliminate it, they couldn't exclude it, they included it. She included it. Go read it. She says it. And then there's a whole gobbledygook with the 4 other guns. 3 of them are so rusted up that she's hitting them with hammers and penetrating oil. And the 4th one is some kind of armory 40 caliber or something. And it's so rusted up with conch shells and zebra mussels and rust and sea whatever from being in water that she has to put it in such a stronger solution, and some of the parts that we're going to be looking for disintegrate. By the end of the day, she doesn't know what she puts it in, but by the end of the day, it's disappeared. It disintegrated. Oberg disintegrated. And then a month later, Richard Allen's arrested. And she's got herself a new, but she was able to get the serial number of that gun. And Ron Logan's finally dead. Kathy Shank is discovering tips on her dead husband's birthday that she discovered in 2019, right before Halloween, that were never lost in the first place. She printed it out, something that was never lost, and then lost it again. And then boom, boom, boom. Lo and behold, Logan dies in January 2022. They've merged a bunch of case numbers together. Item numbers of this are now bullets this, and how perfect. They got rid of a case, either Weber's, I bet you Weber, 2019, or whatever it was. They've merged that into the 17K case at the police laboratory. Therefore, they got rid of one, and they, if they really ran out of numbers in the 17K case, they would have just reset 17K because these girls were murdered in 2017, and they say that that's indicative of the year. So why are we using a 19K case number? It's all bullshit. The 17K case, it said 17KC00066. There's 99,933 more numbers they could have used. Why do we need to reset that number? And then there's this whole suspicious comments from Oberg saying, I don't know, I can't verify it, I can't tell if it's true or not. That's the reason they ran out of numbers in her testimony. So they duped them. So not only could they not eliminate Brad Weber's 6 hour, they included it. They couldn't exclude it because she included it. She eliminated the other 2 and included this one. And she would have been able to include Richard Allen's if she had it 5 years earlier. So they duped him. They fucking duped him right here in the testimony. And away we go. You got the exhibit. You can see it for yourself. So it's just so, let me read that again. But you are going to see that until we put it in Brad Weber's lab results for his gun. Item 101, a 6 hour P239 40 caliber collected from his home, could not be excluded as the gun. That's why they needed that new serial number, probably, because she probably used Brad Weber's serial number as saying the gun passed her that one. There's a whole switcheroo happening here. For them to be able to, could not be excluded. Well, she included a gun back then, and she only had 3 of them. And the 2 of them, she says she excluded back then. So it had to have been Brad Weber's 6 hour. They're going to nail Weber first. They were going to, and she says it's a hypothetical question, page 181 of Oberg's Go Look at It. She says, well, if I had the defendant's gun, so she says the Glock, the Smith & Wesson, the 6 hour, and if I had the defendant's gun at that time, the same time I got the bullet 16, which was years, like on February 17th of 2017, she's got the bullet. The 6 hour, she gets it. Sorry, the Glock, she gets 30 minutes before that one. Then she gets the bullet on the 17th of 2017, February. Then the 27th, she receives the Smith & Wesson. And on the 28th of February 2017, she receives the 6 hour. Way back then. And in her next breath, she says, if I also had the defendant's gun back then, I wouldn't have attributed the bullet as to having, item 16, as to having cycled through the other gun. Well, what's the other gun? The only other gun is the 6 hour because the Glock and Smith & Wesson have been ruled out. In her next breath, she rules them out because their extractor arms don't match. And this is 5 years earlier. And then all this gobbledygook, they buried that. They buried that. They were going to nail Weber. Now they got a new serial number and all this shit has been transferred over, new case numbers. The laboratory items are this, now are this exhibit, and they gobbledygook and fooled. They fooled everyone. Then August, right before Richard is arrested, 1 month before, they get the serial number from that other gun. Everything's working perfect now. Some parts disappear. She disintegrates a bunch of parts. 3 other guns are being hit with hammers from the, oh my God. They fucking duped everyone. Again, a 6-hour P239 40 caliber collected from his home could not be excluded as the gun that cycled around, as it was included. She said it. I attributed the bullet as to having been through the other gun, the other one. 5 years before she has Richard's gun. The other 2 eliminated. There's only 1 other gun. Brad's 6-hour. You got the exhibit. You can see it for yourself. We introduced that into evidence. The photo from Brad Weber's garage, which introduced just a few days ago, taken shortly after the murders, where on the floor you see some sticks. That is kind of not funny. So they go take a photo of Brad Weber's garage, and you got like these branches all over his fucking. Like, come on, I collect branches like when I walk around my yard. I pick them up because I gotta put them out. I gotta bundle them and put them out. Get rid of them because we got so many trees and the wind's blowing branches all over the place. So I put them in piles, and then by the end of the week I get to put them out with to the curb, and they take them. I break them up, and I got to kind of bundle them all up and put them in those big brown bags for yard waste. Coffee's perfect. What's going on, guys? Not ignoring you, okay? It matches my belt and work boots. Ooh, could you? Oh, look, I just see you. Like you guys going line dancing. So you got a hat, matching belt and boots, and your holster. Your gun holsters are all matching, guys. Nicole, I can see you doing that. She's line dancing, and everyone's strapped. Got like their nice tan colored cowboy hat, cool buckle, cool brown cowboy boots, and your holsters are all matching your clothing. Taurus. Who's a Taurus? I'm a Virgo. Taurus and Capricorn are just right for me. And Leos. For some reason, blonde Leos have been my nemesis my whole life. But they're fun. I get to marry them and they get to break my heart. Look at you guys. Velcro? Oh my God. You have a gun Velcro to your belly? You guys are wild. Anyway, I'll catch chat later. That's why I watch the replay and I read you guys. So I try to ignore you guys, sort of, because I really love reading you guys. Next time I'll play it. Away we go. Mimi, that is so cool. Look at this. Perfect. Shibby, I'm a les. Oh, what? Did you type that? You're a les? Oh my God. What are you saying, young lady? Look at this. Carol comes in. Look at this, guy. Shibby, I'm a les. Carol, you're wild. Thank you for being here. You're fucking awesome. Oh, oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a typo. I thought you were coming in joking. Like, what? Oh my God. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. I'm so sorry. I'm delusional. I'm a confused old man. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm a Leo. I know. Okay. You have blonde hair. Don't tell me you have blonde hair. Oh my God. That's why we get along so well. You're like my nemesis that's here to break my heart. I feel it. Oh, Taurus. Oh my God. So sorry. See, you're talking about your purse and I jump in with Taurus. Look at me. I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. So you're talking about a purse and I jump in about it being your sign. And I say I'm a Virgo. My fellow earth signs are Taurus and Capricorn. And then this one jumps in and says, I'm a les. And she meet Leo after I just talked about being Leos, being like my nemesis. So sorry, guys. I hope we're all laughing because that was funny. Okay, I'm going to carry on. You guys are too much fun. Where was it? Before I learned that Carol is a Leo. A Leo, nothing else. A wonderful Leo. And you guys are strapping guns with Velcro and matching them to your cowboy boots and as you go line dancing. I get it. I see it. See y'all line dancing with matching gun holsters. Brad Weber's lab results from his gun. Item 101, a 6-hour P239 40 caliber collected from his home, could not be excluded as the gun that cycled that round. You got the exhibit. You can see it for yourself. We introduced that into evidence. The photo from Brad Weber's garage, which introduced just a few days ago, taken shortly after the murders, where on the floor you see some sticks. This is where I stopped. You've got sticks on this garage floor. Why would you keep them in your garage? That makes no sense. I mean, if you're collecting them to put them out, you don't put them in your garage. Like, you keep them wherever your garbage is to then put them out. Even out there, you wouldn't even do that. You'd probably just toss them somewhere. There's so much woods and forest. If you collect them up, like when it's windy and they fall on your your lawn, areas where you're going to pick the sticks up, but you're not going to worry about putting them and collecting them in your garage. You would probably toss them behind your barn or your shed, So seems pretty elementary in most cases, but clearly in this case, the significance of sticks in an odd place is noteworthy. Fucking yeah. It's fine. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't even think of it. I didn't even put two and two together. It's definitely a typo. Don't you ever be sorry. You guys give me way too much enjoyment to ever be sorry for anything. I'm sorry. I'm a confused old man. I'm a confused old man. I'm sorry. You guys never ever say sorry. Thank you for putting up with me. A man who lives just across the creek from the crime scene. We offered that evidence, not them. Brad Weber's statement to the police today again. You heard that he said he drove home that day, but what you hadn't heard until the testimony from Officer Goatee and ultimately Brad Weber himself, that he actually interviewed with Agent Pohl and Goatee back in 2017, shortly after this, and told them that he, in fact, did not go home that day, that he ran his ATM route. You heard that from us. Brad Weber didn't know what ATM even meant, the acronym stood for. The April 3rd phone calls, today again, the state tees up one phone call in a series of 3. The middle call, April 3rd at 5:14 a.m. We're going to get back to that in a few minutes. They tee up that phone call. What you do know from Harshman's testimony is there was one before that. You might find it suspicious that you didn't hear those phone calls. Why not offer up some context to you? Why not tell you the whole story? The FBI parting ways in the middle of the investigation, not offered up by the state, but when Superintendent Carter got up here a week or so ago and recounts there were issues separating. And that we weren't allowed to ask him if he crawled across the creek, crawled across the bridge, because that's not important to the crime, because it means nothing, right? That a man would be so nervous of this bridge that he crawled across the creek. Yet, Nick, when Brittany was up, Rich's daughter, he was able to ask her, "Ooh, you had no fear of this bridge. You walked really fast across, and so you could have done it, Yet they're fighting, admitting and letting the defense ask Carter why he crawled across this bridge. He crawled. Carter was on the bridge and said that he crawled on his hands and knees because he was so afraid. Well, the sticks that were not recovered, that were left out there until March the 3rd and begrudgingly picked up by these 60 years experienced three CSI guys with a combined experience of 60 plus years, mentors, training, top-notch CSI guys. They show up at a crime scene. There's 10 or 15 sticks on dead bodies. The only thing we know this killer touched with his hands and they toss them off to the side and don't collect them. And then Doofus Doolin has to go back out there 3 or 4 days later and say, hey, I saw blood on these sticks. Shouldn't you guys collect them? And then on March 3rd, he's like, begrudgingly, Old Hay or whatever, somebody sends Page and Datsman, or one of them or both, back to get them. And they're like, ugh, I still wouldn't go get them. And Baldwin's like, if you had hindsight 2020, if you knew that now, instead of March 3rd, leaving them out there for 18 days, would you, if you knew your superiors and if somebody's going to send you back out there to get them, would you have got them in the beginning? He's like, no, it was a dumb idea. It wasn't worth it. There were, we wouldn't have done it. I just had to go back and do it because I was ordered or something. And then on March 3rd, they go back and get these sticks after 18 days sitting out there in the elements. And there's blood and stuff on them. So imagine what could have been lost. Could have rained. I don't know what happened. What's the weather between February 15th? Well, they put the sticks out there. They would be out there the night of the 14th. But let's pretend they had stuff covered. So February 15th, right? What's the weather in that area from February 15th to March 3rd? Because that's when they say those sticks sat out there. And they begrudgingly had to go back and get them. So the sticks that were not recovered, the blood at the crime scene initially, and I think Officer Doofus Doolin actually testified that, yeah, he went back out several days later. He had to ask them to come back out and collect those sticks. He did. He said it in his testimony. My coffee is so perfect. Look at this. The stars have aligned. Dee Dee's here. Carol's here. Mimi's here. Nicole is here. Abby was here. Oh my God. I do not deserve any of you guys. Man. We offered that information up. The state did not. Those videos from Westville, 13 months this man sat in that isolated cell in that prison without a choice. 13 months, guys. 395 days. 395 days. 30 days is the maximum for the rest of this goddamn world. All civilized countries agree. 30 days, anything over 30 days is just unusual torture, punishment. Let's drop bombs on each other. Let's fucking do all this, shoot guns at each other. Let's fly planes over and firebomb each other. But we will not put somebody in solitary confinement for 30 days like in the hole. That's just too cruel for these people. Yet no problem to ignore their policy because it's safekeeping, right? He's not even a convicted criminal at this time. Oh my God. How did this happen? What is going on? Man, they have to give him an appeal just for all the bullshit that happened in Westville alone. He has to get an appeal. And all they want to talk about is what he said after he sat there for 6 or 7 months after being tortured. Lights are on 24/7. Guys yelling at him, baby killer. And the guards admitted that half of their confessions that they wrote down verbatim were other people yelling at him. Richard Allen, why did you kill? You killed Libby and Abby. Richard Allen, you're a baby killer all night long. Richard Allen, why did you kill Abby and Libby? And Richard tells like this, I killed Abby and Libby? And they're like, oh, they wrote that down because if you write that down, he's saying it. I killed Abby and Libby. It's not a confession. He's rebutting what they're saying to him. People are yelling at him. And one of the guards said he was singing song lyrics and he wrote that down verbatim as if it's a confession. Or he's replying to these other criminals yelling at him. Lights are on 24/7. Richard Allen, you murdered 2 teen girls. He's like, oh, I murdered 2 teen girls? And like in rebutting them, and these guards don't give you the context. They just write down, oh, he said, he did, I killed 2 teen girls. Well, he said that verbatim. Clip it out of context. I said it. Cut out everything I said before and everything after. Yeah, you'll get me saying lots of this stuff because I'm reading it verbatim. Imagine he's reading this to himself That could be, he's got his Discovery. He's reading Discovery. Like, that's what's happening. Oh, hey, Noe, what's up? Hello, bro. You're out. You're out. How you feeling? What's the first thing you do when you get out? You got to stop and get some pizza, right? Or a Big Mac combo? Tell me. I guarantee you. Or did somebody bring it to you when they picked it up? That's even better. I would say, oh my God, if you're coming to pick me up, bring me a fucking Big Mac combo or a pepperoni pizza, right? Glad you're out. Welcome. What's the first thing a guy does when he gets his butt out of a shithole like that situation? You got to grab a pizza, right? Ice cream, pizza and ice cream. Pop. You're very welcome. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Let me know. Big Mac combo. That's a Whopper. What's the first thing you grab? Oh, some good Mexican food, right? Anything? Burritos. You don't like Taco Bell, I would say. That's probably garbage, right? I'm sure you're grabbing a pizza. Somebody's got to get it. A Big Mac combo. Somebody's picking me up from prison and I'm in there for even a week. I'm saying, bring me a Big Mac combo. At the very least, please. Bunch of cheeseburgers. 10 cheeseburgers. Not to make light of it. Glad you're out. How's everything? You seem fired up there. All your drawings and all your stuff. You did more inside it than I do out here. We were watching all those updates you did with Dee Dee and Alex. All your drawings and plans. You sounded fired up. So let us know. Update and I'll come back to read. You're probably a little bit behind me. So, all right. We offered that information up to the state. Did not. So where was I? 13 months, right? Yeah, I got off the track here. And all they wanted to talk about is what he said after he sat there for 6 or 7 months with absolutely no human interaction of any material or any substance, having been shackled every time. Yeah, walked around on a leash, having stepped out of that cell to go to visit with his therapist, to take a shower. Imagine Richard down there taking a shower and those guys standing with a camcorder, snickering and, to see a doctor. Man, all they want to do is hear some words on a transcript or words on a recording. Yeah, verbatim, out of context, clip this bitch. I killed Abby and Libby. Oh, he said it. But he's saying it in response to some idiot saying it to him. You're a baby killer, Richard Allen. I'm a baby killer? And he said, I'm a baby killer. Oh, God. But he's replying to people yelling at him all night long with 24/7 lights on, forced Haldol injections. Sorry. You must ask yourself why they wouldn't want you to see the truth. We all did that. You need context. You need the truth. And then Miss Oberg. Oh, God, not Miss Oberg. These infamous photos. This magic bullet. Oh, God must love hearing that because she said he shouldn't say that in the beginning, but now he's got his closing arguments. He's throwing it in for sure. Definitely, right? If I'm getting out, I'm saying show up with a pepperoni, just a pepperoni pizza. I don't care. Any pizza. I don't care. Pizza. Just a nice triple cheese with pepperoni or something. Nothing special. Maybe mushrooms. I don't need everything. That would be great, eh? More Big Mac combo and a couple cheeseburgers. Then on the way home, we'll stop and get pizza. For sure. Not to make light of it. I just, that always interests me. Carol's here. Look at that's Noe, right? Then I'll know because I'm subscribed to him. So if I check, not that I'm saying, let me just double. Is it Noe for sure? Let's see. I'll go because I'm subscribed for sure. Go to his channel. Yep. Oh yeah, that's for sure, Noe. Definitely. Welcome, bro. What is up? Welcome for you. Carol loves you. Let's do this, bro. Tell us all about your stay or anything you want to talk about. If you're still here, boom. let us know. Update us. If you're still here, I don't know. Nope. There you go. 4 pitches in the house too. Update us. Anything you want, what you're up to, what you're going to do, because you seem pretty excited drawing all those pictures. Dee Dee was trying to play some stuff, couldn't get the audio worked out. Dee Dee, I'm not kidding. This one here, and the first few didn't have audio or something. Remember that? Mm-hmm. But you tried. It's not easy. I screwed up, actually. My first live stream, I talked for like half an hour and I didn't have myself up on stage. So I can't joke too much. Officer, so these infamous photos, this magic bullet, as the defense called it, was collected and clearly was the catalyst for Rick's arrest. You saw those statements. Officer Dick Holman, there's an entire statement on October 26th was intensely focused on the results from the examination. They're trying to use that to leverage Mr. Allen to admit his guilt. The importance of that unspent casing really is a big part of the state's case, if not the majority of their case, because without that, Mr. Allen's not in jail. But what happened when they brought their lab analyst in, Miss Oberg sat here and she talked a lot. I'm going to try not to stop. I'm going to read this. She talked a lot, and at the end of the day, basically what we got from them was, hey, she drew a conclusion. You should just believe her because she's worked at the lab for 17 years. And oh, by the way, why don't you just ignore the work product that she generated? Yeah, it's her subjective opinion. Of course, she's never wrong. It's her opinion. It says it on every page. Warning, this ballistics bullshit, this tool mark examiner bullshit is a subjective opinion. Please take it with a grain of salt, kind of thing. She looks at a microscope. She scientifically uses her eyes to look through a microscope, and then it goes in her brain, and a little hamster runs around on a wheel, and she spits out her subjective opinion. It's no longer science when it gets into this person's head and spins around in a hamster wheel. It's ridiculous. Tool mark extraction. She's talking about E.T., the movie E.T., running your hand through sand, anything harder that makes an impression on something softer. The tool mark examiner. She's going over to Europe to watch how guns are made at a factory. She sees videos, reads stories, articles. She's now a professional in tool and die and the just-in-time processes at factories. Oh my God, this Oberg is amazing. The fact that Gully allowed any of that garbage, it's amazing. And in fact, not only did they not offer these photographs up, they objected when we tried to. Use your common sense. And then finally, this digital phone data. Just in the last couple of days, we heard a lot of information about Celebrate dumps and other types of extractions. Yeah, that's right. I kind of found out that Bunner didn't do a full extraction until October. What? Shouldn't he have done that like the first day? Bunner received that phone on February, like the 15th, the next morning that the girls' bodies were found. And he waits till October after it's been handed back and forth 3 or 4 times. And then people to do a full extraction in October? That is wild, eh? Oh, look at you come back. What's up? Luna. Love that name. What's going on? Sorry. Indeed. And a dip in the... I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Look at you. It's amazingly calming and refreshing. What is... You guys... Oh, the beach. The ocean beach. I thought you were talking about your gun holsters. And all your guns. Cool. But what the state didn't tell you was that at 5:45 p.m. on February 13th, there was an audio output start note on the state's own timeline that demonstrated that someone plugged that phone into an accessory. Yes, it did. That demonstrated. Boom. Just wanted to check. So, and in fact, if you look at that Cecil report, I think it is, or the Celebrate report that you have in your evidence, you'll see it actually notes on there it was headphones. Something he says inaudible. They didn't tell you about that 10:32 p.m. audio output in same situation. They didn't tell you about that either. And then finally at the 4:33 a.m., in fairness, maybe there was some discussion about that, but the explanation for that not offered up by the state. You should question the credibility of this investigation because of the things they're not telling you. There's also the chapter of desperation that unfolded over the last 3 weeks. First example is the magic bullet. He's going to use that now. The girl hates that. I can just see her gritting her teeth as he's saying that. First example is the magic bullet. They got that round. They interrogated Mr. Allen and immediately arrested him right after that interrogation on the 26th. And this thing moved forward. There was also that van, one unique fact that they had mined out of months and months of therapy notes. That's not enough. A van is not enough. When you hold a crime scene info close to the vest, to rule out people that are false confessing, they could have asked so many questions, but they didn't. They don't want to rule them out. A van, that's not enough. They could have asked so many questions he wouldn't have been able to answer that only they or the killer knew. They could have easily ruled him out. Hundreds of hours of videos, hundreds of minutes of phone calls, maybe thousands. That one unique fact. And what do we find? That just recently they were running searches, talking to Brad Weber, trying to figure out a way to retrofit that fact into the narrative. Yeah, they're running the BMV searches during this trial. They're going out in the hallway to search Google to find out about water and headphone ports at Cecil. He's on iFixit iPhone forum websites where people are just, there's a lot of good information on those websites to help fix your phone, but I mean, it's just people helping each other out, and there's just their opinions, right? This Cecil is quoting all these guys helping each other out in a forum to fix their phones. And a lot of them are really great, I'm sure, but it's just people, just anonymous people, forum groups talking about fixing iPhones. When Mr. Weber testified, you may have remembered he was contacted by officer or head investigator Moonman Mullins, who basically said it was cold. It was a cold call to him. They wanted to bring him in to talk, right? But it was interesting that Mr. Weber himself indicated that he generated some text messages to prove his case before he got to the police department. Didn't see those text messages. Not part of the evidence. In the middle of that desperation to try to fit that van into this puzzle, you didn't hear about that 2017 interview with Goatee and Agent Pohl, where he said he was somewhere else that day. And in fact, Mr. Weber actually testified that he normally drives his Subaru to work, and he does not often go home after work. Those are all facts elicited by the defense. The vehicle search, again, more desperation. The vehicle search of the 2016 Ford Focus, which happened while this trial was unfolding. 7 years to figure that out. Yeah. It took them 5 years they were staking this out in the parking lot, Liggett. So they got this car, they're so sure, right? Kathy Shanks finds the tip that was printed out in 2019 that was never lost, gives it to Liggett and Mullins, and they're staking this car out in the parking lot in 2022. Oh my God. The car that fucking Dan Doolin describes. Dan Doolin talks to this guy and attaches this to his report here. This damn report that was triggered in the Orion system. The 01 was triggering This system's going nuts because dipshit Holman's tip was called in. Richard Allen on the 16th, 2017 calls in, and he says email, whatever. He's either calling him, emailing him, or going in with his wife to say, hey, and they're like taking us down. And then this Alexis enters it in the Orion system 4 hours later on this night. And this tip is created. Tip 74 is created in the fucking complex Orion NSA inspired tip system to collect, supercomputer, this Orion tip system. And then dipshit writes Rick Allen Whiteman. This would be another reason, I tell you. You think this is going to help them lose him because of this manila envelope bullshit? No. If you type this into the Orion tip system, that thing is like, it has everything at its fingertips. It's like, wait a second, this dude, this phone number is associated with a Rick Allen, and he lives on White Man Drive. Ding, 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 ding. This is another reason for it to go nuts. What? February 13th, between 1 and 3? Oh my God, we're looking for a white man that was on this bridge February 13th at 2:13. Ding, 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 ding. Like, fucking, this thing's going nuts. And it triggers this. This gets triggered. And dipshit Doolin goes out and enters all this shit in, corrects the name, enters 1:30 to 3:30. What falls between that time? 2:13. Ding, 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 ding. This fucking buildings, bridges, Freedom Bridge, the trail. Fucking, oh my God. All these words, Freedom Bridge, the trail, February 13th. Doolin sits there and holds this guy's phone in his hand. Dan Doolin held Richard Allen's phone in his hand, took the battery off, and wrote these numbers down. And then his assistant, Teresa Gaida, on behalf of Dan Doolin, on February 18, cleared him. All they're worried about is talking to these, who were these three girls? Because this guy's obviously not the guy. We cleared him. This one, Ashley Boone, is another investigator like Kathy Shanks, fully covered. They said that's like cleared on steroids, right? Fully covered. Move on. So these fucking people are wild. She's printing this out in 2019, a tip that's never been lost. She finds it this date. He says, I gotta move on. Oh, Bruce Willis, Die Hard. Let me just check chat. Sorry, guys. Luna, what is up? It's amazingly calming and refreshing. Yes, it is. Did I read that twice now? Look at me. Oh, who's this? Uh-oh. Maybe. Do we not have an access log for the specific file? Welcome, LaMaybe. Perfect question. These systems have a timestamp log where files would be accessed with use. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Here. It's Kathy Shanks. I mean, she's logged in. They know it. Of course. This Kathy Shanks is logged in. It says it. Investigate in. And she's printing this bullshit out. Why? Why is she printing it out I'll get rid of this for a second. Why is she printing it out on 10/29/2019? This tip was never lost in the first place. So she finds it 2 days before Halloween, like they were going to announce something. But they needed to put some stuff together. It was too soon. Not yet, guys. Not yet. Hold on to it, Kathy. She's going to hold on to it for another 3 years until her dead husband's birthday in September 21st of 2022. Then it's like, boom, we found this tip that was never lost. It was lost twice now. It was never lost to begin with. It's in the system. Triggering. This system is triggering. And then because half of these words are triggering this. You don't even need the guy's name. Even worse, the name being wrong. The system's like, oh my God, there's another trigger. Dude, the Rick Allen, we have this note number in our system. His name's Rick Allen. He lives on White Man Drive, guys. Ding, 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 ding. You have the name wrong. The system is state-of-the-art Orion tip system. You wouldn't even need the guy's name with all this info to catch, Imagine that. You say, I got all this information. We don't have the guy's correct name. How do we get them? That's amazing. Oh, but every time prior to that is what? I don't even know. I don't know, because this is the only one they have at that time. Because he's not even on the radar, though. It's just an accident that she printed it out. I don't know why she's even doing it, because this is in 2019. This tip is lost, right? He's lost within a few days. So why is she even printing it out then? Because she doesn't find him again until 2022. So it doesn't even matter. This whole it means nothing, because it was never lost. This system has the tip. It's triggered. It has it. This is Orion. You don't need paper after you've entered it into Orion. It's in there. So this whole gobbledygook of them fixing the manila folder, like that even means anything? It's ridiculous. So I'm not even sure why I'm going off about now. Just know that Dan Doolin is holding his phone. He fixed his name the day of and puts his photo on thing. This is his tip narrative. They fixed the name. It doesn't even matter if they didn't even have his name. It's all bullshit. Because Holman and Doolin every morning at Unified Command sat around eating donuts and having a powwow saying, hey guys, they said it. We have a meeting every morning before Unified Command gets together. What are we doing today? Well, Jerry Holman and Dan Doolin sat there with Kathy Shank or these other two and their secretaries if they're around, this Ashley Boone investigator, 6 or 7, they're in there and they're like, none of them tell the Liggett. Liggett's like, okay guys, we're looking for a white man that said he was on the bridge February 13th at 2:13 p.m. Holman's talked to somebody who says it's between 1 and 3. Dan Doolin's talked to somebody who said between 1:30 and 3:30, and they fucking have a meeting every morning and shove donuts in their face. And he knows there's a white man on the bridge at 1:30 to 3:30, he says. And Doolin and Holman don't tell Liggett and Leesenby and everyone standing beside them in Unified Command that, hey guys, come on, it just didn't happen. So I don't even know what we're doing. We look weird because we're trying to make sense of their gobbledygook. It was cleared. It was covered. Just text you back, Josh. Did we get an update? What'd you grab first? No, I'm so curious. Did I miss it? You got to grab a Big Mac combo, right? Come on. I probably missed it. I'm sorry. I'm not even checking chat. I'm a horrible, horrible person. It was cleared. It was covered. It was cleared, covered by Gada Teresa on behalf of Dan Doolin. This Ashley Boone, who's supposed to be another investigator like Kathy Shanks is, she's got it fully covered. They've moved on. They're not having trouble finding the car that's parked 1 mile away. They're not looking for it. I mean, then 5 years later, like, Richard, where's this phone? Well, the phone that Dan Doolin was holding in his hand on February 18th, that phone, sitting beside a black car that Richard Allen would have let him stick a OBD2 port thingy in, or would have went to the station so they could put a USB, however they'd extract the infotainment system, probably OBD2 port. So he would have said, hey, after this, take your groceries home. Can you meet me at the station for 10 minutes? One of our mechanics wants to just plug in your OBD2 port and we'll get a reading. Is that okay? And he would, okay, I'll do it. He would have. Where's that? Didn't they take his car? Where's that? They had his car for how many days? Where's that reading? Doesn't his infotainment, the Ford Focus, probably has all that stuff, no? Let's do this. How about this? I'll finish this and we can do any rabbit holes you want if you're still here. All right. So LeMaybe, thank you for being here. Welcome. If I haven't seen you before, awesome. 240 people listening now. I'm just kidding. 7 years to figure that out. Happened just a week or two ago. DNA, we saw that. They tested some DNA a week or two before the trial started. Hair strands in Abby's hand at the crime scene. Items that were collected 7 years ago. Still trying to figure it out. Desperate. The admission of internet searches. Yeah. Richard Allen searching. A guy that lives in Delphi. He's searching news about Delphi. There were some searches offered up by the state. Mr. Boss McClellan mentioned them earlier. October 22, the searches, he said. Counsel says by Mr. Allen. There's no proof, in fact. Right. His thing was logged in on that computer. It could have been anyone, right? That Mr. Allen did any of those searches. The state put it in an affidavit that said it came from an email account registered to Mr. Allen. They are molding those facts into a favorable scenario, but that is just not consistent with the evidence that you have. But be that as it may, someone in Delphi is searching on the internet about Delphi murderers. All right. How suspicious. Hey, Judy, what is up? Yes, she's retiring. Not till the end of the year, I guess, right? December, but I guess it's better. You know, I was thinking maybe she's announcing it now in case there's an appeal granted. Would she be the judge? This way she could say this is how she can opt out of it and not look like she's not being allowed to do it. You know? Either way, if there is an appeal granted, if she's retiring, she could never even be involved, I guess, right? Or she would start it and then they would have a new judge or something. And then she can look like she's leaving because she announced her retirement and not because they want to replace her. I don't even know how that all works. I could be so far off. Oh my God. How damn you. I wasn't even thinking of that. How dare you? Oh my God. Or Shane Evans. How dare you bring that up? I'm only kidding. Oh, I wasn't even thinking of that. That's a horrible thought. Evans alone. Maybe Moonman Mullins, Steve Mullins will get to be a judge. Oh my God. I wasn't even thinking that. Thanks. I'm just kidding. That's a great point. Fuck. Oh my, could you imagine? Mullins or Nick is the judge and then Mullins is the new prosecutor. Oh my God. How dare you? How dare you? Imagine that. Nick is the judge and or Mullins is that's it. Mullins will be Jody. He'll be the court, whatever person to take care of all the IT and all the organizational skills, right? Hey, Perp, what's up? And then Evans will be the prosecutor. How's that? So McClellan will be the new judge. Moonman Mullins will be the head court person that Jody is now. He'll take care of all the organization. And if there's any microphones and stuff, don't you worry. The IT expert Mullins will help us out. If you need to get any videos, he'll be able to delete them all for you. Oh my God, the microphones. Man, you'll grab that microphone and you'll catch a shock. You'll get electrocuted, probably, if Mullins hooks them up. Shane Evans will be the prosecutor. Oh my God. How dare you bring that up? I'm not kidding. Good morning. Oh boy. I was feeling quite cheerful until the comments about who might replace God. Exactly. I know you're kidding. Definitely. I wasn't even thinking about it. But yeah, I guess it's definitely weird to think. Could you imagine? Don't even start. It is a wild thought. Oh my God. So McClellan, the judge, Steve Moon Mullins is the IT helper, court person like Jody, organizing everything and planning and helping with the IT tech. Shane Evans is the prosecutor. Perfect. Oh my God. They're molding those facts into a favorable scenario. but that is just not consistent with the evidence that you have. But be that as it may, someone in Delphi is searching on the internet about Delphi murders. If that's the case, we're going to convict half of the citizens in Carroll County. Right. Look at everyone. Find those guys, white men between the ages of 25 and 65 who wear blue jeans and a blue coat. From the heights of from 5'4" to 6'2". Who have a gruff kind of sounding voice. And their car has round wheels that you can see light through. Oh my God. Fucking 3,000 people around that area, that you're going to have 2,000 more suspects. Searches for the killing of the sacred deer, a movie. If that's the case, we're going to convict half the people in Carroll County. They're desperate. And then the other day, during one of the breaks, having realized that the 545 and 1032 transactions on that phone existed, ran Officer Cecil downstairs, did a quick Google search. Right. If they're disputing this, what they should have been come out in front of it, the prosecution, to say it. Right. It's like they're only reacting to the defense bringing it up. So it wasn't a big deal to them before, but only because they brought it up. So these people in the prosecution, they're supposed to provide, they're not supposed to be reacting. The prosecution is supposed to be providing. They have the burden of proof. They have the burden to prove. So came up here and tried to offer you up some fast food. A Google search. The same kind of search that he doesn't normally rely upon when he conducts investigations. Desperate, absolute desperation. And then maybe the one that sticks out to the most, oh my God, Dr. Core. Oh, that's the guy who did the Emmy. The guy with that idiot mustache. Have you seen this guy? Wait till you see this guy's face. What was he? The Dr. Core medical examiner. Dr. Core medical examiner. KOHR. This fucking guy, check him out. Look at him. Look at his fucking mustache. How are you trusting anything this guy says? Him. Oh, this guy here is a fucking idiot. He's gonna infuriate me. I can't. I'm sorry. Dr. Core. Most prosecutors do, but the would have run in Carroll County, right? Because it was the prosecutor in RA case. I don't even know. Yeah, I guess, there's probably reasons, but just the thought is funny. It's a funny thought. Either way, I wasn't even thinking that. Yeah. Either way, so picture Shane Evans. I don't know how it could work. And then maybe Nick will be his right-hand guy, or he'll stay the prosecutor, and Mullins will, I don't even know. It's horrible to think of these guys. Mullins especially. How is he getting in anywhere? He seems like he's back to the chief of police, this Mullins guy. He can barely tie his shoes and get out of his front door without bumping his head in the morning. It's really hard to forget Dr. Core's testimony in this case because of this one absurdity. He testified when I deposed him earlier this year. I think it was in March. He acknowledged that at the scene there may have been more than one murder weapon, straight edges and serrated edges. He said nothing about anything in particular. And then we find that between the time I took his deposition and the time he testified, he walked into his garage all of a sudden and had that eureka moment, like he was changing a light bulb, like Doc from Back to the Future, Doc, and he's in the bathroom and he falls off his toilet and he bumps his head on the sink and he thinks of the flux capacitor. Eureka. It's exactly like this guy, except instead of the flux capacitor for time travel, he fucking thinks of a box cutter after like 2 or 3 reports. Oh my God. I guess to add that in. And then the only talk of a box cutter is something that goes against their complete narrative. They've never found a box cutter, no proof of a box cutter. The only person that mentioned the box cutter was Richie. So this is fucking amazing, these people. Right? And he adds that in on his third report, probably. Yeah. So I don't know how that works, but it could possibly be maybe it's like giving her an out, you know, because if she announces it now and they do get an appeal, could she have been the judge if she didn't retire? I don't know how it works. I barely got through high school, guys. I'm an idiot. Of all the things on the planet that just popped into his mind. But what did you find out? There are 3 meetings with the prosecutor since I deposed him in March. This man has testified over 200 times. I think he said 7,000 autopsies. He's been in courtrooms all over the place. I think he even said Montana recently, where he testified in a case in Montana. No supplemental report, nothing. No reference to, hey, I might have changed my mind about a material fact. Right, he didn't even tell them about it. He didn't even, like, when he thought of the box cutter, he's trying to say that it's just he thought of it and then didn't do anything about it and waited till trial or whatever. It's so much bullshit. That this is like them backdating their, like, oh, I didn't do it, but it was months, it was way back then I did it. I thought of it. Just like I put an addendum on it. And although I wrote this report on this day, I have an addendum just before trial that says I did also this. Oh my God, these guys. Changing timestamps on videos. Changing Apple Health Data timestamps. They wrote it down wrong. This person uploaded a Snapchat photo here at this time. They say they saw this person after they did that. The person's not on camera. The person's not in the background of their photo. They have no other proof other than they say they saw somebody after they took a photo at this bench. There's a green roof. They both describe 2 people that aren't Richard Allen. Therefore, the prosecution gets to say Richard Allen was there this time because of, like, Bree Wilbur's Snapchat photo was uploaded. And those 2, Riley and Bree, describe 2 completely different people. No reference to, hey, I might have changed my mind about the material fact. This is desperation at its finest. Timeline, let's talk broken timelines. Like, how much, like, these jurors were tricked to think that everything, the totality of it all, there had to be a preponderance of unreasonable doubt. They were tricked. Like, everything had to be unreasonable, is what they were thinking. That one girl says it to Murder Sheet. Yeah, like, we threw out the bullet. We didn't do this. We ignored that. We ignored this. We didn't do that. But since everything wasn't completely unreasonable, they would rather convict an innocent guy than maybe let someone go that had possibly something to do with it they couldn't prove. So they'd rather convict an innocent guy, basically, what they're saying. So, what is up, Dee Dee? What is up, young lady? What are you still doing up? It's 4:30, 3:30, 2:30. It's 1:30 there. 4:30 Central, 3:30, 2:30, 1:30 way over on your West Coast. Should you be up this late, young lady? Now, there's really 3 times here that the state has offered up that matter. The 213 video is one of their bookends, if you will. The 355, I'm sorry. Yeah, the 355, 357 time, which is consistent with what they say when Sarah Carbaugh saw this image of whatever she saw on 300 North. And let me suggest this. It would not be entirely unreasonable to go back in that room, and think to yourself, I don't know if she saw anything. It's not out of the realm of possibility. 213 to 357. those are kind of the bookends. And then in the middle of that, you have this time, this 2:32 time, which is when the state suggests that the phone was silent and no longer functioning. By their theory, that phone was where it was recovered on the 14th around noon under Abby's body laying on the ground. Now, their timeline is dependent upon two people. Not to belabor the point, one of those being Betsy Blair, who saw a youthful man who looked boyish, 20s or 30s, brown, poofy hair. I fucking love that. I think they should spell it with two O's, but I'll take that. I guess poofy. He didn't seem short. Like if Betsy Blair's a reliable witness, everything she says should be taken into consideration. The poofy hair, the sketch looks exactly like the guy I saw. I saw a car that looked like my dad's 1965 Ford Comet. You don't just get to cherry pick. I mean, that's that whole dubiosity claim, whatever that word was. Suspicious dubiosity that Rosie was talking about. That, I mean, if a witness like this is reliable, she's helping out. She has nothing to gain, no reason to lie. You take everything. That includes the fact that her sketch she thought was 10 out of 10. She thinks it was a young, poofy-haired guy, like around, and she saw a car parked where you're saying Richard Allen's car was parked, and it looked nothing like. It looked like her dad's 1965 Ford Comet. She draws a picture of the fucking thing. You guys know it. I love doing this. Pew, pew, pew. Oops. Sorry. This one. Pew. Oh, close enough. You guys know. You guys know the picture. Fuck it. And that's not a Ford Focus, no matter how you look at it. Might not even be a 1965 Comet. Close enough. You know what I'm trying to do. So none of those things are consistent with 5'5" Rick Allen. Why? It may be because she saw somebody else, Sarah Carbaugh. Not going to waste any more time on her. Her description was worthless at best. At worst, created by offering her up a photo of Bridge Guy and then asking her what she saw. And if we're listening to Sarah Carbaugh, she says she sees a guy covered in blood walking this way towards the Hoosier Hardware store. Well, what does that mean? She also says when she passes by the Mears entrance, she sees a ton of people all worried about, have a worried look on their face, running around. There's lots of people there. In 2-3 minutes, this guy covered in blood is going to walk right by all of them. Nobody sees him. And the video doesn't pick him up. Right. That's believable, isn't it? In our business, from time to time, we didn't have it in this case, but we will see photo lineups where it's kind of like in the movies, and the police will be looking for the suspect. Maybe there's an eyewitness. They'll put, typically 6 or 8 individuals on a lineup, and they'll ask, the witness to look at that and identify somebody. And the reason why is because if you put one face on there, or 2, then you ask, you're just more likely to get the right answer. The answer you want. It's called suggestivity. In this case, that's what happened with Sarah Carbaugh at the very least. Why is David McCain Shelby Hicks? Or why are David McCain, Shelby Hicks, Cheyenne Holguin, and all important to this timeline? Well, Mr. McCain arrived between 2 and 3. He said he was out there on the trail in an hour or more. He was on the bridge for 30 minutes, right? If I recall, he's at least 30 minutes on the bridge taking photos. And then they wait till he calls him, or they get a hold, whatever, he calls them, like the day of or the day after or whatever. Because he realizes that something that they're actually looking on the 13th, he realizes, but doesn't call till the next day. And he says this to them, and they wait like 2 weeks to go out and talk to him. Cheyenne's the same thing. She calls in that next morning, which would imply she's calling before the bodies are even found. And they tell her, oh, in 2 weeks, we'll come meet you in a parking lot. Her mom, something about Taco Tuesday. They obviously are having family. They didn't want the cops coming to their home. So Cheyenne jumped in the car with her mom and met him at some parking lot of a park and talked to the cop. Then 2 weeks after, and she's got her camera on her, you know, and man, it's not Shelby, but Cheyenne. And they say 2 weeks wait. It's amazing. They don't want to solve. They didn't want these answers. These people were trouble because they tried to bury their info. Okay, we'll talk to you in 2 weeks. Oh, you had a camera on the bridge at the same time? We'll call you in 2 weeks. You had a camera, 2 cameras. There's 5 people on this bridge. 2 of them have got gigantic cameras around their neck. And every one of them's got a supercomputer in their pocket taking photos. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll get a hold of you in 2 weeks. What? That is criminal. Yeah. He said he was out on the trail. So he's 30 minutes on that bridge taking photos. And we know from the evidence that he was there before Shelby Hicks arrived. Wait, yeah, what? Wait, Shelby Hicks. He was there. Shelby Hicks is on the bridge. Well, he's there, but they're not saying on the, well, should read, sorry. So you've got kind of 3 stages of individuals arriving on that bridge on that day between, it's a bigger time period, between the 2 and 4 o'clock hour. If you wanted to take it bigger, David McCain, Shelby Hicks, Daniel Pearson, Cheyenne Hogan, and Shelby Duncan. Cheyenne Mills, I like saying that better. These 2 were together. Pearson and Hicks were on the bridge, the first platform. And this guy's walking around with the camera. And what we know is McCain was there first. He stood on that bridge on a day where I think Pat Brown and Jay Johns identified as having been a very nice day. One of them mentioned that the sound, they could hear people on the bridge when down near where the girls were. This was on the 14th. But it gives you some idea of how well sound travels in the area. Well, yeah, because also the propane guy that found the shirt called up to Erskine, who they didn't even know was a firefighter. He was wearing a black and yellow coat, and he's up at the north side of the bridge on the upper part. And they're like, oh, they stumbled into this shirt, pointing at it in the water. And the other propane guy's like calling Erskine, hey, are you are you like the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback coach in that black and yellow, or are you a fireman? And it's like Erskine, you hear it in the transcripts, they're not sure. What? And they're like, you're on the right side. I see a shirt in the water near the edge. You're on the right side. Come over to our side. We're on the wrong side. Our boots are too short. They say it in the transcript. Our boots are too short. You've got big boots. Come over. And then Erskine walks past them on the bridge. He's so far to get to the end of the bridge, he's out of earshot. And all of a sudden he's there with his big boots. And oh my God. These guys are walking back and forth across this creek. They're not telling people, And this guy's like, my boots are too short. I'm pointing. He's been there for 2 minutes. He came. 8 o'clock, he showed up to work, the propane guys, and their boss said, go help Jay Johns and the other guy. Oh, go help the search. You'll get paid. Okay. So 8 a.m., 8:15, they drive to that park, whatever that park is downstream. Can't think of it now. Riley Park? I'm not even sure. They park their car there and they walk up the creek bank. 4 hours. They get to under the bridge. They pass the bridge after 4 hours. Rogue searching. Nobody even knows they're helping search. They point at the shirt. Oh my God, I can't even start. So, where was I? I'm not going to do that again. One of them mentioned that the sound, they could hear people on the bridge when down near where the girls were. This was on the 14th, but it gives you some idea of how well sound travels in the area. As the crow flies, not all that far from the top of that bridge. to where those girls were at rest. McCain stood on that bridge, heard nothing. He saw nothing. Shelby Hicks said she thought she arrived around 2:30. Yeah, Hicks. Yeah. She remembered at some point taking a phone call from her dad. Wait, was it Hicks? No, Duncan. Cheyenne said that. Or did she also take? Oh my God, I thought it was Cheyenne who took the phone call after picking up her car from the mechanics. Shelby Hicks is the one with Daniel Pearson. They're going to be sitting on this by what, quarter after, by what, 3:15, 3 o'clock? They're sitting on that with Daniel Pearson and her on that first platform. Sure, they're facing the other way, the west way, the west side. But I mean, if something's happening at that time, they're there. I mean, it's happening because BG is there, and they're in their scenario. He's there until 3:45, because for him to get out to the road to be seen by Sarah Carbot at 3:56, he had to at least leave by 3:45. So she remembered at some point taking a phone call from her dad. One sec, need a quick drink. Sorry. Excuse me. We are here. They're back. Perfect. My recollection, sorry, gotta sit up. My recollection is that phone call came sometime after 3 o'clock, shortly after 3 o'clock. She said she was almost there when that phone call came in. It was like 3:12-ish, right? I thought it was Cheyenne, though. Anyways, we'll move on. So she was almost there when that phone call came in. Down the Mears connector to the right, the phone call came in. Then she went back towards the high bridge with Mr. Pearson. Yeah, she did say that. They turned right first, went towards Freedom Bridge, but then went back. So past Mr. McCain. So, in time and sequence, she and Mr. Pearson were second. They sat on that bridge. So McCain passed them going, they were heading to, so McCain is there before them. So McCain is there. If he's on that bridge he's on that bridge at 2:30, 2:45. If McCain is coming from the bridge and they pass him going towards the bridge, and he says he's on the bridge for half an hour, and they get there before the other ones that arrive at 3:30. So they're on the bridge by what? 3:15. For them to get on that bridge, they had just passed him. He was there by what? He must have left by 3 p.m. And if he's on that bridge for half an hour, it's 2:30-ish. McCain is on this bridge at that time. He leaves the bridge. He says he's on the bridge for half an hour. He's passing these people 10 minutes away. So that's 45 minutes. And that's at 3. So, Jesus. So, in time and sequence, she and Mr. Pearson were second. They sat on that bridge. They saw nothing. They heard nothing. Maybe 250 goes straight to the bridge. They walk all the way across the bridge to the south side. Cheyenne and Shelby, yeah. They both took a pee over there. They got timestamps on their phone. They used the restroom on the south side of the bridge, walked back across the bridge to where Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson formerly were on the first platform, and they took a picture of her dangling her feet over the edge of Bree Wilbur's feet, right? Or no, Cheyenne took a picture of Shelby Duncan's feet dangling off. I think it was a timestamp on the picture. That was 3:55, but 3:49 is fine. On that picture, when they were sitting on one of the platforms, I think smoking a cigarette or a doobie, they heard nothing. They saw nothing. Dr. Kaur said that from a medical standpoint, it's impossible that each of those girls, because they could have screamed easily, right? Because there are things weren't cut like that. And I'm estimating, so look at your notes, could have lived anywhere from 20 to 35 to 20 minutes with those injuries. Vocal cords were not severed, able to talk, able to scream, make noise. Despite all that, no one saw anything, no one heard anything, not a peep. The possibility of multiple actors. Hey, good night, Paula. You going to sleep? Thanks for being here. Have a great sleep. See you tomorrow. I'll catch anything you put out. All right. Stay warm and nighty-night. The possibility of multiple actors in this case, the state has completely ignored this possibility. They don't even want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it at all. It doesn't fit their narrative. And lots of cars and people on the trail that day heard testimony about that. Yeah, it's a traffic jam. They're going to need somebody to wear that yellow vest and direct cars at this Mears entrance, it sounds like. There's a blue muscle car, a motorcycle, probably the Razor that Derek saw, and the moped. The guy that's walking his dog has a Honda Ridgeline. Shelby Hicks and her boyfriend show up. I don't know. She's got a car. When McCain gets there, his car is there. Derek's car is going to be there. Oh my goodness. They're going to need someone directing traffic at this intersection. And then Carbaugh drives by and sees a ton of people there. And then she sees a guy covered in blood about 3 minutes away from walking past that area. Nobody sees him, eh? Yeah, there's lots of cars and people on the trail that day. Heard testimony about that. The distinct possibility that somebody could have accessed that bridge from the south side, the Weber side. Teresa Liebert came in here and said she noted somebody unusual that day near her dead-end road. A strange man that just didn't, that's another thing. When you see McCain's eyes, oh my God, he's got those bags under his eyes, just like those Fields had, even worse. Oh my God. Dave McCain's eye, you got to see them. I have it here. It is amazing. Where is that bridge? Here it is. Sorry, 1 second. It's this one here, right? No, it's this one. Sorry, I'll be right there. No, it's not that one. I have a video of it. 1 second. Oh, it's this. The first one. Yeah, it's this one. Sorry, I'll be right there. I'm on another screen. This guy's eyeballs. Wild.
Carrying the Monon High Bridge as part of the Monon Trail. News 18's Brittany Werner shows us why the community says the bridge is so important to the area's history.
Of course, would like to have the...
Like, obviously, Elvis and this guy, Teresa Liebert's sketch had these. I'm not, obviously, she wouldn't mistake this guy. I don't know. She's driving by. Teresa Liebert's older woman herself. I don't know. She almost implied in her testimony that she didn't see the guy yet. She's able to provide a description for a sketch. I don't even know, but these bags under your eyes, man. Him and Elvis both have them. I'm not saying anything, but, Anyways. Strange. I said I wasn't going to get distracted. Look at me. Like the next paragraph, I'm off on the video. That was not familiar to her. She couldn't explain. It is plausible that there could have been activity on the south side of that bridge. Yeah, of course it was. Sheriff Leesenby's statement that law enforcement had communicated with each other that at one time they believed there were more people involved. That's from the sheriff in 2017. Dr. Kaur's timeline or Dr. Kaur's testimony regarding potential for multiple weapons. And he doesn't even give us a time of death, right? How is it this guy, Nick, is so accurate on his time of death, yet he has no clue? The Emmy is saying, well, I don't know when they died. Sometime between when we last saw them on the bridge. So, excuse me, I'm not laughing. Sometime between when we last seen them alive and when we found them dead. That's his timeline, time of death, which is 22-hour window. And then they talk about when they arrive, they don't want to take inside core temperatures of these girls because the usual way is to do it, through the anus with those little, and they're worried about if there's SA or damage they don't want to cause with the tiny little glass thermometers. But I've heard many people come in. Old Mort came in and told me about if there's so much they don't want to cause whatever they don't want to what is that called? Interfere with the whatever they would. What is it? The evidence, like they don't want to introduce or whatever. The evidence. I have a word, but I don't want to use it at this point. They would put a hole, they would slice a small hole and insert the thermometer into their liver to get it in core temperature. Anyways, why aren't we doing that? Isn't that the first thing you do when you arrive at the scene to give you an estimate? Because if they're below a certain temperature, you can then say, oh, they're not at the full temperature yet, right? In these circumstances, then they could have at least said, hey, they were alive. They've only been dead for 6 or 7 or 10 hours. Like once it reaches a certain point, you can't tell. But if it's before that, the coldest temperatures they would reach, they could kind of work back, But sorry, all those things lend to the possibility of multiple actors. But what's the reality of this? Again, the common sense side of this. On February 13th, if you accept their theory is entirely accurate, you would know the girls were ushered down that hill, through the woods, across the creek, undressed, wounds inflicted on one of those girls, while the perpetrator or perpetrators, in their case, or one person, they believe it's him, was controlling the other girl. Wounds inflicted on a second girl, Abby then redressed, sticks retrieved and placed in an unusual formation on the bodies. Right. Yeah. So he's so afraid of this van. He runs across, he takes him across and sticks around for what, an hour and a half. Sorry, an hour and 15 minutes, and does a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff that means nothing with branches, and then walks down the middle of the road during the day. Right. And then the perpetrator flees. A very labor-intensive crime scene, 213 to 232 by their standards. That suggests the possibility of multiple actors, even if you believe their theory. They say all this was done by a 5'5" man, done without a detectable sound, without a single trace of DNA in that crime scene and at the crime scene. Sorry. The prosecutor asked you in voir dire up in Fort Wayne to exercise your common sense. Now, is that time and common sense? Now is that time. And common sense will dictate that it's just implausible that could have happened in that short of a period of time. What do we know about Mr. Allen's actions on February 13th, 2017? Within a day or two, February. What do we know of Mr. Allen's actions in February of 2017? Within a day or two after these girls were found, Mr. Allen called himself out to local law enforcement, picks up the phone, he calls the police, says, hey, Dick Holman, I was out on the trail that day. I'd be happy to help. Where would you like to meet me? They end up at the Save-A-Lot, talks to Officer Doofus Doolin, hands him his cell phone. Yeah, Doolin's taking the battery off and writing down the numbers. Officer Doolin records that information, and Officer Doolin said during the interview that it's the experienced law enforcement officer that he was, still is, said there was nothing unusual about that meeting with Mr. Allen. Even in 2022, he was cooperative with police, took him into the station. Sheriff Liggett, 1 second, need a quick drink, sorry. And we're back. I had to chug my coffee, sit up, and Sheriff Liggett, sorry, and I think investigator Moon Mullen, I might be mistaken about that, interrogated him. He stood there and he told them he didn't do it. He couldn't have done it, I think. Inaudible. And he cooperated. Then on October 26, 2022, knowing at this point that he's a suspect, what does he do? Goes back into the station, cooperates again. And in the face of lies, call it the Reed technique, call it whatever you want. What we all know is that it's a lie. In the face of those lies about that bullet coming from that gun and about his voice being determined to be the one on the video, also them saying, Holman, oh, did you land your gun to somebody else? No. Boom. Like what? That's so silly. And about witnesses IDing him at the trial. He asserts his innocence, and the state wants you to believe that because the tone of his voice by one note that somehow that's evidence of his guilt. Insulting. I suggest to you that if somebody was bearing down on you for the murder of 2 girls, your response might be the same. Then his wife was leveraged to try to get him to come clean. He stood his ground. He said, I didn't do this. I don't know how this happened. I cannot explain something that I don't know. What other explanation is there? And finally, for 5 years after these girls were found, Richard Allen lived in this community. He worked right down the street at the CVS, a place where the public comes into every day. He had a chance to get out of here. He had a chance to lay low, but there was no reason for him to do that because he wasn't responsible for these crimes. The magic bullet. Let's talk about that magic bullet. Item 016. A case of bungled ballistics. Questions about that cartridge from the get-go, collected underneath some leaves on the ground in the woods, poorly photographed. That cartridge ends up at the lab, and Miss Oberg examines the cartridge and eventually receives the firearm from Richard Allen's house. Now, this is important, and this is kind of second layer stuff, but you did hear about some of this bias, confirmation bias, things of that nature with these exams. It's always good in these examinations to be kind of blind about what you're doing. But in this case, because they had this cartridge way ahead of time, there was some discussion about, hey, this is the kind of firearms it might have been cycled from. We have some idea. I think some of the testimony was it was a SIG or a Smith & Wesson. And so when Mr. Allen's SIG Sauer was brought to her, they had already kind of narrowed this down, possibly to 2 different firearms. But what we know is that when Miss Oberg took some stock rounds out of the cabinet, out of their vault, she placed it in this firearm 4 to 6 times. I don't recall exactly. She cycled those rounds. And what we know is the marks on those test cycled rounds were not sufficient to compare with the magic bullet. So what do we get? Apples to oranges. She shoved some test fires in that gun, starts firing away. Totally different environment. Dr. Warren talked to you about that. Higher intensity changes the nature of that environment. But she does that, not necessarily improperly, but she does that, and she starts off on her examination, comparing apples to oranges. Again, Dr. Warren said that could still be done. But here's the problem. It requires a lot more work, a lot more intensity, a lot more corroboration. Excuse me. A lot more research. And you need to explain your work. You need to offer it up. It needs to be vettable. Subclass versus those individual characteristics. I'm not going to bore you with that for the rest of the afternoon. But what we know is where the battle lines are drawn in this industry. Yeah, it's that whole bullshit. Like, if the tool that makes the extractor arms has a blemish in it or whatever, it could put it in all those extractor arms. The 20 to 100 made before and the 20 to 100 made after. Therefore, it's like saying, if the tool is what's leaving the mark there, an imperfection from a tool on that tool, then it could be replicated. And, imagine being born in a hospital and them saying the 20 people that were born before you and the 20 people that were born after you all have the exact same fingerprint. And then they got a fingerprint at a scene and, they go to your area and they arrest you. But turns out there could be 40 other people with that exact same fingerprint. So that's what happens, is the tool that makes the tool that's going to then be the extractor could have had a blemish. That's the whole subclass baloney. Because if the tool had a blemish on it and made the same blemish on a bunch of them, by the milling, the process, the stamping, whatever it is, tool and die, there's lots of processes, then that tool, every tool is going to have that until it wears off of the tool that's making the tool. But then is the tool mark onto that's, you guys know what I'm saying. So that's why it's bullshit. So you've got to be able to distinguish between individual characteristics and subclass characteristics, or it's not helpful at all. And in this case, with regard to those three tools, the ejector, the extractor, and the barrel hood, she documented her subclass findings only with the ejector. She documented nothing with the extractor and nothing with the barrel hood. She documented nothing with the extractor and nothing with the barrel hood. Wow. So she's just saying that she can't recreate the extractor marks, but she says, I see them. Then she test fires bullets and says, look, these prove that this is the unspent round that I say matches this unspent round. Therefore, all these, oh my God. And as it turns out, in terms of peer research, error studies, there really isn't any that even exist when you're comparing apples to oranges. Cycled, unfired rounds versus fired rounds. And then came the photograph discussion of all the things that we've heard in this case that should upset you and that should cause you consternation and concern about the task that's been placed on you. Are these, I just had to look at my camera, sorry. Are these photographs? They had the hairline down the middle. You can look at the two sides. If you're as old as I am, you may remember ant races on ant races. They used to race ants on TV. I don't remember that. Get out. To me, I think a reasonable person would look at these and say, ant races? I've never heard that. Get out. Ant races. What? Get out. Images of, or I don't even know. Maybe I got that wrong. But at races, fuck it. I'm not even going to bother. Why did I do that? Ant races. This is like ant races. I don't even know. But if you believe that these are helpful to you, take a look at these, stare at them, and ask yourself, Where in the hell are the sufficient agreements? Where are the ridges that match? In fact, there's way more that doesn't match than what matches on every one of these photos, save one. I'll show you that photo in a minute. And again, item LL. To the extent you believe there's a match there, you're entitled to your opinion, as my colleague once said. Use your eyes and your ears. Use your eyes, see for yourself. Item NN. I don't know how you could make any sense out of item NN, but there's a photo that she took. Wowza. Where was that again? There's a photo that she took. I just read it, but it jumped over. What? There's a photo. Oh, so it's way over here? What happened there? It was there. Okay. Just in case. What are these? LL, NN, MM, OO. He doesn't like NN. So let's a quick look. Do we have it? NN. Where's all? I'll look here. NN. Where are you? NN. I won't look long, don't worry. What? Where are you? Where's all those letters? Was it all trial exhibits or defense trial exhibits? NN. Oh my God, I'm doing this again, ain't I? Where's all trial exhibits? That's the best one. It's got, I usually find things like all, it's the first one. Which way do I go? Let's go this way. Oh, here we go. Got some letters. Fuck it. I'm not going to waste time on that. I always do that. I'll find it later when I'm not looking for it. She took that apparently as a no meaning to her evaluation. And then item MM. We've got some areas here where there's some similar lighting, but a lot of areas that are different. I don't understand what's going on with that. She took the photo and then item OOO. Maybe the most notable photograph in this case. You may recall Miss Oberg herself acknowledging. And if you look at this photo, I think the first thing that jumps out as you are there are some similarities there. There are some ridge lines that are there that are illuminated that are kind of close. Wow. But what you would also recall from the testimony is that both Miss Oberg and Mr. Warren, Dr. Warren, have identified that this is classic subclass characteristics. Miss Oberg said at one point, well, there's some other marks that I'm looking at, but these matching marks, if you will, to the extent you believe they're matching, are classic subclass characteristics. This photograph is actually a really good example of why this is very dangerous business. Oh my God. How could I not go look for these after saying that? It's just such a temptation. Whew. I have to. It's a very big deal. So, worst one he says is OO, right? Man, fucking gotta find it, guys. It's gonna drive me nuts. OO. Well, it's just OO. There's a thing with all those bullets, and I've seen it so many times. It's right after all that stuff of when you talk about all the photos that we're not allowed to see. Nope. Nope. No, it's not that one. It's got to be here. It's after. This is wild. Every time, you think these should be so easy to find, right? I do this every, oh, here we go. Something's here. Oh, maybe I should be looking for all, this probably, it's got, oh no, these are his, not the ones she's firing. No, no, no. The ones, letters. Yeah, it's got to be here. Maybe I should be looking for the number. I don't know. I've seen it so many times. I've seen all those bullet pictures are here. The ones from Oberg, and she's comparing them and with a line down the middle. The way he's talking about it, I have to see that. Oh my goodness, I'm a horrible person. Jesus Christ. Gotta be here. What the fuck is going on? Not there. How many pages is that? 2. Can't be there. Fuck it. What do I do this for? Fucking idiot as I am. Sorry. The science, if you will, I'll conclude that you can call it an applied science. Although there are distinguished bodies in this country that don't agree with that. But the science, if you will, is under fire. There was a laboratory in Rhode Island that was shut down because they weren't distinguishing between subclass and individual characteristics just recently. About a month ago, in fact. This is a subjective game. Miss Oberg sat here and told you, I get to see a motion picture. I get to take the pictures that I want to take, but you should ignore those in this case because they're not important and they're not reliable or they're not valuable or whatever word you want to use. You should just believe me. That's what she told you. And if that's enough for you in a matter of the highest importance, then there's nothing I can do about that. The question then becomes, why didn't the defense have this bullet examined? An explanation might be that after consulting with Dr. Warren, there was no point in doing that because the work was so poor. It's also not our burden of proof to offer up his innocence. It's their job. It's their job. It's their burden of proof. Why didn't they get that bullet re-examined after it was in dispute? 7 years they've had it. And then we got those false confessions. Life in solitary confinement. Rick Allen's situation in this case is unprecedented. The warden himself acknowledged that 25 years that he worked at the DOC, he was not familiar with a circumstance like this. At least in the last 3 to 5 years. I think he said 5, maybe 3 to 5, that he was working at Westville. He had never had a pretrial detainee without a criminal history in the WCU. Absolutely unprecedented. F.G. Walla herself acknowledged the same, that Mr. Allen's circumstances were unlike any she'd ever seen. And I think Dr. Martin even told us the same thing. A man who had been in the prison system in Florida for years. He remembered that. He's the one who got his license in India and Morocco or something like that. He distinguished between pretrial detainees being held in jail versus those being held in prison. Whether they were in a circumstance like Mr. Allen's. Mr. Allen was a fragile egg. When he landed at that doorstep, there was a little bit of back and forth about whether or not he had serious mental illness. That was cleared up yesterday by Dr. Martin. It's a DOC designation. It's a business designation, major depressive disorder. I would suggest that that really is a serious mental health illness. F.G. Walla herself admitted it, but it's a business designation. Dr. Westcott said that he had, I think she defined it as a critical mental illness, or there was some other phrase. I'm sorry, it eludes me right now. It eluded me. But that he did have a serious mental illness. He was tossed in the most secure unit in the state of Indiana, and he was treated just like the rest. Yeah, half those guards admitted treating him. They didn't want to have to watch him because of what he had done. Half those guards had him guilty already and treated him as if he was already convicted. That's what we heard. He was treated just like the rest. The rest of the convicted murderers that were his cellmates. The rest of the convicted child molesters that were on the unit. The most heinous individuals in the state were his neighbors, and he was treated just like them. In fact, not only was he treated just like them, he was immediately placed on suicide watch. The evidence suggests that no human, no matter how strong, could endure those conditions for that long a period of time without having some kind of breakdown. Stripped of almost every necessity of a man's life and sent to a place where you have a very few, stripped of almost every necessity of a man's life and sent to a place where you have very few, given a suicide smock, basically a caveman gown. They call it a Fred Flintstone thingy. You have to eat off the floor, compete with mice droppings, ants, compete with mice droppings and ants. All the while, his neighbors calling him a child killer, a baby killer, in an 8x12 cell, cinder block walls, concrete floor, no blanket at times, steel toilet. That was next to where he had laid his head at night. And if that wasn't enough, when he got out of that cell 3 to 5 times a week to go to rec, he got to go to a similar unit, similar cell. Where was it? They call it outdoor rec. It's a cage with a screen on top. I recall asking Warden Gallipoo at one point about Rick's opportunities to go to rec. There are rec yards all over the facility, ball diamonds, volleyball courts, basketball courts. He didn't see one, not one time. On top of that, when he got to go to therapy, shackled his arms, put a box cuff on him, his legs, belly chain, a lead. I call it a leash. Argue about that all you want. And he was walked to a cage down the hall where he got to talk to his therapist. Same with the shower. The 30-day rule in the DOC, the 30-day rule. Here's the point. Solitary confinement is damaging to a man or a woman's brain. Doesn't matter if you have a business designation as a safekeeper, if you are held in a solitary confinement. Dr. Grazian, sorry, one sec. Have to adjust my sheet. If you're held in solitary confinement, Dr. Grazian said the international standard was 15 days. But when you're held in solitary confinement, the evidence is firm that eventually you are going to break. You can only handle so much. Rick Allen, more than 30 days. Those 30 turned to 60, 60 turned to 90, 90 turned to 120. And I could keep doing the math. What the dust settled, he was there for 13 months, 395 days. How much can one human endure? How much? And they didn't want to show you the video. They didn't want you to see that. It's insulting. Excuse me. The state's response to this, Trooper Harshman, certainly a good cop, says he was right where he belonged. They could see that he may have been psychotic. Well, F.G. Walla, I wouldn't put any credence in what she said. Her testimony is he was psychotic from March, April, May, and June. They are willing to concede that he may have been psychotic. The state is. But they want you to cherry pick somewhere in the middle. He's psychotic on May 13th, but not on the 14th. So let's take that statement and let's throw that up on the screen and hit play. He was getting stuck with needles during the whole time, all the way into mid-June. Antipsychotics, which means, by extension, that you're psychotic. They wanted to say he was faking it, but they didn't want to show you his body language when he was saying these things. But as it turns out, F.G. Waller herself said even after some forethought, hindsight, that even she wasn't sure if her note regarding the feigning behavior was accurate. She said, "I don't know. Dr. Martin, yesterday, after watching that video, yeah, he changed his tune. On the day when Dr. Martin claimed he was oriented to time and place, then he changed his mind right there and on that stand. Who wouldn't?" So Waller herself even said this, and this guy, yeah, he looked at the video and then changed his mind about the whole coming back to that for sure. Because like they confronted him with the video. He's saying, "Oh, he was okay. He wasn't psychotic. He this whole time and place and whatever else, they ask him questions, and yet there's a video of him that very same day, like within hours or something, and he's clearly fucking out of it." So the doctor watched it and said, "Okay, maybe I got it wrong." But he's basing his actions on if he should give him medicine or not, too. So that doctor sounded way off, Dr. Martin. Who wouldn't? Who could possibly watch that video and, for 1 second, believe that that man was oriented to time and place? What did we find out about the standard at the DLC when it came to the care of this man? It was to keep him alive. That was it. That was the medical standard within which these people were working to keep him alive. You should be insulted. Dr. Grazian talked on a more technical level about delirium and false beliefs and false memories. A man who's seen this time and time again over his 30 or 40 or 50 years. I've forgotten that. I think he said he started practicing in the 70s. False beliefs, false memories start out as false beliefs is what the testimony was. They are not based on actual factual circumstances. They are based on beliefs. I suggest to you to go back and look at the April 3rd, 5:14 phone call, the only one that they want to show you. Go to page 4. And at the top, Rick starts off the phone call. "I did it." "You did what?" "No, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby." And then by the time you get to the bottom of that page, a few lines down, you start to see these signs of these false beliefs. "No, I mean evidentially." Or "I evidentially did it. Because maybe I did it. I think I did it." Then Rick starts to communicate how he thought maybe he called his father earlier. He couldn't remember. And then he says, page 5, line 22, "I think I did it. I think I did." So line 24, because I think I did. Page 6, line 1, "I wish I could say that I didn't. I don't know. I just wish they'd kill me and let me apologize. Those are false beliefs." Dr. Grazian said classic case. And then there's the iPhone, Libby's cell phone, Apple 6S. I think is that what it was? Does that thing ever have stories to tell? Yes, it does. The state has relied on that heavily and wants you to believe that the information they offered up about that phone is accurate. There were 3 timestamps in that phone that I already mentioned to you. 5:45 p.m., 10:32 p.m., and 4:33 p.m. a.m. Sorry. How do you interpret this information? And I suggest you think about this first. That phone has no personality. It has no feelings. It has no emotions, no opinion. It just generates raw data. It speaks for itself. One of the most common tools in law enforcement these days is in solving crimes. There's one simple conclusion to be drawn by this. 5:45, this 10:32 time frame, and that is that. Someone was using that phone. Someone plugged something in. That phone went dead after 4:33 a.m. You heard testimony that there wasn't any activity after that. That makes sense. There wouldn't be any Apple Health activity because it was dead. But we do have Apple Health data from earlier. Mr. Boss McClellan mentioned in his opening or his closing, There's a reference on there to a 20-foot change in elevation. You got a map of the south side of that bridge. You should revisit that map. David McCain said, and I'm approximating, that the distance between the top of that bridge and the water was 65 feet. I think is what he said. He knew that place well. He was part of the effort to establish that bridge and that trail. Exercise some common sense. Go to the south side of that map of that bridge, or that bridge on that map. Look at that Weber Road, and you're going to see it's about halfway down to the river bottom, that private driveway, about half of that 60 feet, 30 feet. It's even lower, no? I'd say it's probably around more than halfway to that drive. I don't know when 20 goes to 30 on the Apple Health phone. I don't, if it's 29.5 that it switches to 30, I don't know. But what I can tell you is that the location of that road relative to that 20 feet is curious at best. Not ironically. That private road leads to Brad Weber's home. Not ironically. Yeah, he had sticks in his garage, and not ironically, he had a 6-hour P239 that couldn't be excluded as one of the firearms that cycled that round in this case. This drives me nuts. I honestly believe she was saying it. She said this was the gun in the beginning, and they tricked him. It's the state's burden of proof. It rests squarely on them, not us. And the state had 7 years to figure out 545 and 1032. There's no explanation because the phone is right. It's right. You need facts. The state wants you to believe there's this box cutter. We talked about that earlier. Dr. Kaur's testimony is hard to swallow. The timing, even his tone, and the way he testified. You can draw your own conclusion about that. But it seems like a retrofitting of that particular fact. By the way, it's also a box cutter. It's one of the most common tools on the planet. They searched Richard Allen's house. They wanted you to see those knives earlier when they put them up on the screen. They wanted you to see those box cutters. But there's not one piece of trace evidence on any of that that connects him with the murder of those two girls or that crime scene. They have no proof that he discarded anything. That's just a statement with no validity. The van comment, and again, we know there's discrepancy in Mr. Weber's statements. It's a van, too. It's a van. It's van. Again, one of the most common vehicles we see on the roadway. God only knows what a BMV search might have shown as to how many vans were in Carroll County in 2017. And then Dr. Westcott had a really she had a really interesting observation when she testified the other day, and it was this. She noted that the medical notes that was her version of her summary of what Rick Allen told her during some of these therapy sessions in the cage flowed like a story. But for 4 months, this man was in a psychotic state. Disorganized speech, fragmented thoughts. No man in that state would talk like that, would be able to provide details like that, but yet those things showed up on paper. F.G. Wallace's circumstances in this case and her involvement in this case are clearly an issue that you need to tackle. The word bizarre comes to mind. The psychologist, I should say, who was infatuated with this particular case, who was assigned to him and didn't disclose her personal interest in this case until after she was assigned to him. She visited the Monon High Bridge. She lives in North Chicago. She works in Northern Indiana. It is fair to question the accuracy and the authenticity of her work. The unique fact that he lied in wait before those girls were ushered down that hill. Well, look at the video. Does that look like somebody who's lying in wait? In fact, they put forth testimony that he was standing on one of the platforms on the bridge earlier, and there was somebody staring at him, Betsy Blair, and he walked down the trail. If you believe the statements from the state, Voorhees and Wilbur saw him. That's not lying in wait. Then they want to retrofit this idea that, oh, in that video, now you can hear the gun cycle. Well, you can play the video again. There's a lot of crunching and munching and a lot of other things you hear. The video's outside, but to fit their theory, they are interpreting one of those sounds as being a gun being cycled. And there's just really no proof of that. None. Yeah, because like a crack. A gun is like a crack, crack. Just like a... I should have stuck that in the desperation column. And then when they wanted you to believe for a few days that Richard Allen was an alcoholic because one of the statements from May suggested that he drank some beers and somehow being an alcoholic is consistent with somebody who drinks a few beers and go out on the trail. Sorry, look at your medical records. I think there was some testimony yesterday from Dr. Martin that Richard Allen disclosed to him that he drank occasionally. No references to him being an alcoholic. Desperation. The research for the girls has been called into question. The search for the girls has been called into question. From what we know from Mr. Sterrett is on February the 13th that there were search crews sent out. Some of them were service personnel, firefighters and such. Others were just lay people trying to help. And we know that the search, that search went in somewhere between 9, 10 o'clock and 2 in the morning. Both sides of the river, I should say the creek, both sides of the bridge. Mr. Boss McClellan's argument is they weren't looking for dead girls, so they would have found them. They wouldn't have found them. There were no leaves on trees in February of 2013. The visibility was great. I think Jake Johns or the other gentleman that was out there, Pat Brown, said that you could see a couple 100 yards even at one point. You can check your notes on that, but basically from close to that cemetery all the way down to where those girls were found. These people had lights. They were on foot. Mr. Sterrett said they were moving hastily, trying to cover a lot of ground. There are a lot of questions about whether or not the girls were there on the evening of February 13th. The state's theory, back to this lying in wait, is that he was walking with a purpose that day, suggesting that Mr. Allen had a plan, that he must have known these girls were on that trail, walking with a purpose. But yet, there's not one single item of digital evidence, social media, or any connection whatsoever, whether it be a familial connection, familial connection, a work connection between this man and those girls. Nothing. His clothing, counsel says he's wearing the exact same clothes. They collected a Carhartt jacket. Boy, there's a revelation for you. A blue Carhartt jacket in a closet in Carroll County, Indiana. The Hope box. He's got a Hope box and there's a round in there and it's a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber. Mr. Doolin testified that Smith & Wesson rounds, very common, one of the most common manufacturers in the industry. You can go back and check your notes, but Oberg had that round. That was closet round number. That was closet round number one, sorry. And you can check your notes, but my recollection is that she couldn't generate any comparisons between the cyclings on that round and the cyclings on this one. Yes, she couldn't. Counsel said earlier that Richard Allen found the Lord, and that's why he came clean. In that 8x12 cell with no bed sheets, with nothing other than a Bible for months. What does a man find? Can you blame him for taking out that Bible? Can you blame him for trying to find a way out of that circumstance? He's not the only guy who's found God in prison. You can rest assured. And then the voice on that video. The state says Trooper Harshman identified Rick Allen as the voice on that video. But you heard head investigator Moonman Mullins that the other the other day on the stand, over the course of the 5 years of his investigation, phone call after phone call after phone call, tip after tip after tip, people who were called in and saying, I know whose voice that is. It's Bob Smith. It's Jerry Smith. It's John Doe. Dozens and dozens. I think he even said maybe hundreds that they know of. Excuse me. And all of a sudden, somehow, Trooper Harshman, mind reader, is able to identify Richard Allen's voice as the one on the video, on that video. Exercise your common sense. Speaking of common sense, there is the 10,000 foot view of this case, and that's simply this in 5 parts. No one identified Richard Allen as the man on that bridge. Not Miss Voorhees, not Miss Wilbur, not Miss Blair, and sure in hell not Miss Carbaugh. And in fact, if you believe what they said, they were actually identifying people that were not Richard Allen. Number 2, no one piece of digital data from any phone, any tower, or any form of social media connects Richard Allen to that crime scene or the girls. 1 second. Excuse me. Richard Allen to that crime scene or those girls. Number 3, not one fingerprint, shoe print, or other piece of clothing connects Richard Allen to that crime scene or those girls. Not one scrap of DNA on either of those girls or any of the surfaces around that scene connects Richard Allen to those girls or that scene. A very labor-intensive scene. Not one speck of trace material was found in Richard Allen's car or his house that connects him to those girls. If you want to believe Sarah Carbaugh, Miss Muddy and Bloody, Miss He Slaughtered a Pig, you bet your bottom dollar when he got into that car, he would have left some trace evidence. That car was collected by the police and secured, examined. Even if it's 5 years later, in the world we're living in, they'd have found something. It's unprecedented in the modern era of law enforcement investigation that they would have no forensic evidence connecting Mr. Allen to that scene. Right. Like, if he looked like he slaughtered a pig and jumped in that car, I mean, I don't know how you can really clear that. Pig or driving home and oh my God, no way you could. I don't know. Also, if they didn't wait 5 years, right? Like, he's there 2 days after, 3 days after. Why weren't they looking at the car then? Man. Now, as the judge said, the rules permit me to speak only once on Mr. Allen's behalf. It's been a long haul to get to this point. Not nearly as long as the journey that the Williams family has had, or the German families. The Patty family, not nearly as long as the journey that the Allen family had to get to this point. And certainly not nearly as long as the journey Mr. Allen has endured as he was processed through the doldrums of the DOC. At the end of the day, the state's timeline has crumbled. The magic bullet is nothing more than a tragic bullet. It was the catalyst that landed Rick in that DOC, a terrible place. At the end of the day, they want you to ignore this 5:45, 10:32, and how all of a sudden at 4:33 a.m., by their theory, after that phone had laid under that young lady's body for hours and hours and hours, all of a sudden it receives service. Excuse me. It doesn't make any sense. That phone has no personality. It's not manufacturing facts. It's raw data. All those things make it virtually impossible that Rick Allen was responsible for these offenses. But let's just say for a second that you want to buy into the idea that they've got the smoking gun because Richard Allen confessing these crimes. if even for a second you are inclined to consider those claims. Consider this. This here is called a rack. It was a tool that was used in medieval times to punish people, even up until the 1500s. Here's a picture of what it might look like back in the very early days. There's also a tool called thumb screws. Wow. Thank you, Max. Another medieval device that was used to interrogate people. This is what it might have looked like back in the day, an illustration. But as a society, we've evolved. It happens. This ultimately gave way to other forms of interrogations, more subtle ones. One of those forms was throwing somebody in a cell and throwing away the key. It's called solitary confinement, a much slower and more painful form of punishment and interrogation. Whether intentional, reckless, or negligent on the part of the Department of Corrections, somebody should have spoken up. A team of 4 or 5 doctors, police officers watching these videos every day, the warden visiting the cell. When was somebody going to say, something's wrong here, this ain't right? Where is the moral compass? You're the moral compass. You may have thought we moved away from such harsh practices. Even now and then, our system of justice, we are confronted with circumstances that remind us and redirect us in another direction, another course of action, another way to handle things. That time is now. That's the power of the state. And it might be a crude example, but it makes a point. But now is not the time to step back to the Middle Ages in terms of crime and punishment. Now's the time to step into the ring, to have a voice and acknowledge that this isn't the way we punish people. No man or woman should be treated like this, whether guilty or innocent. And rendering a verdict of guilt in this case would be endorsing this behavior, this process. You should not do that. We are asking you to set Rick Allen free, and we're asking you to find him not guilty of these crimes. Thank you. Judge Go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. While you're outside the courtroom, keep your minds open. You may discuss the evidence so far, but please only do that if all 15 of you are present in the jury room at the same time. And please don't deliberate, gentlemen. All rise. So 12 p.m. Let's resume at 1 o'clock. Jody, you can go off the record. They go off the record, back on for 1 hour. All right. We're back on the record. Oh, where's Mr. Rotzi? He had to run to the restroom. He'll be back. He'll be right back. And when he returns, are you prepared to proceed, Mr. Boswicklea? Yes, Your Honor. Oh boy. So, what's after this? I thought we finished here, so it must be this part where Nick continues talking. 64 pages. Oh my goodness. 21 page 173. Where am I? I got too many things open here. What's going on? I need all these open. Shut these down. Shut it. Come on. So, which one I just finished this one, right? No, this is the one I just opened. Sorry. This goes here. So this was 21, volume 21, page 224. So here is page 224. Is this the whole thing? So what's after all this? I guess it ends here. Must. Definitely must end. Everything I just read right here. This is both of them together. No. Wait. Oh, here it is here. Something. One sec. So I ended here. Oh my God. So this is it. Okay. I gotta go to the bathroom so badly. I'll probably play something. I'll be right back in 2 minutes, okay? I'll play one of these videos. I don't know which one. Oh my goodness. I'm not making a coffee or anything. I'll be right back. All right? 1 sec.
Video on how questioning people in the interrogation room can influence their confessions and the information they have to put in them, and also even their own memories of what happened. So let's get into it.
But the bottom line is the same. You're trying to go more towards fact and away from opinion and made up stuff. I want you to look at this footage. The man in the video is Kenneth Osborne, who in 2008 was arrested and convicted of kidnapping and murder. And he was sent to jail for the rest of his life. And I want you to see what happened in his interrogation.
They have satellites that are over our head right now that keep constant 24-hour surveillance of everything that goes on. And I've got these photographs at the time of the 28th, the day that she disappeared. And it's got a white truck on 43 Canal Road. And Ken, it's your truck.
So what they did is they took a vehicle that was similar to Kenny's, parked it out there, and somehow were able to get an overview shot of that crime scene, suggesting that his vehicle was able to be pictured during the purported crime. And that was untrue.
They used a phony picture of a truck that looked like his near the site of the crime to convince him that he was there. I don't even think they realize how messed up and unacceptable that is. There are countless studies that show that if you give someone evidence of something that didn't happen and it looks realistic enough, it will actually cause them to fabricate a memory. One of my favorite studies in this field is by Kimberly Wade, and it's called A Picture is Worth 1,000 Lies, using false photographs to create false childhood memories. In this study, they showed a bunch of people who had never been on a hot air balloon in their lives a picture of them as a child on a hot air balloon. It was completely photoshopped. And in 50% of cases, people recalled the day and they gave their experience and they talked about how it was, even if it wasn't even a real thing. The reason for this is because our memory is a highly flawed system. It's built for practicality, not for accuracy. So very often, especially if there's a lot of emotions involved, or if it was a little while ago, we take in those emotions, we take our creativity, our imagination, we take memories from other events, and we could fabricate things and we could swear to remember things that never actually happened. So when you're in an interrogation and you're showing a guy a picture that is not real, you could be causing something in his head that never happened. So here are two ways to avoid this at all costs. First, be excessively critical. If something feels even a little bit wrong, stop and think about it. Ask for more evidence. Ask them those questions we talked about earlier. How do you know? Why do you say that? Get all the facts. And if it feels wrong, don't accept someone else's opinion. Form your own, especially in sensitive conversations like an interrogation. Second counter is that people who are exaggerating or fabricating, especially on this level, are also lying, and we can see indicators of deception all over their behavior.
So for this, an indication that Jerry Holman is lying is when he says it's realistic. Like, that's not what you would say if he was actually telling the truth. You'd be like, this is real life, dude. This, you know, like, this is the truth. This is what really happened. Saying this is realistic implies that it's fabricated. Like, that's what realistic means, is like something that is not true, but it looks true or something like that, you know? And so that's an indication that Jerry Holman is lying, in my opinion.
Let's keep going.
So this next one is the main reason why originally I felt that Richard Allen was innocent. And furthermore, when Jerry Holman was investigating him and he was saying that this bullet is yours, like, I'm not the one that has a bullet there. And Richard Allen's like, neither am I. And he's like, I'm not the one that said this, this, and that. And Richard Allen's like, neither am I. And so, in my opinion, that is a sign of him being innocent. Just like with what time he told him that he was there or whatever. Like, somebody who already knew what had happened would have made up some story or would have made sure that they put themselves in a completely different place during that time frame because they are aware of when it happened and everything. Like, I don't know, Ron Logan, not saying he's guilty, but that's definitely a sign if they preemptively know to lie about what time something happened, whereas Richard Allen did not do that. And then with the bullet, it's not like after they went to his house and they searched and they took his gun. Like, why would he not try to make up some story that about like, oh, I go out there all the time and shoot guns, or like, you know, give himself an out or a reason to have his bullet there. But he's just like, no, that's not mine. That is a sign that he's innocent, in my opinion.
Is there any physical evidence that you know of that he was in possession of that would tie you to where he was found? No. None at all. Okay. Is there any reason, Wesley, that you can think of that I won't be able to clear you? No. Okay. Did you kill her and not mean to? I did not kill her.
One of them was the presumptive question. This is a question that doesn't accuse someone, but sort of hints at them that you might have some information, and if the person is guilty, they have to re-question their entire position and their entire story. So in this case, right in the beginning, he asked him, is there any physical evidence that she might be in possession of that would tie you to what happened? Now think about what that would do in your head if you were guilty of this crime. You would think to yourself, wait, what is he talking about? Do they have some sort of physical evidence? And you might want to come up with a story to cover your butt. So you might say something like, well, you know, she borrowed my truck earlier that day, so she may have had some of my things, or she came by before she went to the bar. Just something, or you would hesitate, or we think they would see that. In his case, we got a direct no. If you're lying, this is a very difficult position to be in, because if they do have evidence, now you really have to climb uphill.
There are people right now in jail serving life sentences for a crime they did not commit because they were manipulated by someone that they trusted.
So now I want to take you to how someone could.
And we're back. I won't play all of that. That was the first link is to that video from Fishy's, Don't Hate Create. The second link is to her channel. If you're not subscribed, if you haven't liked those afterwards or now, get on over there. Please do so. She's single-handedly responsible for the Fishy Termission P-break. Oh my God. Usually I have a warning, right? But I just had to pee so bad there, and it just like came on fast. I guess I was drinking that coffee I don't know. I just like, oh my God, I gotta go now. So thank you. If anyone's still here, I'll continue reading. I believe, look at it ends here. Volume 21, page 224. So McClellan's being called back up, right? He had to run to the restroom, yes, Your Honor. Volume 21, page 224. Volume 21, page 224, yeah. Thank you. No, you may be here. It's going to be here. Yeah. So he had to run to the restroom. So this is the rest of it. Cool. So I definitely have to read this. What time is it? Let me just double check. 6 a.m. Oh my God. 6 a.m. my time. I have 2 more hours of hard work ahead. So I must stay awake at the very least. And away we go. Let's just do this. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do the responsible thing. Yeah. I'm going to do the responsible thing. Do I download this? No, I don't need to download. Let me see if I mark it up. If I want to mark this up, I'm going to come download this, because unless there's because it seems I have the first two, but then this piece isn't by itself. This is like the jury deliberations, right? But it's in here, unless it's this. No, it's not it for sure. But this is what? Final instructions of the court? No, that's not it. So the jury returns to its rooms at 9 a.m. So this is on the 9th. So they don't have that by itself. That's fine. That's fine. This and this are in here and here, but there's also a bit on the end of it, which isn't this. So if I do want it, I'll just download the whole thing. But let's see. I definitely have to read it for sure, right? So there's this. I'll keep up. Then the defense. And then this extra bit. So if anyone's still here, away we go. Oh, let me get rid of this keyboard. I don't need this. Oh, I cleaned my glasses too. Look at that. Oh my gosh. You have clean glasses? And let's double check. We had to run to the restroom. And when he returns, yes, Your Honor. Let's continue. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry. That was Rosie. Yes, ma'am. Let's bring the jury, please. All rise. 1 second. I'm on my other screen. Perfect. Everything's perfect. Make it full screen. Live chat to spy on you guys from my alt account. Nothing's happening in chat. Perfect. 130 people. Let's finish this up. All rise. Jury comes in at 1:06 p.m. Thank you. You may. Perfect. 6 p.m. Perfect. Thank you. You may be seated. The Honorable Judge F. Siegel presiding. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm just going to give you a minute to get all your things out for note-taking purposes again. All right. Well, as I indicated to you, the state has its rebuttal argument prepared for you, Mr. Boss McClellan. Thank you, Your Honor. Could you turn your table mic back on, please? Go ahead. Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very long 3 or 4 weeks we've spent together. You've heard a lot of evidence and heard a lot of testimony and seen a lot of evidence, and now's the time we hand the case over to you, and you're in the driver's seat, not the attorneys, not the judge. They don't decide the facts and the law. You decide what those are. The judge is gonna give you instructions on what the law says, but you decide how that applies to the facts and the testimony. You're in the driver's seat, and so I'm not up here to tell you when you should be offended about things and when you shouldn't, or how you should feel. 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. I'm going to fix something up. I'm playing the same one over and over again. No. It's a very faint background sounds. I just like them. Sorry. I hope they don't annoy you. It's only like 9. The volume's like on 9. But I'm up here to tell you to surmise the evidence that the state has presented to you. Way back in the beginning, there were opening statements that we did. Many opening statements in Fort Wayne, and then opening statements here. And the defense went through a lot of stuff and a lot of things that they said the evidence was going to show. But I present to you that they haven't backed up those claims. I used the phrase that this is about Bridge Guy, a bullet, and a brutal murder. I said that a couple times. Told you that I was going to introduce evidence of confessions that included detail that only the killer would know. And we've done that. The state has done that. The state's presented evidence to you of witnesses that were on the trail that day and witnesses that describe a man that they see walking on the trail that day and on the high bridge that day, right? All three of them saw someone different. Not one of them could point to him, Richard Allen, in the courtroom. And they gave a description of that man. And they all identified that man as Bridge Guy, which is really just reaffirming what Richard Allen said himself, that he was on the trail that day from 1:30 to 3:30. Right. He comes to you and says, I'm on a trail between 1:30 and 3:30, and you spend 5 years looking for a guy that says he was on the trails that abducted on the bridge of the trails at 2:13 p.m. Exactly, Nick. 5 years go by. And you find him again after he came to terms with these fucking people. And that he was wearing clothes that matched the clothes that Bridge Guy was wearing. Actually, I'm right now. I could be Bridge Guy. I mean, you see what I'm wearing? So those affirmations by those witnesses just reaffirm what Richard Allen tells you, that he's there. He's on the bridge. Right. We then have the video from Libby's cell phone. It tells you the exact time they were abducted, 2:13 p.m. Witnesses on the bridge and on the trail after that are irrelevant. The abduction has really already happened. The phone stops moving at 2:32 p.m. It's underneath the body of Abby. Hard data. They want to say hard data. That's hard data from the phone. You get to the crime scene and this notion that, since they didn't scream, it didn't happen. Well, what happened then? They weren't bonked unconscious. They weren't drugged, right? They weren't restrained. They were sliced and their vocal cords weren't cut. They just sit there and blew it out and didn't fucking scream or yell or run or what? This little garden gnome, Richard Allen, does this to Libby. Libby would have kicked his butt, probably. All these people are sitting up on this bridge, pretty much walking around. Kane will be walking around, earshot. Richard Allen had a gun. He had a gun pointed at them. Used that gun to execute power over them. We know they didn't scream, but how do you know that? What did they scream and nobody heard? But we know Libby was crying, blood outline of a tear on her face, scared, fearful, all because of Richard Allen. We know that when he left behind his calling card a bullet. I feel like I've read this. This isn't his beginning, right? And I don't understand. He probably says it again. I don't comprehend how his... he didn't say this the first time, I don't think. No, in this, but no. So he just repeated it. And I don't understand and I don't comprehend how this is a magic bullet. It goes from the crime scene to the lab with Stacy Bozanovsky and Melissa Oberg to be tested. And she testifies in her expert opinion that bullet was cycled through Richard Allen's gun, a gun that he never loaned to anybody, that he never let anybody borrow, ammunition that he never loaned to anybody. And she told you why she thought what she based that opinion on. The defense wants you to look at the pictures and say, look, these don't match. She told you, you can't use those pictures. I'm looking at a 3D image. Those are 2D images. Her results were even verified. The defense had an expert witness. He could have tested the bullet. He didn't. Not only that, he didn't even write a report. Didn't give any findings, nothing. I don't understand how that's a magic bullet. Magic in a sense, maybe to the defense because it links Richard Allen to the crimes. I'll go with that. And then we go to the confessions. Throughout this case, the defense has repeatedly said words matter. Why don't Richard Allen's words matter? He said a lot of words. A lot of different people. His mom to his. So why don't? Wait, he said. Oh, I skipped one. Then he goes to the. Where did I just? Through the case, the defense is. Why don't you? He said a lot of words to a lot of different people. His mom, Kathy, F.G. Walla, detailed confessions to F.G. Walla. I lied in wait. My intent was to rape the girls. I thought they were older than they were. I messed with the gun. I forced them down the hill and I saw a van and I got scared. So I walked them across the creek and I slit their throats. Words matter. And this is not to a stranger. F.G. Walla. Yeah, he trusted F.G. Walla. Right. You can hear that in the phone call to his mom. We played a phone call last week where he called his wife while F.G. Walla was in the room and confessed to his wife in front of F.G. Walla. Also, he tried calling her the first time and couldn't get a hold of Kathy. And then it's kind of like, it felt like almost like they made it intentionally so he couldn't get a hold of her, and then got some confessions out of him and then reward him with a phone call after having him being in suicide watch for like a month, from April 4th to whenever. And then Walla also said that he didn't want to talk to his family, like he was mad at them or didn't want to call them and stuff. And then the first thing he says in that next phone call, after like a month or so of being on suicide watch, he's like, I don't know, they won't let me call you, or I can't get any phone calls out and all this stuff. And then his mom's like, oh, I've been sending you letters every day. He's like, I don't know, I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything. And then she's acting like, felt like to me that they were holding stuff over him, and when he confessed, they would give him stuff like, okay, now we'll let you, you can call Kathy, and we'll give you a number. We'll dial a number now that actually leads to her, and not just rings or something. In my opinion, it felt like it. So he wanted F.G. Walla in the room. Yeah, he trusted her because words matter. The confessions he gave are organized. They are logical. They talk about details, and they talk about details that only the killer would know. One little detail, a van, right? Fuck these guys. If that's the case, then why didn't, when Jerry was talking all those times, Jerry said in the beginning that searchers scared this guy, The evidence presented in the case shows that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy and that Richard Allen killed Abby and Libby. There are two victims in this case, Abby and Libby. Those are the two victims of Richard Allen, but there are more than victims. They are also heroes. Libby for making the video, the recording of Bridge Guy, and Abby for concealing the phone for law enforcement to later find. Wow. That's wild. You think so? So Libby took it, and then as he's dying, Abby's thinking, okay, I'm going to hide this phone so people can solve our murder, right? And she was dying. She would probably be trying to get that phone open to call somebody. No, who the fuck would be hiding it, right? She'd be trying to get it open to call people, wouldn't she? She's that able to think of this, and they're hiding it this whole time. Think about it. If they're hiding it this whole time, Man. For concealing the sofa, and both of them for camouflaging the bullet that Richard Allen left behind. Oh, he did say this, didn't he? They camouflaged the bullet. Are you fucking kidding me? That is such a ridiculous thought. You think both of them like positioned themselves to hide this bullet to then? Oh my God, that's wild, eh? I do, don't I? Oh my God. You're so right, Mimi. You too. I totally agree. We both make way too much sense. But you hear what he's saying there? I forgot about this. He's actually saying this. And both of them for camouflaging the bullet that Richard Allen left behind. Like as if that's gonna, they're thinking that in their minds as they're dying, right? You. Libby's looking over. We're dying here. Hide this phone under here. I'm dying here. And then let's kind of scooch over it. Oh, the bullet. Let's kind of scooch it over. They're pushing it with their feet. Then the cops are going to come find this bullet. What the fuck is he saying? How goddamn ridiculous is that? To imply this one, especially. Like they're, there we go. Let's hide this bullet, camouflage it so that, he forgets it's here. And when he kills us and leaves, this is going to help solve our murder. Those pieces of evidence helped law enforcement find Richard Allen. Or I'm going to leave you with this. When Becky was on the stand, she mentioned that at one point, Libby told her, someday I'm going to grow up and help police solve crimes. Exactly what she did. And she brought Abby along to help her. Thank you, Judge. That's got to be the worst closing statement in all of history, right? This whole last statement, so Libby is recording the guy because she thinks something's up, and not just because Abby's finally made it across this bridge and she's going to tease her with it later and have fun, right? Obviously, and Abby's across the bridge and elated. She finally got across this bridge, and Libby probably teased her the whole time. Not teased her, but, kind of laughed at it and kind of made fun of her. They were having fun almost. Not, she finally steps off the bridge and is elated. She's finished this bridge where Doug Carter crawled across because he was so scared. And then, so this stuff happens, and then Abby's dying. Instead of trying to call people or do whatever, she's just able to hide the phone under her so they can find it later. And then both of them are, I don't know, covering this bullet up or pushing it, or I don't know, using their foot to cover it. So then when he leaves, that bullet could then help solve the murder. And then, because Libby wanted to, maybe be an investigator or solve crimes. It's exactly what she did that day. And Abby so Abby was there to help her solve this crime. They didn't know what was going to happen. What a fucking ridiculous thought. Come on. That's patronizing to these. Exactly what she did. And she brought Abby along to help her solve the crime. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now present the ballots of the instructions to you. Those are the last 7 pages at the back of your packets. And again, I'm required to read these, so you may follow along if you wish with the copies that I have provided. All right. Juror 11 in seat 13, Juror 2 in seat 14, and Juror 9 in seat 15. You are instructed that you shall accompany the jury into the jury room, and please pay careful attention to the deliberations of the jury. You are instructed that you may not participate in the deliberations unless directed and ordered to by the court. The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty, and the burden rests upon the state of Indiana to prove to each of you beyond a reasonable doubt every essential element of the crimes charged. The charges which have been filed are the formal method of bringing the defendant to trial. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you are told it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, they were all proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Even though they threw out the bullet, they threw out a whole bunch of stuff. They said proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. It is based on your consideration of the evidence. You are firmly convinced the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. You may find him guilty if on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he's not guilty. You should give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. The burden is upon the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. It's a strict and heavy burden. The evidence must overcome any reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt, but it does not mean that a defendant's guilt must be proved beyond all possible doubt. A reasonable doubt is a fair, actual, and logical doubt based upon reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt may arise either from the evidence or from the lack of evidence. Reasonable doubt exists when you're not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt after you have weighed and considered all of the evidence. Like the bullet. These jurors tossed that ballistics bullet out. None of them considered it, obviously, right? A defendant must not be convicted on suspicion or speculation. It is not enough for the state to show that the defendant is probably guilty. The state must prove each element of the crimes by evidence that firmly convinces each of you and leaves no reasonable doubt. The proof must be so convincing that you can rely on and act upon it in this matter of the highest importance. The rule of law, which requires proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, applies to each juror individually. Each of you must refuse to vote for conviction unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt. Your verdicts must be unanimous. Under the law of this state, a person charged with a crime is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence continues in favor of the defendant throughout each stage of the trial. Yes, it does. And the 395 days of solitary torture, he's that time too. And you should fit the evidence presented to the presumption that the defendant is innocent if you can reasonably do so. If the evidence lends itself to two reasonable interpretations, you must choose the interpretation consistent with the defendant's innocence. If there's only one reasonable interpretation, you must accept that interpretation and consider the evidence with all other evidence in this case in making your decision. The defendant has not been required to present any evidence to prove his innocence or to prove or explain anything. Well, sure he has, because they lost his interview. They lost his interview with Doolin. So he provided with you what he remembered 5 years later, and you guys can just get off using that and forget about the fact that you lost what he really said. That probably would have been so goddamn exculpatory for him. That's a good reason why Doolin can't find it. He doesn't even have probably the proper notes. He's writing narratives of that day. He sat there and talked to Doolin. Doolin held the phone. He's saying that phone couldn't have showed you where he was. Hey, morning, what's up, Dewey? Did you get yourself some sleep? What's up? So wild. The fact that charges have been filed, the defendant arrested and brought to trial is not to be considered by you as any evidence of guilt. You are the exclusive judges of the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given the testimony of each of them. You know what? You just reminded me, Dewey. This will be the time, 6:30. This will be the time when all of those morning people start showing up. You watch. Creator's going to come in and, good morning, and Rabbi comes in. Who else is our morning people? Did you catch some sleep? That's good. You're a night guy, but you probably got a nice couple good hours of sleep, right? But you're a night owl. I know it. And considering the testimony of any witness, you may take into account his or her ability and opportunity to observe the manner and conduct of the witness while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, any relationship with other witnesses or interested parties, and the reasonableness of the testimony of the witness considered in light of all of the evidence in the case. You should attempt to fit the evidence to the presumption that the defendant's innocence and the theory that every witness is telling the truth. So if there's any reasonable doubt with these witnesses, you know, he's got to not be bridge guy, right? So Betsy Blair insists she sees her sketch. She says it's a perfect interpretation of what she saw. The guy's got poofy hair. He's not wearing a hat. He looks young with a rounder face. He's got poofy hair. The guy that walked by Riley Voorhees, who they say is this guy, is wearing all black. 2 days after, on the 15th, Steve Moonman Mullins goes to visit Riley Voorhees at her school. The chief of police comes to her school. 2 days earlier, she walked by this guy on a pathway in the middle of the day, a teen girl. Her friends died. Her friends go missing. Her friends are found dead the next day. Then one day on the 15th, the chief of police comes to question her at her high school, and she tells him that she sees a guy with black boots, black jeans, black jacket, a black mask on his face, squared off jaw. A black mask, squared off jaw. And, you know, this is what Riley Voorhees says. Riley Voorhees describes a black mask, you know, like if he's got a mask on his face, how she see a squared off jaw? I don't know. Was she describing a square-jawed mask? Was she describing somebody sticking their nose out? Or was she describing like an Indiana State Police mask? Square in the jaw area, and they were rewording it for her? We'll never know, I guess. What are the odds? Right? I mean, they got masks that are pretty square in the jaw. If he's wearing a mask, how she sees a square jaw? Sounds to me like they could have, maybe the ISP wrote it down wrong. It was a black mask squared in the jaw area. We'll never know. So if you find conflicting testimony, you must determine which of the witnesses you will believe and which of them you will disbelieve. In weighing the testimony to determine what or whom you will believe, you should use your own knowledge and common sense gained from day-to-day living. The number of witnesses who testify to a particular fact or the quantity of evidence on a particular point need not control your determination of the truth. You should give the greatest weight to that evidence which convinces you which convinces you most strongly of its truthfulness. During the progress of the trial, certain questions may have been asked and certain exhibits may have been offered, which the court ruled were not admissible into evidence. Oh, they didn't get to see 80% of the stuff the state collected. There's like 100 other third-party guys that weren't allowed to be talked about. 10 of them, 2 or 3 or you mustn't concern yourself with the reasons for those rulings. Think of all the first 5 weeks of everything. Interviews is gone. What's that Marathon gas station? Heart is gone. All we get from this Hoosier Hardware store is what? A couple of Mullins screenshots when the FBI has got the whole goddamn hard drive downloaded. They DNS in with over the network, have the whole goddamn hard drive. Like, forget it. Just show us BG walking by. That's it. Show us a guy. Show us a guy at that time, even remotely in a darkest of blue. I don't need to see blood or mud. Show me a guy walking by at 3. So it should be 4 p.m. almost, because 3:56. By the time he's going by the Mears entrance in the Hoosier Hardware store, what is it? 401, 402. He's walking along the street. Where is it? FBI has a whole goddamn hard drive. Since the production of evidence is strictly controlled by rules of law. You're right, bro. Didn't have to put anything. I don't get it. What the fuck, those jurors? They were just pressured. They were pressured. There's a couple of them that are probably, they browbeat them, and they make them feel like, oh my God, you got to convict, because if he's guilty and you set him free, oh my God, you're not sure, we must convict. It's weird. Yeah, there's no way people, even those guilters on the other side, none of them are thinking this was going to be a guilty, unanimous. So everyone was shocked when this came guilty because of what they presented at trial. Forget what they felt inside. The way it was presented at trial, the way everything was lost from this, how much exculpatory evidence was lost, lied about, chose not to collect. Like things like Holman not going to investigate the murder sheet. Where'd they get that PCA? What would they have found out? Or Babs, how'd she get that Odin report? Or Fig, how'd he get all that bullet info, right? Those other photos, all the photo leaks, everything else. Walla didn't get fired. She got gate listed or something, black gated or something, or gated. She got gated out the back door. She isn't fired. So you mustn't consider an exhibit or testimony which the court ordered stricken from the record. In fact, such matter is to be treated as though you never heard it. Nothing that I said during the trial was intended as any suggestion of what verdicts you should find. Each of you, as jurors, must determine the facts and the verdicts. The evidence must be judged and considered from your memory of testimony of the witnesses and such exhibits as may have been admitted to your examination. There's a mouthful there. One apostrophe. One little break to get a breath. Damn you. How many ands are there? Oh. Just kidding. Transcripts of witness testimonies will not be available to you during your deliberations. Materials which were received by witnesses or mentioned by the attorneys that were not admitted into evidence will not be provided to you during your deliberations. 80% of the evidence the state collected, and all the third-party suspects will not be there neither. The unsworn statements or comments of counsel on either side of the case should not be considered as evidence in the case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the testimony and the evidence admitted by the court and given in your presence, and you should disregard any and all information that you derive from any other source. One sec. Excuse me. Your verdicts must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return verdicts of guilty or not guilty, you must all agree during your deliberations You should not yield your individual judgment to a fellow juror just so that you can return verdicts. However, it is your duty to impartially consider the evidence with your fellow jurors, to examine your own views in light of your discussions, and to consult and reason with your fellow jurors in a good faith effort to arrive at just verdicts. After you return your verdicts, you are under no obligation to discuss them or the reasons for them with anyone. After you've retired to your jury room, the bailiffs of this court will be in attendance, but they cannot be present in your jury room during any of your deliberations. Should you, at any time during your deliberations of the cause, leave the jury room, you must leave in a group and at all times. Be in the charge of the bailiffs. While you're absent from the jury room, you mustn't talk about the case among yourselves, with the bailiffs, or with any person. When you've agreed upon verdicts, and such verdicts have been signed and dated by your foreperson, you will inform the bailiffs you've agreed. You will remain in the jury room until the bailiffs, on court order, conduct you back into open court, where your verdicts will be reviewed and read by the court. Neither sympathy nor prejudice for or against the witnesses or the defendant in this case should be allowed to influence you in whatever verdicts you may find. These instructions do not contain any information concerning the penalties that could be imposed upon a conviction. I'm solely responsible for assessing the penalty within a broad range of possibilities. The law has been written so that you may make your decision without being influenced by the apparent severity or leniency of the sentence. The court is submitting to you forms of possible verdicts you may return in the case. The forms will be supplied to you when you retire to the jury room for deliberations. Upon retiring to the jury room, you will select one of your members as foreperson. The foreperson will preside over your deliberations and must sign and date the verdicts to which you all agree. The foreperson must return the verdict forms back into open court. Bailiffs sworn. All right. Verdict forms. Ladies and gentlemen, take all your material and your papers. The bailiffs have your verdict forms, and we'll bring in the evidence that we can bring into you. All rise. 1:23 p.m. You may be seated. I'll show the jury out at 1:25. Are there any objections to the court's instructions as read? Mr. Boss McClellan? No, Your Honor. Mr. Rotzi? No, ma'am. Please leave numbers with Jody so that we can find you if they have questions or if they want to see the evidence. You need to be within 5 minutes of the courthouse. Please don't leave the vicinity of the courthouse and drive to Logansport again. I really need to have access to you immediately and have your input if they do have questions or they want to review the evidence. We will be clearing the courthouse and locking or not the courthouse, but the courtroom, and locking the doors. If the jury needs to get out of the jury room for whatever reason, because it gets kind of cramped and small in there, or they want to stretch their legs, we'll be using the courtroom for that purpose. So we'll be clearing the courtroom and locking the doors for that. If they want to review the evidence, I think both of you invited them to listen to things and watch things. I'll advise counsel and I'll expect you to be here, and the defendants will be brought in as well. I would ask that you would we'll probably have you in the back of the courtroom so that you can observe that process while they review whatever evidence it is that they'd like to review. Judge, we talked at some point about waiving counsel's presence. Is that something the court's willing to consider? I don't need to be here. I suppose I'm willing to waive it while if they want to review the evidence. Just throw that out there, Judge. We don't have any issue with that. I mean, as long as we're invited, we can have the opportunity, and I know we would be. Of course you would be. And if you'd like to be here, then I would require the state to be here. Sure, Judge, I understand. 'Cause I don't really care, but what the hell? Basically what it sounded like. He was like, I don't need to be here. But the defense wants to be there, and she's like, dude, it shows you're almost at the end. Pretend you want to be there. Come on. And then we would bring Mr. Allen in as well. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to do on the record before we clear the courtroom? Mr. Boswick, no, Your Honor. Judge, Mr. Rotzi, Mr. Baldwin. Sorry, Baldwin. Sorry. These are unusual, with sequestration. It's a little bit unusual. Does the court have an idea of, will they just go all the way through? But if it's midnight and they want to go to the bed, is there some manner in which, what is the schedule? Is that what you were asking me? I guess so, yeah. The schedule would be they're out right now and selecting a 4-person. I presume. I'm anticipating letting them go back to the hotels around 4 o'clock, and that they would then reconvene tomorrow morning about 9 o'clock. Oh, okay, thank you. And then they go until 4 again and reconvene. So 9 to 4. So today is almost 4, so they're going to go for a couple hours until 4, at least to pick a 4-person and kind of get then they'll go home at 4. Everyone can then, doesn't need to be on call, and then they'll be in by 9. So between 9 and 4, if they're still deliberating, these guys need to be around within 5 minutes, right? And then they go until 4 again and reconvene. We will be working Saturday, much as we've been working Saturdays in the past. We will not be working Sunday. Everybody needs a day off, and the jury will not have access to their electronic devices. They will not have access to their families in that time frame as well. So I'm sure I just want them to continue to work. So 4 o'clock would be kind of the closing hour, unless they communicate to the bailiff that they want to keep it at it. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Because, I've had those circumstances. Yeah. And they may want to keep going. Yeah. And if that's the case, they'll keep going. And I will stay at the courthouse with my court reporter as well, just in case they do have questions. And I need to contact counsel to get your input on how you want me to answer questions and if they want to see any evidence. But I would absolutely contact counsel to let you know if they have questions, if they want to review the evidence, and if you want me to contact you when they go home back to the hotels. I'm happy to do that as well if you wish. That would be great. Just so we know when the day is over, yeah. Just so that you're kind of off the clock, okay? Yeah? Okay. Anything else? Nope. I left our numbers with Miss Williams. Okay. So, do we need to get numbers for the state then? We'll do that, Judge. Thank you. All right. Just thank counsel for your excellent final arguments. Appreciate the manner in which you presented that information to the jury. Very well done. And we are off the record, Jody. Off the record at 1:27. Back on the record, November 29th. This is the next day. Oh, God. Yeah. So, wow. Wonder what happens, right? So, is this what we just read? So, we kind of read, this was the full one. Yeah, we finished. So, this and this, and had this was on, this were included in this, but this was kind of by itself. This is a verdict thingy. This is it. This one, the final instructions of the court. Court on its own motion indicates, that's the beginning. So she's filing something that day. 11/7, right? Yeah. So she's filing this. Judge Gull issues the final instructions. Is that basically what she just read? Kind of. That's probably what she just read. Duh. Oh, yeah. Seems like this is probably what she just read. I should have read it from here. This seems easier to read, but yeah, because I got confused with all this. 1, the defendant Richard. 2, he killed. 3, yeah, definitely. This is what she read to them. Okay. There's nothing on the end here. It's probably going to finish with everything she just said, right? Right. Just to check for sure. Yeah, the foreperson must return all verdict forms in open court. Upon retiring to the jury room, you will select your members as the foreperson will preside. Seemed like she said a lot more there. So this is what she said the first time. And then Nick came up. And then she said all that other stuff. Sounds like, yeah. Oh, so this is the next day. She issues an order. Oh boy. Well, this is Jody writing something. Jury returns to jury room at 9 a.m. Look at Judy typing up a storm. Did you get yourself some sleep? You seem energetic. You know, I've said all along, and playing those prison confessions prejudiced him, just like defendants. Yeah. Well, I don't see how those confessions can be admissible under the dress, everything that happened, 24/7 lights on. Half of them the guards admitted were taken out of context, said, like he repeated them, like, you're a baby, Richard Allen, you're a baby. Why did you kill Abby and Libby? People yelling at him. He's like, I killed Abby and Libby? The guards even said that. And if you write that down, that sounds horrible. He's saying, I killed Abby and Libby. But he's like saying it as like a question to the I killed Abby and Libby? The guard said it. Guard fucking said it. That's how he wrote it down verbatim, but it's basically way out of context. So, and just that whole, it was so suspicious how those guards supposedly showed up as suicide watch companions on the 5th. If he goes into suicide watch on the 4th, when were the convicts even there? When were they there? He goes into suicide watch on the 4th. Those guards are on suicide watch starting the 5th, and they show up in these such suspicious circumstances, the way they show up. Oh my God, look at you. Oh no, you're absolutely correct, but this was just extra. I was thinking, oh, thank you. I didn't even, I honestly haven't, that's a lot of writing. Dewey's pipes froze. Look at you. I'm sorry, guys. My water froze up. I had to get it. Oh, which one? In your house? Inside your house? Pipes froze? Or the outside water? What? How is it? Crank that heat up, boy. Or the ones like, yeah, I guess you've the older ones near the ground or what? Boy, it must be cold, dude. Wow. Right. So let me find something for you guys. You seem energetic. Let's see if we can finish up here with something. This is just Jody writing something. Jury returns. So on their date, right? On the 8th, right? So we just finished the 7th, wasn't it? Right? So we finished the 7th, and we're kind of waiting for them. So I guess, don't we find out something like oh, this is what she's going to write. I bet you she's writing it about, like they waited around till 4 o'clock, right? No. So what happens that day? 7th needs to end. There must be something happening, right? Do I miss it? That's got to be, because basically where they're leaving it is at the end of this, They leave it. Then the 7th, they're waiting till 4 p.m. They're picking a 4-person, and I guess they would say, oh, nothing's happened at 4 p.m. Go home. Right? Oh, but then jury begins deliberating at 9 a.m. on this day. So this is, oh, is this day 1? Is that the whole other day that I just read? So this is, did I skip it because I assumed it was this stuff? No way. Don't you dare. Don't you dare tell me that. I'll have to open that again. It was down this one here. So day 1 is technically, yeah, those last few hours. That's technically day 1. It happened on the same day as this. Right. So I didn't. So here, it's on the 7th, right? The 7th, duh. Day 1, full transcript of day, yeah. Jury delivers a full day 1. Because basically, it's the full transcript, and jury delivers day 1 was from that time until 4 p.m. They probably. There's that order. This order's from the 8th, right? Jury returns to its jury room at 9 a.m. under the supervision of the bailiffs. So it's just that little piece of paper thingy, right? I'll open that again because I know so on the 8th to the jury room. So they come in, and it's at 9 a.m. So then she writes this the next day. Jury returns to the jury room at 9 a.m. under the supervision of the bailiffs. At approximately 2 p.m., the jury sends out a note requesting to review evidence on 11. So tomorrow they want to look at evidence. Jury returns to hotels under the supervision of the bailiffs at 3:50 p.m. So the 9th, they want to look at some evidence on the 9th. Okay. So this. So on the 9th, then jury deliberation day 3. Yeah, the 2nd, they just talked and they wanted to look at, they sent out a note in the afternoon. Okay, let's look at some evidence tomorrow. Tomorrow comes around. The jury begins deliberating at 9 a.m. So what do they do on this day? So this is what I should be reading, right? November 9th, yeah. Because the 8th was just that little note thingy. That'd be great, right? I left it, yeah. And then the 8th happens in here. This is the 7th ending. The rest of the day, they pick their 4-person. At 4 o'clock, they go home. The 8th, they come in. And then 2 in the afternoon, they want to look at evidence this day. Here's this day. So here's what's happening. So I'll definitely read this. And I'll change the title to this show to make more sense somehow. And what is happening with you guys? Sound good? Saturday the 9th was review of the videos. Yeah, we're going to find that out right now. Yeah, you're right. It was the 11th, right? Yeah, so it's on Monday. Yeah, on a Veterans Day. Yeah, I remember now. Wasn't even thinking that. Yep, that's the day the Constitution died in Indiana. On Veterans Day, 2024, November the 11th. This guy was found guilty with this gobbledygook evidence. Ballistics, tool mark shit. Oh, let's do this. How much time have I got? Ooh, I have like an hour left. 7 pages. This will be perfect. I mean, let's see. It seems like something probably going to happen here, right? Let's see. So I'm going to throw this in. This will be the Saturday. 10 a.m. All right. Saturday, November the 9th, 10 a.m. Judge Gull. All right. Well, you may be seated. We are back on the record. The jury. One second. Sorry. The jury. Where the fuck did I was reaching for a candy and I looked away for 1 second. Now I'm fumbling around with the bag. Okay, here. Sorry. The jury has sent out a note indicating that what they would like to see Exhibit 290. Thought that was on the 8th. Well, they sent out a note yesterday, right? That they would like to see. So today we're going to see that probably. They want to see the exhibits, the first interview, the enhanced video, audio only. And then they sent out a note this morning to say that they wanted to see the second interview, Exhibit 291. So we are in the courtroom outside the presence of the jury. I don't know who all these extraneous folks are. I apologize. It's a whole bunch of people there. I made it an invitation to the attorneys to appear here, not on staff members. I do need somebody from the state staff to run the equipment. So, oh my God, don't be Mullins. You'll never get nothing done. So would you please stay to run the equipment? And I'm sorry, I'm pointing at you, and I don't even know your name. My name's Nathan, Mr. Nathan Myers. She's just picking somebody to help run equipment. Nathan? So, Nathan, I would ask that you stay. The attorneys and everybody else in the back of the courtroom. You don't even know who this guy is. The rest of you, you are free to leave. And Mitch, if you just make sure they get safely out of the building, please. That's the bailiff, right? Officer, that's Catrone, yeah. That's the first guy that showed up. He's walking these people around, right? That's Catrone, Mitch Catrone. He's the first guy that showed up under the bridge, talking to Mike Patty. 5:45, banging on Weber's door. Yes, ma'am, will do. Thank you so kindly. All right. And I see Mr. Boss McClellan and his deputies are in the back of the courtroom. Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rotzi and Miss Auger are in the back of the courtroom. I see Mr. Allen has been brought in by the transport team. Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing Mr. Allen here from his confinement area. Are we ready then to have the jury come in? They just, we moved the TV a little bit closer to them, and I'll invite them. If you need to get even closer, I will invite them to do so. But are we any issues, folks? Nope. No, Your Honor. Okay, let's bring in our jury, please. Judge, are we going to try to just watch all of these straight through? I mean, that'll be a couple hours at least. Yes. Is it okay if somebody needs to use the restroom if we help ourselves? Oh, of course. Okay, thank you. I mean, obviously, if Mr. Allen does, that's a different story since, right. Yeah, obviously, if he has to go, they'll pause it, but until the, obviously, like, if Baldwin has to go to the washroom, Rosie's there, OJ's there, and then OJ can just kind of sneak out and they can take turns going, as long as one person's there. But if Richard Allen needs to go, then obviously everything needs to stop. But with 3 attorneys, I think if somebody needs to step out either side, that'd be acceptable. Very good. Thank you. Of course. 10:08. Jury's in. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you. Your foreperson sent out a note asking to view Exhibit 290, the first interview, Exhibit 246, the enhanced video, Exhibit 207, the audio only, and Exhibit 291, the second interview. So the attorneys are here in. You may be seated, folks. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. Just fixing something up here. There you go. There you go. Judy, say hello to everyone, please. You still here, Judy? Just checking. Mm-mm-mm. So the attorneys are here in the back of the courtroom, and we have a member from the prosecutor staff up here in the well of the courtroom to run the equipment for us. So thank you for the notes. I appreciate that. We are ready then to view Exhibit 290. Mr. Myers, this guy has been did she just pick, like, it was just walking by and she's just like getting him to do run the TV? Mr. 290? Oh my God. Yes, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, if you need to move to get closer to the TV, please feel free to do that. This is for your benefit that you've asked to see these. So if you need to move, you want the TV moved closer to you. Mm-hmm. All right. Just check it. Look at this young lady. Welcome, welcome. Unidentified juror. Yeah, if it could be moved forward so we don't have to. Yeah, gentlemen, could we just move this closer to you? That's great. Thank you. Is that better? It's a lot closer. Tip it a little. Is that better? Thank you, Jeremy. So States Exhibit 290 is published by Playing. So they played a video. So we'll show the States Exhibit 290 has been played for the jury. And they now requested to see another one. I guess they should probably, I wonder if they would have played the time, but I don't know how long these videos are. I guess we'll find out by when they break next. So this started around 10 a.m., right? So they're watching another video. They're watching. Do you guys need a break or anything? Inaudible. Okay, let's do 207. The enhanced audio or the audio only would be 207. So they play the audio. Now, after the audio is published, thank you, officer. All right. The next one you wanted to see was the second interview, 291. That's lengthy. So we'll go ahead and break so that you can get up and move around. Jeremy, just let us know when they're ready to come back. So was it the first one, the interview? Oh, right. They wanted to watch this other one to do a voice comparison, right? That's what it was. They wanted to check the voice out in this one. That was 291. They wanted to listen to Richard Allen's voice in the longer of the interviews. This was 290. Or maybe it's this one, 128. How long is 291? Doesn't say. This one here says 128.18. 291 is longer. Oh, not by much. It's 134.18. 128 is longer. So they wanted to use this to listen to his voice.
Which means absolutely nothing to you. This is a property record and receipt.
Ended up at a murder scene. It's not possible. So something's obviously wrong.
Something is wrong.
Exactly.
Both know what's wrong.
I can't handle that shit. So they're watching that. They watched that, and then that's a lengthy one. We'll go ahead and break. Oh, they're about to watch that one. So they watched the first one, then they listened to audio, and then they're about to watch the longer one. Okay, at 11:40 a.m. All right. So they're going to go for a break, and then let me know if they want to have lunch and then come back and review the second video, or if they want to just plow through and listen to the video. So if you'll just kind of hang around a little bit, we'll know. But you can go ahead and take Mr. Allen. So they go off the record. So they're just taking a break, not lunch, like 15 minutes. Okay, so we're back on the record. The state's lawyers are back. The defense lawyers are back, and Mr. Allen's back. So let's go get them. So now it's 12. All right. So we're back on the record, and all of our jurors have reassembled. Folks, you may be seated in the back. You've now asked to see 291, which is the second interview. So Nathan, if you would be so kind. So this could be like an hour and a half later. Yeah, see? Started at 12, boom, 1:35. They just watched this, right? The one we just showed. The one with Jerry Holman. The later date, October 26th, right? First one was October 13th. Then October 26th video. So that's where I was, right? Right here? No, wait, where was I? Here. No, where was I? Here, yeah, sorry. So I should put this down here before I do that again. In order, because we did this. We did this, this. Both of these are on here, but there's also a bit at the end to finish that one day up. Then they had like the other day, and then this is the day, the 9th. They're all right, ladies and gentlemen. You now reviewed the exhibits that you had requested to receive, and I will leave you to the custody, care, and control of our bailiffs, so that you may resume your deliberations, gentlemen. So they're out after watching that video. So they watched the video, listened to the audio, watched the second video, and then they're out. All right. Well, counsel, thank you for coming back. And I just have a couple of things that I would like. If you'd like to come closer to the well of the courtroom, please. And Mr. Allen as well, gentlemen. Yes, in the well of the courtroom, please. And Nathan, you can just give Jody those exhibits back. Okay? If you would please. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll show the jury back out to deliberate at about 1:38. So they're going to obviously hang around till 4 p.m. again, right? I'm just going to remind counsel of the gag order that was issued by this court on December 2nd, 2020. You should tell Nick about that gag order too. I've pulled it up in the electronic file, and in pertinent part, it reads, counsel for the state of it, and tell Jerry Holman about, and Vito, and tell all the prosecutors people too. Make sure. Counsel for the state of Indiana and the defendant, as well as their professional staff and other personal law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and all family members are prohibited. Right. Yeah. As if you can really do that. But it's easy to gag the willing, right? But come on. As if the family didn't want to go and talk from day one. They wouldn't have been able to say anything they want. Who she thinks she is. But they went along with it. And all family members are prohibited from commenting on this case to the public and to the media, directly or indirectly, by themselves or through any intermediary in any form. Like, are we talking about how some people called up some other YouTubers and talked to them about stuff, right? There's 3 or 4 of them. Tons of them, actually. Including any social media platforms. Right. Yesterday, I communicated directly with Mr. Boss McClellan and with Mr. Rotzi. I don't recall the time, but it was by phone, to inform both sides that the jury wanted to view the first interview, the enhanced video, and the audio. And the only individuals that were provided with that information directly was, again, Mr. Boss McClellan and Mr. Rotzi. I was quite surprised last evening when I was watching TV to see that this specific information ended up on the national. Oh my goodness. So she told only Nick and Rosie that what? That they wanted, that the jury wanted. All right. Then that gets out. So, oh my goodness. Oh. So she tells only Nick and Rosie, Nick McLean and Brad Rosie, that the jury wants to look at these 3 things. And then she goes home. And then I was quite surprised last evening when I was watching TV to see that the specific information ended up on national television. Could it have been the jurors? Like, she only told these 2, but how many people knew? Then this morning, as I excused all of the staff attendant to our proceedings here this morning, I noted that it was about 10:03 when I asked the state's investigators and extraneous folks and the defendant's extraneous investigators and individuals to leave the room. Oh my God, Bob Marvel, what did you do? Oh no, get out. They're trying to pin it. Oh my God. I noted that was 10:03, and at 10:15 this morning, Bob Mata, who is apparently a social media content creator, is posting on his Twitter account that the jury wanted to see the specific videos that we discussed previously and the specific audios that the jury wished to see. And again, the only people that were aware of this information were the attorneys and the professional staff. Now, I don't remember this. The attorney. Wow. Do you guys remember this? Did I miss this? Now, I've observed Mr. Mota. I'm just kidding. Mr. Mata. I picture them, any chance they could intentionally like mispronounce people's names. Like, that's why I say Mr. Rotzi. I'm only joking now because I know it's Rosie, and Mata. So Mr. Mata here in the courtroom. Oh no, she's trying to embarrass him or make an example of him. Like, I hated when my teachers did that to me in school. Like, oh, you're all going to stay because of this, me. And meanwhile, I probably didn't, I don't know. He's been here for several weeks, and he has been interacting with multiple members of the defense staff. Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Baker, Miss Auger, Mr. Baldwin. I don't know what those conversations consist of, and I don't particularly care what those conversations consist of. She's saying this out loud, and he's sitting there. But Mr. Mata is clearly sharing information that only counsel would have. That's a violation of the gag order, folks, and I have concerns. What? You've seen the folks outside the courthouse with their signs and podcasters and YouTubers. Last night, the jury's van was followed. I haven't shared that information with the counsel, and I will not be sharing any further information with counsel about the jury, about when they're leaving this building, when they're not in the building, because I clearly can't trust that information will stay with counsel and their professional staffs, because it's getting out to their individuals. I don't know if it's Mr. Baker, Mr. Hoffman, the attorneys. I don't know. But I will not be informing counsel when the jury leaves the building. And I will be informing counsel strictly of if they have a verdict. So she's using this as, if anything else, like as if she doesn't have to tell anybody anything. This is the type of thing she does for sure. Like, do this, say this is happening, right? And then, so now she can, if the jury does more like this, then she doesn't have to tell people, because look at, and I expect continued compliance with this court's orders. Gentlemen, you may take Mr. Allen back to Cass County, and we're in recess. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Judge, did you still want us 5 minutes away? Yes, please. It's like, if she had a real problem with that, what is she doing about it? It's just like she just wants it as a reason to then be able to do things. Like they want, like once Jerry Holman knows that those crime scene photos of the bodies were out there, he then doesn't go and investigate it. He just like tells them, okay, Scout's honor, everyone delete their photos. That's it. We have, they don't follow up, right? They just want to have it as the narrative, as an excuse to do whatever. Same with this, unless there's more to it. But I mean, she sounds so upset. She's so certain it's Bob Maher. What? Did she fucking get a guy to tackle him to do an investigation? What? She doesn't care. She's just trying to make him feel bad. How could she prove it? I don't even know what's going on here, but like how all the jurors know. What if a juror called home and I don't know? How many people know? She's acting like it's just Rosie and McClellan that know. And then how do we know it wasn't from someone from McClellan's side calling Bob Mott up to set him up or something? Who knows with these people, eh? She told McClellan and Rosie as if, and then acts as if only McClellan and Rosie knew. Meanwhile, come on, all the jurors knew, and the bail. Oh, this woman, she doesn't care, obviously, right? Oh my God, this is November 11th. I shouldn't start this. Obviously, I'm starting that on the next show. So, what do you guys suggest we do? What time is it? Where'd my phone go? Did I drop my phone? Oh, it did fall. It is 7:15. Is there anything we should do before we move on? Should I prepare for the next one to see what's happening, or because it's like we know it comes down on this day, right? So which one did I just have open? Jeepers. I should pay better attention. So I just did day 3, right? Yep. That's this. So there's the order, the gag, the Bob Mata gag order that she's trying to make one guy look bad for. Ugh. I'd like to know what I missed that, or I forgot. I must have known about it. Anybody know what happened there? Obviously, like as if she told Nick and Rosie, so that if Bob Mata finds out, it's obvious it had to be Brad. Like, come on, how do we know somebody didn't just fucking feed? I don't know, or some of the jerk. I don't even know. I'm sure Bob must have talked about that at the time. Anyways, let's move on. So this is it. I'm just going to open her look. How many pages it is? It's only the 9 pages. So here she's going on about the van being followed. Do I do that now? I mean, I probably should, right? I have time. What do you guys say? What do you guys think? It's only 9 pages. I can't use that as a whole next show. Then it'll be done. I should probably do it now because it kind of finishes everything up on this last show. It's an order. She just writes down one of these little noties. Jody does. And then the verdict, right, is also on. Oh, yeah. Then there's this, which is just 1 page. I guess I should because WTHR. So everything else. Then, yeah, I'll finish it up now. I'll finish it up. And then we'll go over a bunch of stuff we either skipped or happened. Let's do it. Day 11. Or no, not day 11. This is jury deliberations, day 4. November the 11th. Veterans Day. The day the Constitution died in Indiana. This day right here. All right. Well, we are back on the record in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. Lots of numbers and letters. I show the defendants here in person with Mr. Baldwin. So they're the defense counsel. So this is a Monday afternoon. So what happened? Oh, no, this is Saturday? Wait a second. November 11th at 2 p.m. So what happened all that day? Did I miss something? I feel like I'm missing something. Is that what I just read? No, that was a Saturday, right? So what happens all day Monday morning? 9 a.m. Oh, I should read this. Wait, did I skip to this? Did I skip something? It was this one day, right? So is this what was happening? November 9th, that was the Saturday. Did it skip? Did I miss this? Did they ever come back in on the Monday morning? Identified juror. Yeah, the gentleman who couldn't move, just tip a little. Yeah, I remember all this. So it's this is still the Saturday, right? Right. So they came back on the record. So it's just this bit, which I'm reading. But they're coming back on the record at 2:11 p.m. on November 11th. Is this did it start and I missed it? Sorry, guys. It must have been here. I might even remember. Oh my God. Thank you for coming back. I probably did, and I just glossed over it. Did I just read all of the Monday morning stuff up till 2:11 p.m.? I thought this was Saturday, the 9th. Does anybody know what I'm doing here? I feel like I'm going to screw this up. My God. This is a Saturday, right? Oh my God. Can't be that many pages. This is the 9th. Right. So we come back, we're on the record the 9th. It's 10 a.m. Right? So we're on the record the 9th. Yes. The stranger. Catrone is, yeah, they're going to watch they're going to watch the videos. They're going to watch a video, listen to audio, take a break, come back and watch the other video, and then go home. Go back to the hotel room, right? Right. But it never switches to the 1st, to the 11th. So maybe there's nothing happens in the morning of the 11th, or what's going on? Like it never switches to the next day. Exhibits 207 is published. Yes. So Moore and Jeremy, let us know if they come back. 11:40. It's a Saturday still. The 9th. The Monday is the 11th, right? Was the 11th a Monday? Who was writing those dates down? Mimi, you still around? Oh, I should probably read. You wrote something about it a while ago, I guess. Yeah. So, veteran at the top. As a veteran, Saturday night. Yeah, he wrote this a long time ago. Saturday nights was a review of the videos. Oh, Sunday the 10th. And then on Monday the 11th. Yes. What are you writing now? So why does it start at 2:11 in the afternoon? What else happens on Monday morning? Don't they have? Seems like there's something missing. Because like they're back on the record at 2:11. Did they go off the record? Does this happen on the Monday morning and they just don't write it down here? Last night, the jury's van was followed. This must have been, I must have started it. And I didn't pay attention. This sounds like it's when they're yelling at Bob Motta, right? Did I miss that? Jury's out. All right. Thank you for coming. I'll just have a couple of things. Okay. If you would please. All right. Well, I'll show you jury back out to deliberate at 1:30. Issue. I pulled up the elements. It still feels like it's a Saturday afternoon. I've read this, right? Right. But is there any, when did they yell at Bob Motta? It sounds like this is the Saturday still. I know it was about 10:03 when I asked, or maybe they did come back and I just don't know. It might have been here. It feels like the jury's out. So that's Saturday, right? Jury's out. All right. Counsel, thank you for coming back. So this is still the Saturday. It has to be, right? Just going to remind counsel of the gag order. So she must try to embarrass Bob on the Saturday. I don't even know if he's sitting there. Man, I did read this, so it feels like they're switching days here and not writing it down. It's like we're off the record at 1:40 and we're back on it. But when are we off the record? This is off the record Saturday, and we back on the record on the Monday at this time? Off the record. Or was this the Monday morning? This is my whole on Saturday. It does to me too, but usually they would say that this is the Saturday. But I mean, just on the record at 11, like it just seems like it's this is going to this, which would imply this happened on the Monday morning. And I just didn't see the switch. November 9th. Jury return. So I should read these out here. Might be different. So here, on November 8th, it's the jury room. So 8th is the Friday, right? Supervision, right? So on the 7th is when they do stuff. They finish it up on the 7th. They pick their foreperson in that. So on the 8th, it's not like anything to read, like court stuff, right? But there's that piece of paper. When you open it, then tomorrow they want to watch stuff. So then tomorrow they're watching stuff. And then on the 9th, jury returns 10 a.m. and supervision 2:45. Then on the 11th, 9 a.m. This is where I don't have. Does anything happen on this morning? 11th session, jury deliberate. So this must be day 4. Jury deliberations until 1:15. Jury has reached a guilty verdict. Guilty on all charges. November 11th, jury returns to its jury room at 9 a.m. on the 11th. This is where we picked up 210, right? Or there's just nothing to read this morning. Jury deliberations, so they just deliberate. So it starts last night. This is basically where it finished off. So the jury deliberates, and then there's nothing to read, right? And then so this is it. Okay, I'm just going to read this. Sorry, guys. It makes sense. Let's get rid of some stuff here, because I don't need all this other stuff. This is the one I was going to do. This one, I'll keep them up. So this is it. Okay, I just didn't want to make sure I missed something during the Monday morning. It sounds like they're just deliberating and there's nothing to read. So last time I looked, so she says it here. Jury returns to its rooms at 9 a.m. to resume under the supervision of the bailiffs. Court is informed the jury has reached a verdict. So is that what I'm about to read? This jury returns to its jury room. All right. Let's see. Because they're starting here at 2:11. So jury returns. All right. Well, so it's basically describing this. Okay. In the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen, I show the defendants here in person with Mr. Baldwin. Sorry, guys. They are waiting for Kathy to arrive, the family. All right. Sorry, that was Baldwin. They were waiting for Kathy to arrive, the family. All right. So despite my directive that everybody be within 10 minutes of the building, we've been waiting for an hour. I'll show that the states here by the prosecutor and deputies. The jury has returned verdicts. When do we expect Mr. Rosie to be returning and Miss Auger? Matt, can you just go down there and get them? I mean, they're just downstairs. So. All right. The record will reflect that Mr. Rosie and Miss Auger have returned to the courtroom. The jury has indicated that it has verdicts. Just as a reminder, counsel, please turn your phones off as verdicts. Just don't want to screw this up. This is important. And I trust that the bailiff has already indicated to you that the phones should be off. Ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, I'd ask that you remain respectful to the rest of the proceedings. These proceedings. This has been a long haul for the defendant and his team, as well as the state and their team, and they don't deserve to have any outbursts in this courtroom. As you can see, there's a lot of uniformed officers in the courtroom, and they have this court's authority that if you cannot conduct yourself in an appropriate fashion, you will be asked to leave and If you refuse to leave, you will be escorted out by the officers. Please don't do that. Please don't do that to Mr. Allen. Please don't do that to Mr. Boss McClellan and the state. I expect you to be quiet. Regardless of whatever the verdict is, people are not going to be happy. You can take your unhappiness outside. Mr. Boss McClellan, is the state ready to receive the verdicts? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rosie, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. Gentlemen, all rise. 218. Thank you. You may be seated. The Unhonorable Judge F. Seagull is presiding. Alrighty. Juror 30 and seat 11. I've been informed you are the foreman of the jury. Is that correct? Yes. And has the jury reached its verdicts? Yes. If you would pass the verdict forms to the bailiff, please. All right. The verdicts read, we, the jury, find the defendant, Richard M. Allen, guilty of count 1, felony murder, a felony dated 11/11/24. Signed by our foreman. Verdict. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Richard M. Allen, guilty of count 2, felony murder, felony dated November the 11th, 24. Signed by our foreman. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Richard M. Allen, guilty of count 3, murder, felony dated November the 11th, 24. Signed by our foreman. And verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Richard M. Allen, guilty of count 4, murder, a felony dated November the 11th, 24. And signed by our foreman. Does either side desire a poll of the jury? No, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. All right. Juror 39, seat 1. Are these your verdicts, ma'am? Yes. Juror 19 in seat 2. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror 1 in seat 3. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror 54 in seat 4. Are these your verdicts? They are. Juror 42 in seat 5. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror 21 in seat 6. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror 36 in seat 7. Are these your verdicts? Yep. Juror 8 in seat 8. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror 1B in seat 9. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror 45 in seat 10. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror 30 in seat 11. Are these your verdicts? Yes. And Juror 16 in seat 12. Are these your verdicts? Yes. Is counsel satisfied? Yeah. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on behalf of the court and the parties, I'd like to thank you very much for your service in this case. I know you've made a tremendous sacrifice for the state of Indiana. I'm very glad for your service. With that, you are released and discharged, gentlemen. All rise. So the jury's out. 221. You may be seated. Mr. Allen, consistent with the jury's verdicts, the court will enter judgment of conviction on counts 1, 2, and 3, and 4. I'll refer this matter to the probation department. I've been advised by the local probation department that they're unable to complete a pre-sentence investigation report. I have been in communication with the probation department from my home county, Allen County, and have discussed the possibility of a pre-sentence report that the Allen County Probation Department could complete. I don't know how much time we will need for sentencing. I don't know if the defense intends to present any sentencing memorandum. I don't know how long we need for sentencing. So I've obtained, in anticipation of a potential verdict, I've obtained dates from the local court to see what would be available. So I just need some guidance from counsel as to how long you think you will need for sentencing, what type of time you are looking at as far as the calendar is concerned. Judge, Mr. Rosie, can you give us the dates? I thought you said you had some dates in mind. She gave me some. She gave me December the 12th, December the 13th, December the 20th, January 2nd, January 30th, January 17th, and January 20th. Any of those December dates are okay. And she gave me consecutive dates because I don't know if you need a day. And I don't think we're going to have, volumes of evidence to present. I would say that the 12th date may be good. That 12th and 13th, just in case, set those two aside. But I don't expect that we're going to need 2 days. What about the state? We'd waive 30 days in that regard. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought that was the state. What? What about the state? So Rosie says we'd waive 30 days in that regard. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. I was going to ask you if you'd waive 30 days. Judge, December the 12th, we have a winter conference starting the Monday the 9th, 10th, and 11th. Okay. And I had to skip summer conference, so I got to go. So I can't get my CLEs in. Okay. For this year, and so I'd hate to have to come back the very next day to coordinate with the family and with those kind of things. I think the 12th was one of those dates that you had mentioned. Yes, and the 13th. And so those days aren't great from the state's perspective, Judge, but I want to work with the court the best we can. Okay. What were the next dates in December? The next date she gave was December 20th. I'm okay with that. December 20th? That's fine. All right, so I'll show Mr. Rosie that you've waived the Thursday days. We'll reschedule sentencing for December 20th at 9 a.m. I'll have them reserve the entire day. So however long you need, we got the entire day. If we go into another day, I'm sure we can make those accommodations as well. Although honestly, I'm not sure what the day of the week of December 20th is. Well, it's 5 days before Christmas. You Grinch. It's a Friday. So it's a Friday, Judge. It's a Friday. So obviously you don't want to be here on Saturday. I'm happy to be here on Saturday. However, if you need 2 days, yeah, you guys are going to have a wonderful Christmas. Don't you worry. You might have to work a Saturday. I mean, it's tough to say, but that's going to be the case. Maybe just be long. Well, all 6 of you have been very familiar with very long days. Yeah, in this case, so I think there was a day. I think we'll get it done. We went till 7. I can't control what the state's going to do. Sorry, I can't control what the state's going to do. Right. In terms of their presentation, I don't want to just jump to conclusions, but I think we'll be able to get ours in a half a day or less. Okay. I think that'd be sufficient, Judge. All right. So December. Oh, hey, good morning, Rebby. Sorry, did I miss you? We're just caught just in time to see the end. What is up? All right. So December 20th, we can start at 9 o'clock. Mr. Rosie, with your permission, I will have Mr. Zimmerman, my chief probation officer, contact you directly to see what the time frame would be as far as where did I just do that? Sorry. As far as, what was I reading? Oh my God. Oh, as far as if you wish to present during the interview of your client. I don't know how they'll conduct that. I know that the county jail that he's currently being held in has the ability to do video, but I would assume that my probation officer is going to want to come and meet Mr. Allen in person. Zimmerman? Yes, sir. Okay. Eric Zimmerman. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You have my phone number, so yes, and I'll have him. If he needs to call me, that's okay. Okay. All right. Is there anything else on behalf of the state of Indiana, Mr. McClellan? No, Your Honor. Anything else on behalf of the defendant? No, ma'am. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for a very well tried case. And those of you in the audience, thank you very kindly for maintaining your composure. Jody, you may go off the record. And gentlemen, you may take Mr. Allen. This concludes the proceedings at the jury trial conducted October 14th through November 11th, 2024. In this cause. Oops. So how long is the sentencing? What's up? God, I just don't want to miss stuff and do it wrong. Is this the one that we just did, right? We did jury deliberations, right? And there was an order. Is this the, oh, it's a piece of paper. Jury returns, yeah. So this is that, what they were doing before. Guilty, guilty, guilty. So this is just the, So McClellan files this on, so where's the sentencing part, right? Oh yeah, it's wait till, okay, so we're gonna have to cover a few things before sentencing, right? Was there anything important, or do we just do the sentencing? What happens here? Cameras, oh, there's a bunch of stuff going on here. Who knows? Who knows? Request for audio. So confidential order on the 4th. One page. Oh boy. Is there anything big that happens, or just seems like these are all confidential orders? So Brian, dated November, services. I should just write by clicking on them. I should just read this. They're worried about paying people. People are getting paid. Okay. 42 grand for Baldwin. Court proceedings. News from Cindy Andrews, Indy Star denies. Court has received requests from all these media people. That's what's going on, right? Confidential order. So it says payments for defense attorney Brad Rosie. Legal issues for Rosie. Probably to pay out Baker and I don't know. Confidence order. People getting paid. People getting paid. Baldwin barrier. The request for broadcasting. Pre-sentence investigation report on December 13th. Carroll County Francisco have been advised copies of the pre-sentence investigation. So, defense counsel has previously indicated they may be filing. Oh my God. Is that the sentencing? No. The case has generated substantial public interest and immediate attention in light of this. What time is it now? 7:45. Seems important. She's doing an order. So Judge Gull issues an order. This case has generated some stuff. Chorus parties. So she's this is where she's probably I don't know. She's just denying all that stuff, right? Probably. Or she's gonna give people a hard time getting all the stuff. So I should just look at the sentencing to see how much is it. 30. No, I'm not going to do this. Oh, is there a lot that goes on in the sentencing? Yeah. So I'm not going to do that. I'll do that tonight. I'm going to do this properly because I'm done. So I'll do that tonight. And before I start that, oh boy, do we go over these? Carrie Timmons, I don't want to just. I definitely will do that tonight. Okay. And then, so I'll just see if there's anything I should have done here, but I won't start this till tonight. So if there's anything quick I can look through here, was just these orders, building violations of the equipment advice. This one seems the most important. Stand in a courtroom. She's like busting people's chops. Press pay for a transcript. Did I open this? Oh, all right. What was this? Did I click on this? Order in the state, including law enforcement agency holding evidence. Okay, so that's about the. Oh, yeah. You should hold on to everything. Don't throw it away. Motion to refer to state public defender to appointment for appellate counsel. So this is about the appellate attorney will be able to manage the volume. Yeah. So these aren't. Keep, obviously. How big is this? They don't want these out, right? Where's that Faro image? Why aren't we getting that? Yeah, I think I'm done. You're right, Rebby. Surprised you say that. Just kidding. Good advice. I'm just seeing if I missed anything. Because crime scene photos. So where's that Faro image? What's going on with that? The sentencing memorandum. Comes down to defendant. Anticipation for this. So these are the type of things I won't blow over tonight. So I'll start with, like, there's a couple things. I'll decide what's important before I do. This is definitely going to finish tonight. Maybe not. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm going to finish here and I'll decide because I don't want to make the wrong choice. And Rebby's right. I've been on for what? Oh my God, 8 hours. And what am I? Oh my God. 8 hours and 45 minutes. You guys are enabling this. You know that. I'm only kidding. Thanks for being here. Any last requests to say, look at Derek comes in. Oh my God. Good morning. If hell was a freezer, I am ass deep. It's cold everywhere. It's freezing cold, dude. Everything okay? How you doing? I was just going to shut her down. Whew. We finished the trial. We're going to just read the sentencing tonight. And before I start tonight, I'll go through these and make sure I'm not missing anything. I'll plan it out. And then I'll do the sentencing. And then if there's other stuff, and we've kind of already done the appeal stuff. And man, there seems like a lot of stuff. I don't want to miss stuff. So the main thing would be the sentencing on the December 20th, right? And then we'll catch all these other things. So that's like 30 something pages. So it was how long? Oh yeah. And like maybe some victims will decide tomorrow night. We'll decide which of the victim impact statements and stuff, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'll look through them. Definitely carry Diane Erskine. Just, I'll double check here, right? Wow, guys. Any last requests? What was up? Dogs, water, ice. Oh my goodness. Inside your camper? Man. That's tough. You'll have to heat it up for him maybe, eh? Give him a warm, kind of put it on the stove for like a tiny, like, you know, obviously just like a baby's bottle where you're going to kind of warm it up a little bit just to get the ice off. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm going to shut it down. All right, guys. So have a great day. I'll be back tonight to read this sentencing, and I'll make sure I have a few things ready first. So the victim's statements would come before that, right? Yeah. If I'm going to do that, right? That's how it works, right? Yeah, he doesn't get sentenced. And then how does this work? You guys know. I should know this type of stuff, but I just don't want to get it wrong. You would think the victims read, and then they do the sentencing at the very last thing, right? So here, yeah, defendant appears. How does that usually work, guys? I would guess what makes sense. I'm not even thinking straight. The victim impact statements would be first, and then the very last thing to do is the sentencing, right? Bye to you guys. That's what's up here. So yes. Victims impact before the sentencing. Yeah, that makes sense. So, should we read them all, or I'll see how many pages these are. So I'm just going to double check to see. Boy, I guess I'll figure out the order. Did not read, not present. Why? Defense. I understand the role you needed. What? What is this? So he's writing to people? Oh, these are, okay. So yeah. So this is to go. Okay. Oh boy. So I'll definitely have, did we read this? I must have seen this before. Should I be reading this, guys? Not now, like tonight. I'll figure out what order these were in. Or does it matter? Because it looks like he's not standing up and saying this, right? Or is he? Or does he just send this to her? Or is he impact statement? Jury did not read, not present. Okay. So he's standing up and saying this. Okay. This is just, okay. So do we know the order of which goes, does that? I'll work this all out today. Definitely. Should just, man. Van drove by. Wow. No, I do remember this. I've seen these, obviously, right? Well, I don't know. Obviously, we have to read these. Oh, my goodness. Whew. So, oh, my goodness. So I'll figure this out before I start tonight. How's that? All right. I don't know. Should I not read them? But I mean, they're standing there. So Richard Allen comes in. I remember this now. Yeah. Like they're all like, he's there. He's about to give sentence. And then, they're doing this like, rah. So Carrie, like, I don't know. Carrie to me feels different than, like, she's definitely, if anything, I would finish with her. I don't know. If there's an order. Libby's mom. Right. Like, of course. Only Richard, I don't know if those All right, guys. I will finish up. I know where Rebecca is. The replay button is stuck. Only chance you can repeat this info. No chance. You can go back a mere 8 hours and 53 minutes, young man. Oh, here. Okay, let's recap. Here, let me go back. Let me go back to the very beginning. Here's what happened. Oh boy. I read the prosecutor's opening statement, right? Then the defense's opening statement. And then this one, this has the opening statement and stuff. Oh, but it also has this last bit at the end. It's that Saturday thingamajiggy, right? I don't even remember now. Because it has this plus this, but then this was at the end. This was other stuff. So yeah, we ended like this, right? And we started right here. This is other stuff. So where does this one end again? 21, page 224, volume 21, right? Volume 20. So yeah, it ended here. It ended here. This, and then we started here with this one. Because that's what it is. So the prosecution has its closing statement. Then the defense has its closing statement. But the prosecution is required to have its close, it's the last one, right? So there's closing statement, and then the prosecution kind of, I guess, gets the last word, and then Judge Gull. So Nick comes to his second speech. So this is in here too. So that ends there. This is where these two end. So the defense ended here, and then the prosecution did they're the second time speaking. They are the ones that have to end. So he does this. This is new. So his last 10, 15 pages are something new. So it's basically prosecution's closing statement, defense's closing statement, and the prosecution has to, I don't know what they call it again, rebuttal or something to their closing statement. But they get the last word. And then Judge Gull came in and said a whole bunch of stuff and yelled at Bob Motta too. Or was that the next day? Oh my God, she said a lot of stuff. I read all of this, dude. Oh my God. And then Bob Motta gets yelled at somewhere. I don't even remember anymore. Fuck. I read all of this. So basically I was going to do the last day, but then I ended up doing all of it right to the end, except for sentencing. Because then we did this day 3, right? Bob Motta got yelled at one day. I know that. So yeah, definitely Bob Motta got yelled at. What happened with that? Any updates? Let me know. I'll figure it all out. Let's do it. Because Bob Motta got yelled at. It's like she almost tried to make an example of him on that day, the Saturday, right? It's like, remember she said, I told only Nick. I told Nick and I told Brad Rosie. And then all of a sudden I get home and I watch the TV on the news. Oh, no, this isn't it. Which day was that? Why am I confused here? Jury deliberations, November 9th. It was the end of this day, right? And she goes home. So when they leave the room, right? They leave the room. They watch the video. Yeah, they watch a video. They listen to audio. They watch another video, the last one, the longer one. She sends them out, and then Bob Motta gets his shit. She goes home. She tells only Rosie. She tells only Thing. And then she goes home and watches the news, and she finds out right here. Don't tell anybody. Don't. So I was watching TV to see that and then this morning I excused all, and then watch. She sees Bob Motta. That's it there. This is it. This was the part that I wasn't expecting, or I forgot. So I told Nick, and I only told Nick and I only told Rosie about what the jury was going to do. And then on the Saturday, I get home. But it was, so I'll read this part again because this was interesting. So the court, so if you would please take sure the jury to deliberate. I'm just going to remind counsel the gag order. I pulled it up on the electronic file. In pertinent part, it reads counsel for the state of Indiana, as well as their professional staff. Other personnel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and all family members are prohibited from commenting on this case to the public and to the media directly, indirectly, by themselves or thoroughly, any intermediary in any form, including any social media platforms. Yesterday, I communicated directly with Mr. Boss, Nick McClelland, and Mr. TikTok dancing sensation with the sexy socks, Mr. Bradley A. Rosie. I don't recall the time, but it was by phone. So I only told these two guys to inform both sides. The jury wanted to view the first interview, the enhanced video, and the audio. And the only individuals that were provided with that information directly was again Mr. Boss McClelland and Mr. TikTok dancer, Sexy Socks Rosie. I was quite surprised last evening when I was watching TV to see that this specific information ended up on the national news. Oh my goodness, national television. Wow. Then this morning, as I excused all of the staff attendant to our proceeding here this morning, I noted that it was 10:03 when I asked the state's investigators and extraneous folks and the defendant's extraneous investigators and individuals to leave the room. I noted that was 10:03, and at 10:15 this morning, Bob Mata, who is apparently a social media content creator, is posting on his Twitter account that the jury wanted to see specific videos that we discussed previously and the specific audios that the jury wished to see. And again, the only people that were aware of this information were the attorneys and their professional staff. Now, I've observed Mr. Mata here in the courtroom. He's been here for several weeks and has been interacting with multiple members of the defense staff. Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Baker, Miss O'Shea, and Mr. Bowden. It's like they're just doing this to make an example, right? I don't know what those conversations consist of, and I don't particularly care what those conversations consist of, but Mr. Mata is clearly sharing information that only counsel would have. That's a violation of the gag order, folks. And I have concerns. You've seen the folks outside the courthouse with their signs and podcasters and YouTubers. Last night, the jury's van was followed. I haven't shared that information with the counsel, and I will not be sharing any information with counsel about the jury, about when they're leaving this building, when they're not in the building, when they're leaving. Oh boy, just checking. Because I clearly can't trust that information. We'll stay with counsel and their professional staffs. So it's like, okay, I'm not going to tell either of you yet. You know, Nick gets to hear everything. So it's just this excuse, right? To now, if I pretend I'm not telling Nick too, but Nick knows. Nick, she'll say, I'm not telling neither of you. And then Nick's calling her up. She's calling Nick up first thing with anything else. Now she doesn't have to tell the defense because of this. Feels like she's using it as an excuse because it's getting out to other individuals. I don't know if it's Mr. Baker, Mr. Hoffman, the attorneys. I don't know, but I will not be informing counsel when the jury leaves the building, and I will be informing counsel strictly of if they have a verdict. And I expect continued compliance with the court's orders. Gentlemen, you may take Mr. Allen back to Cass County, and we are in recess. Boy, that was crazy. You're very welcome. Have a great day, guys. Look at this. 902. Oh my God. You guys are enabling this behavior from me. I'm just kidding. Thanks, guys. I'm going to end it. And let me pick nothing special. What do I have? Enjoy this little ditty I like to call Nothing Special. All right, guys. Have a great day. I'll see you tonight. Thanks for being here. You're all awesome. Bye.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.